Happy Saturday to everyone. You're now listening to the Vault XL. Going to be bringing you news out of Tennessee and West Virginia. But before I get started, I want to mention a minor earthquake that took place this afternoon, in Tennessee. Magnitude 1.9 quake, Monroe County, 50 miles south of Knoxville, Tennessee, Knox County, on Friday, June 28, 2024, at 2:31 p.m. New York time, 24 hours ago. A light magnitude 1.9 earthquake hit 80 kilometers, 50 miles away from Knoxville, Tennessee in the early afternoon, Friday, June 28, 2024 at 2:31 p.m. local time. The quake had a very shallow depth of 8.5 kilometers, 5.3 miles, and was not felt for at least or not reported. So many of you who are in the general area of Monroe County, Tellico Plains, there was a light earthquake stated on Friday, June 28, 2024, 2:31 Eastern Standard Time. Okay? That's the latest on that development from Volcano Discovery. And this area of Tellico Plains has had a multitude of earthquakes. Let's see, since 2024, Tellico Plains has had 40 quakes of magnitude 6.2 within 100 kilometers, a 63-mile distance. Okay? 23 quakes above magnitude 2 and 17 quakes below the magnitude of 2, in case you were curious. Thank you for joining me. Now, let's get down to business, everybody. A lot of nonsense going on pertaining to children with disabilities. I'm going to start off with one crazy story here in Tennessee, Knox County. What is sad is when you get a story and then you start doing the research on the stories, all these other stories start popping up in the Google search and also in the YouTube queue. And it just goes to show you that there's just a lot of crazy nonsense going on out here in the world, just period. And you don't realize how frequent it is until you do this research or the story pops up and then you start seeing all these other stories and you're like, my goodness, I didn't know all this was going on. And that's the point, I guess, of the search. Knox County, everybody. Federal lawsuit against Knox County Board of Education and the Tennessee Department of Education claims that a disabled Knox County school student was wrongly disciplined, resulting in him missing nearly 300 instructional days worth of school since 2022. According to the lawsuit, the case centers around the education of a 15-year-old boy who suffers from a reading fluency disability. As the case involved a minor, both the student and his father are only identified using John Doe pseudonyms. The initial federal lawsuit dated May 3rd, 2024 states that a complaint was first brought before the Tennessee Department of Education in April. However, the case was outsourced to an administrative law judge. The lawsuit alleges that the complaint was brought in what should have been an expedited manner. However, the TDOE reportedly may have overlooked the expedited due process hearing request. The judge ultimately did not expedite the hearing, although she offered to move up the pretrial hearing conference before the case was dismissed sua sponte on grounds that Knox County schools had not raised, the lawsuit said, whatever that means. May 3rd lawsuit claims the student was placed in an alternative special education shuttle taken out of a school where around 10% of the students have disabilities and bused across the county to a school where nearly half the students have disabilities. Additionally, the lawsuit claims the boys' services were cut from 400 minutes of special instruction per week to 200 minutes of special instructions per week. An amended complaint filed on May 15th included the expedited due process complaint to the TDOE, which lists more specific details of the disciplinary actions. The complaint alleges that KCS used administrative placements to avoid conducting manifestation determination reviews MDR, and on 8 occasions removed the student from without an MDR. The most recent occasion placed the student in an alternative school for 60 days. But before that, there were even shorter administrative removals where the student received no instruction, the complaint states. It adds that on 5 occasions when KCS did perform MDRs, the question of the student's behavior was related to his reading fluency instead of his disability. Okay, let's repeat that again. The student's behavior was related to his reading fluency instead of his disability. The complaint later asked that the student also has behavioral and emotional deficits recognized by his IEP. This resulted in the student being sent to an alternative school for 332 days, according to the complaint. Any of the occasions, the lawsuit claims that for any removal of more than 10 days, the student's IEP team should have conducted an MDR of the student's conduct to comply with the Individuals with Disabilities Act disciplinary guidelines. Some of the disability impacts summarized by the IEP include struggling to get to class on time, taking an extended amount of time to get started on assignments, deficits with work quality and quantity, staying on task without supervision, and respecting peers and adults. The complaint states that over the last few years, the students has received 35 write-ups and 10 days of suspension in 6th grade, 37 write-ups and 55 days of reprimand to alternative school in 7th grade, 33 write-ups and 195 days of remand, plus 9 days of suspension in the 8th grade, 43 write-ups, 114 days of remand to alternative school and 10 days of suspension in the 9th grade. Good God. Some of the causes for disciplinary actions involved in the lawsuit include using profanity, disruption, fighting, non-compliance with staff, cutting class, horseplay. On one occasion, the complaint claims the student was given 180 days suspension in August of 2022 for making a Class 1 threat, which KCS Code of Conduct says is punishable by only 10 days of suspension. I guess punishable. The lawsuit is seeking declaratory relief that KCS violated the IDA by failing to hold manifestation determination reviews by applying too narrow a legal standard or reaching an incorrect decision or on manifestation reviews that were conducted, as well as injunctive relief to, it's big words, stop KCS from bypassing IDA rules on administrative placement grounds. Next, independent evaluation to determine the full scope of the student's disabilities. Next, give the student compensatory education for the education time he was denied. Training for KCS school psychologists, IEP facilitators, and special education directors. Expungement of the student's suspensions. KCS to audit disciplinary removals for felony behavior or any other form of court involvement involving identifying special education or Section 504 eligible students who were administratively placed in a disciplinary alternative school and offer them appropriate compensatory education. Dang. WATEnews.com is the source. Hello, Miss Flora. Lord, I'm tongue-tied after reading that. So, the lawsuit is against Knox County schools. Basically, the child has some type of issues. And what you have to ask yourself, did somebody misidentify what was wrong with him, or they was just paper shuffling him around? Move him over here, move him over here, move him over here. Because obviously somebody didn't follow protocol as far as determining what was going on with the child. It says here he has a reading fluency disability. So is he dyslexic or he can't read? He's not at the appropriate reading level. So what is actually wrong with the child when they say reading fluency? What is it he can't do? He cannot read, number one. He can read, but at a certain grade level, first grade, second, third, what are we talking about here? Does he have ADHD? Because that will cause a person not to learn if they can't focus. I think most of us know this as adults. Maybe some of us have had these issues growing up, but didn't know we were ADHD. Okay, so here we have it. Everybody knows that when you cannot focus on the lesson at hand, you cannot listen to the teacher, you cannot recite back what she said, that is a cognitive issue. And we know that many moons ago, 30, 40 years ago, People probably did not know what it was 40, 50 years ago, what was wrong with their child, why they couldn't focus, why they couldn't read, why they couldn't do arithmetic. It's because they had a learning disability. Not saying they couldn't read, but that's what I'm saying. Each child's situation is different. You're not going to know until you address the issue. Somebody addresses the issue. So that is for a teacher to address. Your child is, I believe, to be dyslexic. Your child can't focus. Your child can read, but it's only at a second grade, third grade, whichever level. Or your child just don't want to try. But you're not going to know until somebody sits there and watches the child to see what is going on with the child. Now, the flip side of it could be the teacher doesn't care. They pass them along. Or they send a little notes to the principal office. Hey, your child's acting up. But the teacher feels like, well, it's not my job to diagnose the kid. That's a mom and a school administrator type situation. But somebody has to be the bearer of the bad news. So that starts at home. You need to know that your children can read and comprehend. But see, the flip side of that is, what if they're dealing with a parent who can't read or write, barely read or write? So how is a person who can barely read or write teach another person how to read and write, how to comprehend? See, everything starts at home. That's where everything starts in life, period, is at home. So you have to start there to understand why the child is having difficulties at the schoolhouse. You can't have one without the other. Then you have to ask yourself the protocol with the teacher and the staff. Are they doing their best to understand and comprehend what is going on with the child? Are they acknowledging that the child has some type of issue? Are they talking to the mother, the father, about the child's situation? Now we have to go to the administrators above the school teacher. So you see, it's a stepping stone. But naturally, everything starts at home. So somebody has to recognize the child has an issue. If nobody notifies the parents that the child has a learning disability or has some behavioral issues, then the parents don't know. And we do know that children do act differently in different places. They may act out at home, but then they behave at school. Or they could behave at home and then act out at school. It just depends on what the hell is going on in the mind of the child. But as you see, there's some issue going on here with this child, parent filing a lawsuit against Knox County schools. That protocol wasn't called. What I find so disturbing is how many times the child was suspended. This is just mind-blowing. Whatever was wrong with the child, you're talking about a lot of days out of school. Jesus Christ, I couldn't even keep up with all this. 35 write-ups, 10 days of suspension in the 6th grade. 37 write-ups, 55 days of remand in the 7th grade. 33 write-ups, 195 days of remand in the 8th grade, 9 days suspension. 43 write-ups, 114 days of remand to an alternative school and 10 days of suspension in the 9th grade. He obviously has something going on. Profanity, disruption, fighting, non-compliance with staff, cutting class, horseplay. 180 days suspension in August of 22 for making a class 1 threat with KCS's code of conduct. Punishable up to 10 days of suspension. So you see, there was something wrong with the kid. Because now you're going from one thing to the other, as we would say, from the sublime to the ridiculous. Something's going on with this kid. And it could be just a learning disability. And that's how it started out. But then we know that a learning disability leads to other things, such as can't pay attention. Now you can't pay attention. That's where horseplay comes in. Now you're poking people, prodding people, throwing paper, throwing pencils, talking back because you can't learn. So now the teacher's saying stuff. Hey, what's your problem? Straighten up. Stop that. Put that up. Put the phone up. So now one thing begets another. Now we got somebody who wants to start talking back. Shut the F up. Kiss my ass. You understand what I'm saying? It's a step. And all of this could be just because the child, 1, can't read. 2, can't read proficiently at the level they're supposed to be reading at. Has other learning disabilities. I don't know all the child's issues, but common sense would tell anybody that's lucid that if you cannot read, you cannot comprehend, that's going to lead to you not performing well in school. Or you're going to either start acting out or you're going to be aloof and just staring off into space, pretending to do homework, but you're not. So it's up to the teacher to dissect each individual issue with her student, his student, and try to assess the situation and get the child some help, because the teacher naturally cannot devote all of his or her time on one student in a classroom. It's highly impossible. And that's why they put children with disabilities or learning disabilities in smaller classrooms. That's just common sense, because usually they need individual attention. A child with a disability, reading comprehension issue, he or she can't be in a room with 30 other kids, 29 other students. It's not going to work. It has never worked. And usually the only way it worked is because it was fluffed. The child was fluffed through. When I get an update, I'll bring you that set information. Next case is coming out of, Tennessee again. What a hot butter mess. Now we're talking about the Department of Human Services and their facilities. Are we speaking of group homes and or detention facilities where there has been allegations of abuse by staff members? Let's get down to some dirty, dirty business. WKRN News 2 is the source.
Claims DCS used violence on children with disabilities instead of properly treating them while in custody. In one case, the lawsuit says a staffer rewarded kids with ramen noodles for beating a child with bipolar disorder. In another, it says staff encouraged children to beat a boy after he reported an attempted rape.
Alicia Wimberly is at the WKRN.com alert desk now that DCS has just responded.
Yeah, Bob and Haley, solitary confinement, physical abuse, and the use of pepper spray are some of the worst cases we're hearing in this lawsuit. The lawsuit is saying DCS punishes kids with disabilities with violence and abuse. One case we know about in the lawsuit claims a boy was shackled in his cell while 5 facility staff held him down and pepper sprayed his face and hair for allegedly being disrespectful. Facility staff then turned off the water in his room so he couldn't wash himself, and he was left there unable to see a nurse for 12 hours. Attorneys want a judge to rule the policies that allow this to be illegal. And yes, we did get that response. DCS just responded to this saying they're aware
Hold on, go back.
Staff held him down and pepper sprayed his face and hair for allegedly being disrespectful. Facility staff then turned off the water in his room so he couldn't wash himself, and he was left there unable to see a nurse for 12 hours. Attorneys want a judge to rule the policies that allow this to be illegal. And yes, we did get that response. DCS just responded to this saying they're aware of the lawsuit, but it did not address any of the allegations.
What judge thinks that's legal? Being pepper sprayed and you cannot flush the spray out of your eyes. The hell are you talking about? Because this goes back to what I was just talking about with this other child who was acting out for obviously a long time. If the children have disabilities such as ADHD, bipolar, some reading disabilities, perhaps they're autistic, on the spectrum, whatever it is going on with them, Asperger, the list is long. One, those things have to be addressed, those type of issues, number one. Number two, acting out, violence, those issues have to be addressed. And I understand that at some point you have to subdue the person, the child, because they're acting out violently. But pepper spraying the child, what is the point of that? 5 people, there should have been no need for pepper spray. You got 5 people holding down one person. What is the need of pepper spray? What is the need of having him in the room with the pepper spray burning the eyes and his eyes not being flushed? Now, imagine had he hyperventilated, passed out, and then later died. Now you're talking about a dead kid. And we've seen this happen with people being tased. Being tased for whatever reason. Next thing you know, they go into cardiac arrest, and now they're dead. Now somebody's suing the police department. Stay woke. So we're talking about a minor in a facility. What type of facility are we talking about? A facility for detained children who have been acting out physically, runaways, that type of facility, or are we talking about a group home? Which type of facility are we speaking of? It's becoming an epidemic with children being abused, period. At their own home, adoptive homes, foster homes, and facilities that are supposed to be providing care. And yes, there are just some wayward children out here, whether they are developmentally delayed, mentally delayed, or not. That's why they have to get the appropriate care for what possibly is wrong with him or her, no matter what it is. Attitude adjustment, ADHD, whatever it is. You got to start with the core in order to get to the problem, to assess the problem. Then we have some kids who are just damn evil. We know this. But we can't beat them to death and kill them. We got to try to get them some help. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. And I thank the Lord I'm not even trying to figure out what you're supposed to do with these type of children who have all these issues. But I'm just saying there's a way of doing things. Now, one case of a child, we're trying to report a rape. So why are you going to abuse that kid? Because somebody tried to rape a kid. What the hell is wrong with you people? Oh, who cares? Big deal. So what? So what? Somebody tried to sexually assault you. So what you want to do? Beat them up? Throw them in a room? Tie them down? Hog time? What? So you can end up going to jail and get a charge that will be on your record forever. Then you go out here to the street when you're finally free. You'll never be able to work anywhere and do anything. And you'll be labeled a child abuser. You want that on your criminal record? It's not that serious. See, I keep saying this about toxicity and chaos. Chaos breeds chaos. And some people really can't seem to grasp that terminology. Chaos breeds chaos. You have children who have some issues, possibly wayward, possibly developmentally delayed, whichsoever. Then here comes the people who are supposed to be helping them. They are just as messed up as the child. And now they're beating up kids, hurting the kids, abusing the kids, physical, sexual, whatever. And it's just a vicious cycle. Just a vicious cycle of paperwork, lawyers, judges, and nobody really knows what the hell to do with the child. So the child is getting passed off, beat up, subdued, and the problem is never solved until they push them out into the street at 18, and now we've got a warped person walking the earth who now goes out here to exact the same behavior on another human. This is why we have the crimes we have out here right now. It's because of what's going on right here in the Department of Human Services care. Group homes, detention facilities. The blind is leading the blind. You don't know what to do with him or her, so you just abuse them more than what they already came from or whatever the hell was going on with them. Now they become adults, they're pushed out to the street, and now they're sadists out here walking amongst us, beating us up and hurting us. Do you all see where I'm going? There's got to be a cutoff point where this shit stops. It cannot continue. It cannot continue. Somebody has got to say, okay, this is what I think is wrong with the kid. Let's assess this. Because we've heard a lot of success stories pertaining to wayward children, mentally delayed children, whether they were ADHD, bipolar, autistic, whatever the problem is, things can be overcome if there is proper help. And you're not going to know until you try. But subduing people, beating them up, tasing them, that's not going to help with the problem. Keeping somebody sedated with meds, injections, whatever, how's that going to help? And I get it. You do want to stop the person if they're acting out violently. I get that. But you still got to get to the core of why he or she is being violent. That comes from somewhere. And usually it comes from trauma. I think in most cases it's trauma. Now, that's one conversation pertaining to, oh Lord, Department of Human Services. I don't know what to say about this. It's just getting absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to be bringing you updates as well and some other Tennessee news pertaining to laws I've mentioned to you in the past couple months that are new laws that are on the books. WKRN News is the source. I think that, I'm trying to make sure if I didn't play that. Let me see. I've got so many stories to bring you. I think I played that already. Hold on one second. News 5 is the source.
Pepper pepper sprayed, hogtied, and beaten. Those just some of the shocking accusations Tennessee's Department of Children's Services now faces. It's in a new class action lawsuit just filed in federal court. The complaint alleges the state of Tennessee houses children with disabilities in prison-like facilities and subjects them to violence and abuse. Now, investigative reporter Ben Hall, we know, has covered this issue extensively. Tonight, our Hunter Hoagland has been looking through the lawsuit. What stood out to you here, Hunter?
I mean, Roy, our team has been diligently going through that 114-page lawsuit all day. And I can tell you from reading it, there are some really just deeply disturbing allegations in there. Everything we are about to tell you, attorneys say happened to kids while in DCS custody. Now, according to that lawsuit filed from attorneys with the Disability Rights Tennessee group, children are described being in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day, not allowed to attend school, sleeping on bare bed frames all next to cockroaches, and then being beaten by other kids. Now, there are 3 children connected to this lawsuit, all of whom have some kind of disability. One of them says he was beaten more than 30 times by other kids while in DCS custody. Another says a DCS worker shackled her to the floor and then sprayed her naked body with pepper spray. Now, I went one-on-one with the plaintiff's attorneys today, who says what DCS is doing is not only illegal, but unconstitutional.
I guess I would say, to young people who have had these experiences in DCS custody, to parents of young people who have had these experiences, we just want you to know that we believe you, that, some of these things that have happened are not okay.
Jasmine Miller, who you just heard from, says what they're looking for here is a policy change. She says it is beyond time for DCS to comply with the law and accommodate children with disabilities. Now, the Department of Education is also named here in this lawsuit. We reached out to their office along with DCS this morning. They still have not gotten back with us. Now, we are going to stay on top of this. In the meantime, though, if you'd like to read that lawsuit in full, it's on our website, newschannel5.com.
All right, so I just brought you information about the DOE being sued as well here in Knox County. Father and is bringing forward a lawsuit against the DOE, Knox County Schools, for his son's situation of being abused and, staying out of school so much and not following a protocol and, I guess, therapy and whatever is needed to get the child on the right path. Because as I just read you all those complaints from that father here in this area of the child being out of school, suspended so much, all the reprimands, write-ups, obviously the child had something wrong with him. And that's the whole point, getting to the core of what's wrong so you don't have all the write-ups and the acting out and violence and threats to school. All that's coming from somewhere. Don't know if there's something going on with the child at the home, they're mistreating the kid, abuse, or if it's just a kid that's very wayward. I don't know, but there has to be an end to it all. That's my point. There has to be an end to it all. There's got to be some type of remedy. West Virginia. I put up a poll yesterday, and I could have put up the reason why I put up the poll, but sometimes I feel like I shouldn't have to put up a reason why I ask questions. I ask questions because I want to ask them. Why get offended? It's like I have to keep making the same speech every live stream about my own channel. I don't owe anybody an explanation for the post. Yeah, I asked the question. Should white people be allowed to adopt black children? You should have known there was a reason why I asked. Why do you think I asked? Why would I ask that question? If you follow this network, you would know why I asked. Never once in a live stream did I say white people shouldn't adopt black children. So if I ask the question, then you should know why I asked. So now I must explain myself once again. I asked this question because a white couple in West Virginia has held 4 black children hostage in a fucking shed. That's why. Does that make anyone feel better now? Why I asked the question on the poll? What is this segregation? Well, it must be for the 4 black children that were put in the shed. Why don't you talk to that family that put them in there? How about that? Don't talk to the queen. Don't ask the queen nothing. Everything I do on this channel is meticulous. Meticulous. I'm not your average YouTuber. I keep trying to tell people that. I am meticulous about everything I do up here. When I put that poll up yesterday, I could have easily put up there, oh, I'm asking you this poll because of this. Well, I decided not to. My mind said, don't tell them why you're asking. Just put it up there and see how they respond. How dare you ask this question? How dare I? Well now. Well, maybe you need to go talk to them little black children who have been severely abused and held hostage and used as slaves inside of a shed. Have you been put in a shed before? Have you been physically, mentally, sexually abused? Then you don't question why I ask anything on this network. This next commentary is coming out of West Virginia. Lord have mercy. The gall of it all.
Out of West Virginia, where a couple is facing charges after some of their adopted children were found locked in a shed living in deplorable conditions. Jean Whitefeather and Donald Lance are accused of adopting 5 kids from a shelter, targeting them for forced labor specifically because of their race. The sheriff's office says they found some of the children in October locked inside a barn during a welfare check at the couple's home. The 2 children told authorities they had been inside the small room for about 12 hours when they were found. Neighbors reported that the children were also forced to perform farm labor and were not allowed inside the home. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes joins us now. Khalif, this is just a horrible case of neglect. Just wretched what these children went through. But let's talk about the charges that this couple faces.
I mean, you're talking about kidnapping. You're talking about, well, let's go back. Disgusting. I think that's the first thing that comes to my mind. When I first looked at this story, it was like, am I really reading this? This is a parody? Like, what is actually happening? But yeah, the trafficking of human trafficking is the number one thing. Child abuse, neglect. It runs the gamut of anything, the worst of the worst that you can think about. This didn't just start in West Virginia. It actually started in Washington. They were under investigation in Washington and moved to West Virginia.
Wow.
Sold both of those properties. Attempt to try to pay their bond. They had a $400,000 combined bond. The judge was like, nope, too much. We'll figure something out. We'll make it $500,000 for each of you all. And they kept that money. And they said, because this property was used in the commission of this crime, we believe now it's turned into contraband. And so you can't even get your money back. We'll hold that money until this case is resolved.
Let's go back.
Both of those properties, the attempt to try to pay their bond. They had a $400,000 combined bond. The judge was like, nope, too much. We'll figure something out. We'll make it $500,000 for each of you all. And they kept that money. And they said, because this property was used in the commission of this crime, we believe now it's turned into contraband. And so you can't even get your money back. We'll hold that money until this case is resolved. And if this money goes anywhere, it should go to those children. I mean, this is just absolutely disgusting for sure.
So, I mean, do they face any charges of slavery? Because we mentioned that they supposedly adopted these kids for that.
That would be the neglect. That would be the child abuse. That would be the human
You're
trafficking.
You're not going to see that spelled out.
You wouldn't. But what you would see is if it was based on race, you could now open the door for the hate crime charges. That's where you'll see that. West Virginia is one of the states that doesn't have it, which is only a handful that don't. What you will see is the federal government will step in. So when you connect the race, that was the number one factor for motivating you to do this charge, that's when the hate crime will come in, and then this charge will be elevated for sure. So that's why the race was involved specifically. And obviously the investigators know more than we know, because they're saying they individually target these kids based on their race. And so it had to be text messages, phone calls, something that they know more than just they had this adopted group of 5 kids.
You would think that with all the checks and balances in the adoption agency's process, that something would have come up. But just the couple, you said that they were, under investigation in another state, Washington, I believe.
Correct.
And then, moved to a completely different state, probably to avoid those charges. Does that all play into the severity of their charges? Is that difficult to prove intent there?
Taking folks across state lines, also another charge. That's where you'll have that human trafficking component when you take someone from one location to another location against their will. That's where you have that. But what I can say is, you get these kind of weird cases. As a criminal defense attorney, I get cases all the time, and I'm like baffled and I'm dumbfounded, right? Yeah. This is one where you're not just scratching your head. You're like, well, how do I defend this? So I listened to one of the arguments that the defense attorney made, and he said, well, there was a key in the barn. They could have got out. It was a misunderstanding. I'm like, if you look at the police report, it said the kids had sores on their feet, looked like they hadn't bathed in a few days, hadn't been fed. I mean,
there you go.
It's not defensible, but it has to be a serious defense and a reckoning to try to figure out how you can defend this situation and ensure that they don't go to jail, because based on what I see right now, they're going to prison for a long time.
Well, I mean, you talk about the key that was in the barn, supposedly. I mean, that doesn't play into the mentality of these children and what they've been through and what they've been trained to think because of the situation they were in. Just absolutely horrible. And hopefully the kids will someday be able to get beyond this. And get
for sure.
Thank you.
Now, thank you for joining me. Welcome to the Vault XL. So I asked the question again. Should a white people be allowed to adopt black children? Any race? Oh, I know. Well, it could happen to anybody. They could abuse white children, Asian children, Hispanic children. They could have been abused by a black family. Yep. They sure could have. And what's your point? What is your point? They tried to sell 2 of their properties so they could make bond. Judge found out and raised the bond $500,000 each. This could be also a hate crime because obviously they have evidence that this was meticulous and articulated to abuse the children. 5 children total. 4 children were locked in the shed. Black children. I guess they were alternating them out, I'm supposing. Charges against them, investigation in Washington County. They moved to West Virginia. My, we've been busy. What are the allegations in Washington State? When did they move from Washington State to West Virginia? Neighbors are involved because now they have seen the abuse. Obviously told it. Investigators go to this house in West Virginia and found the children locked in the damn shed, barn. You hear a mentioning of a key in there. Well, they didn't use it. Once again, you want to argue that? You hear this black gentleman speaking as a defense attorney that naturally people question his job, the type of people he defends. He's questioned himself. And I'm glad he said that because many of us have asked that question. Dear God, how can you defend this person? What they've done? But we get it. It's the law. The law says you're entitled to representation, no matter the accusations against you, because you are innocent until proven guilty. But he said, hey, wow, this is heavy. And basically saying that key don't mean nothing. Key don't mean nothing. Because that's right. Stockholm syndrome, children being mentally abused physically, sexually. They're in an altered state of being. And if you've never been abused, then you won't know what that's like. Children still navigate towards their abuser, still want to live in a house with the abuser because children are fearful of the unknown. Some of them, not all, but some. What evidence do they have against this couple to show that this was deliberate to adopt these black kids to use as slaves? Farm labor. Wow, really? You can't get the average adult to want to go work on a farm, let alone a child. So did they adopt these children deliberately to use as indentured servants in modern day? What are the charges in Washington State? How many calls were made to them there? Do they have pending charges there? Will they have to face charges in both West Virginia and the state of Washington? Do they have adult children? What do they have to say about these allegations against their parents? How did they treat their children if they had children? Don't know if they have any older children or not. Older white couple, what's your problem? Why'd you adopt these kids? You intentionally adopted these black children because what? You had a farm and you couldn't hire regular white people to work for you or Hispanic people. So, well, I'll just go get some little black kids, pretend to like them and love them, and then use them to work for me. Sores on their feet. Hadn't been fed, hadn't been bathed. Well, now. My. Nice looking log cabin house. 2 levels from what I can see in the picture. Big front porch. Nice air conditioning unit on the side. Looks like in the back there might be some more decks or whatever. Somebody got some money. Hot damn. Somebody got some money. How about that? Somebody got some money. Should white persons be able to adopt black children? 87% yes, 7% no, 6% not sure. 432 votes, 19 comments. Somebody said, you need to get over your hatred of white people. It's why I unsub from you. Good luck with everything. Black Velvet, kiss my ass. See, you're ignorant. I asked the question for a reason. I don't need to explain why I asked the question. You think I give a fuck about you unsubscribing to this network? I could care less. I could care less. I asked the question for the obvious fucking reason. If they were Jewish and they adopted the black children, I'd ask the same damn question. Basically, everybody commenting is talking about race. Queen already knows that. I'm not a dodo bird, okay? I'm not a dodo bird. I'm 53 years old. I know fucking well anybody can abuse a kid. It was my question. So what? So what? I ask this question because I speak from experience and things I've seen besides this case here. So let me enlighten you since you think you know the queen once again while you getting all uptight about the question. What the fuck are you getting an attitude about? You're not the little black kid that was abused. Are you walking around with sores on your feet and been starved? So what are you getting an attitude about? I've seen little black children adopted by white people, and they do not take care of the children. Example, sending the children out into the street and don't comb their hair. Everybody knows that black hair is different than white hair. That's not rocket science. But if you are not going to try to learn how to upkeep the hair of a black child, biracial child, then you don't need the child. I have seen it time and time again. In the street, in the store, little black kids running around with their hair all on top of their head or shaved off because you refuse to learn how to comb a black child's hair. So hell yeah, I could ask that question. You see, if you don't know nothing about it, you shouldn't respond. I've said this 1,000 times on this network. Queen ain't gonna talk about something she don't know nothing about. And I still haven't said white people shouldn't adopt black children. I asked the question. Because of this case, really shouldn't even have to have told you about the case to say, well, this is why I asked that question. But I have seen it time and time again. 40, 50 years of little black children being raised by white people, and they refuse to learn how to comb their hair. Do you know what that would be like for a child going to school and their hair is matted, their hair isn't combed, and other children are looking at them wondering, what the fuck is wrong with your hair? Why don't you comb your hair? So what do you want the little child to say back to them? Oh, well, I have a white family. They don't know how to comb my hair. A child shouldn't have to explain that to anybody, black or white. They're children. They're children. They shouldn't have to go explain to somebody, well, I got a white parent, I got a white mom and dad. They don't care about learning how to comb my hair. Why should a child have to go out there and explain that? They shouldn't. Yes, Flora. Yeah, you got to be racist because you're asking a question. I ask what I want to ask. I don't need permission to ask anybody any fucking thing. I put up with this shit every day I go live. You complain about how many questions are on the motherfucking community page. It's too many. Oh, the notifications. Well, go to sleep. You sound ridiculous. This is why I said what I said in the live last night. It's like babysitting kids up here. I don't need to explain to you why I asked the question. Maybe you should have thought before responding. Well, there must be a reason Queen's asking this question. But if you follow this network, you would know why I asked the question. I just have to explain. I asked the question because there are people out here abusing little black children. And they're deliberately adopting these kids and using them for their own selfish gain. That's why I asked the question. And as I said before, I have been an eyewitness to little black children raised by white people, and a lot of the children are not getting the care they deserve in a white family. Not all, but some. I've seen white women who have biracial children, and they do the same with their own children. Won't comb their damn hair. Won't take the boys to get a haircut. Don't ask somebody, hey, do you know how to comb black hair? Do you know how to braid black hair? Matter of fact, go into YouTube Q and see a white woman braid a black child's hair. She did a fantastic job because she learned how to do it, because she knew I've got a black kid. I need to know how to do her hair. So obviously she taught herself how to braid hair. What's the problem? You adopted the kid. There's no reason to go out here and shave a kid's hair down because you don't want to learn how to comb their hair. Now, in this case, we're talking about physical abuse, human trafficking, taking the kids from state to state. And I'm not even going to ask what their hair looked like. I think we already know what their hair looks like. Yes, dedication. So stop getting offended about a simple question. It's not that serious. It's only serious for those kids. You're not those kids. So what are you getting an attitude about? A fucking pole. You're not walking around with sores on your feet. You're not walking around with your hair not combed. You're not walking around with your hair matted up to where somebody's got to take you to the hairstylist and they got to shave all your damn hair off. You're not walking around here starving, sleeping in a fucking hot-ass barn with no air conditioner. Is that you? That's not you. So what I'm trying to understand is what are you getting offended by? It's nothing to get offended about. Hatred would be me saying all white people are evil. All white people are dogs. Hell no, they don't need to adopt no damn black ass kids. And part of me thinks sometimes they shouldn't. Because if you're not going to go the whole mile, you don't need them. Okay? You don't need the black children. You don't need the Mexican children. You don't need the Jewish children, whoever they are. And if they're white, you don't need them. Now, do you feel better? You see, a lot of people love to use that card to call somebody racist because you don't want to accept the fact you don't understand shit because you don't want to understand it. because you live in a fucking bubble in TV land. Well, this is not a 27-minute episode of Friends. It's not a 27-minute episode of Friends where everybody is going their little way on the TV set and they're having little disagreements. And at the end of the show, everybody makes up. That's not the real world. Okay? It's not an episode of the Brady Bunch where everybody's getting along or they're having a little tit for tat argument, the kids, Marcia, Greg, and then they make up and mom and dad intervenes and sits the children down and tell them to hug it out, kiss and make up. Okay? We're talking about kids. You don't know what trauma those little black kids came from wherever they have been. And then they're adopted by these people thinking these people are going to do right by them and take good care of them. And then lo and behold, they're put in a fucking barn and not fed, not bathed, and sores on their feet. So that means they were barefoot. But yet I'm racist. Well, let me think about that for just a second. I think you might need to point that to this couple here. Because I don't have any little white children running around here hiding in tubs and closets. I don't have any white children, black children, or Mexican children hid in the closet. Unfed, unclothed, hair not combed. See, this is what's wrong with the world. People don't listen. I've asked 1,000 questions on my community page, and I asked the questions for a reason. The question does not mean I feel some type of way because I asked the question. And that shows me that you are ignorant, that you're getting offended by the question. So whatever the topic is about, the story, and I asked the question, why are you getting offended? You know, help me understand. Any topic I put up there, I could ask a question about it. Well, what do you think this person should have done? Or what do you think about this? Or what do you think the judge should do? What are you getting offended for? You're ridiculous. So now I'm a racist because I asked, should white people have the privilege to adopt black children? Now I'm a racist. Oh, okay. But you're not posing that question to the white people that abuse the black children. Thank you, sweet tea. Because let me tell you something, since you think you know Queen. A lot of black people feel like black children shouldn't be adopted by white people. Now, how about that? So now go find all those black people and call them racist. Are they racist for feeling that way? Since you want to open the topic of racism, let's go there. Let's go there. Let's go there. And then this white person has the nerve to have the username black. Now that's even more funny. But Queen is racist. That's funny as hell. Yes, let me enlighten some white people out there. A lot of black people don't think white people should adopt black children. I'll let that sit there for a couple of seconds. Since Queen is racist. But yet I sit up here and fool with white people on a constant basis. Have been around white people most of my life. But I'm racist for asking a fucking question on my own channel. Kids just need love. Babies and children, this is from Vivian in the chat, of any ethnicity, need a chance. Benefit of loving parents. Those adopted are special. They were chosen. Too many unwanted children. Sweet toughness. Are we segregation against no one? Inform me. No, smart ass. But those children were segregated. The children were segregated. $777. I'm just letting you people know, whoever you are, whether you white, black, Jewish, whatever you are in the chat. There are a lot of black people who do not believe that white people should adopt children. So I'm saying that so you can now come off your high horse and come on down to reality. Okay? Come off your high ass horse and come on down to reality. You can't tell somebody how to feel. That's why I don't discuss racism on this channel, for this very reason. Because you can't say a fucking thing without somebody wanting to get a fucking offended. Although it's my damn network. You don't have to like the opinion. How about that? Some black people don't want black children with white people. They don't. For the reason why we're talking now. Because they feel like you don't understand black people. You don't understand little black children. It's not saying that's true. But some people feel that way. I personally don't have to agree with that person's ideology. But I get it. And I know where it's coming from. As I just said earlier, I have seen little black children who are raised by white people, and they're not getting what they need. You can't feed me food and then send me out to the street with my hair not combed. How the fuck does that make sense? We're going to sit here and argue that? Because you don't know. So instead of judging the question and judging me for putting the poll up, why don't you ask, well, maybe there's a reason why Queen is asking this question. But you're too busy wanting to call somebody a racist without trying to figure out where the fuck I'm coming from. I was going to remain very calm, but I knew I was going to pop off. Because this subject is very personal to me. You don't know nothing about it, don't speak on it. Don't speak on it because you don't know nothing about it. You're judging it from the perspective of a child just needing a house, needing a home. Well, as you see, 4 little blackbirds got a home, and look where they are now. And you don't know what that's going to do to those little black children down the road. So then when they go out here to the street and become little black racists, then you can still talk shit and say, well, you shouldn't feel that way. All white people aren't bad. You can't tell those kids that. Do you have a right to tell them that? Well, you should like all white people, even though these white people didn't feed you, didn't clothe you. Who would you be to tell that child that? Okay? Because you wouldn't have the right to tell them how to feel. That's the point. That's between them and God, how they will reconcile dealing with white people after being mistreated by a white couple. They will probably have self-loathing, hate thyself for being black. They will have a lot of issues now because of what happened by these white people. And nobody is thinking about that. You're too busy crying about a question. You're not thinking about the children because you're not in their shoes. And I say this all the time on this network. It is sad when you have to tell a fucking grown-up to pretend they're that person to understand where they may be coming from. Why should I have to tell you that and you're a grown-up? I shouldn't. Exactly. You don't know how they were treated at their house. They go to these white people's house thinking, oh, this is great. We got a big fancy house. We got a nice house. They're going to treat us well. And then they realize, oh, shit. We've been hoodwinked and bamboozled. These white people don't want us here. They're using us. How do you think that makes those kids feel? It wouldn't matter which race it was. If it was black people raising the white kids, same thing. You're going to have some type of bias against the race. Now, you got 4 kids. One of the kids might decide to still like white people. The other 3 may hate white people. But who am I to tell them how they should feel? That's going to be between them and their God, how they want to navigate on their own feelings, because I'm not in their shoes. I'm not walking that plank. That's between them and God, how they will reconcile dealing with white people. The point I'm trying to make is anybody with sense should know that is going to cause those kids trauma in dealing with white people. It's common sense. And I'm just telling you how a lot of black people feel. Not every black person, but a lot of black people have had conversations with black people. Duh, I'm black. They don't want white people adopting black children. Just telling you how it is. Because they don't feel like they will understand the needs of a black child. But that's not saying that that is true. That's just somebody's perception. What's going to happen to this couple from West Virginia? Exactly. If you don't know anything about it, you shouldn't talk about it. I can't speak for what it's like being a Mexican or a Jewish person, can I? Of course not. I don't have the right to say, yeah, I know what it's like to be a Jewish person. Yeah, I know what it's like to be a Mexican. Well, how would I look saying that? I don't have that right. Especially being a human trafficked and held in a fucking barn. I don't have a right to say anything. What right would I have to say anything? I don't. I have no right. That's why you're supposed to think before speaking. Typical. CBSnews.com is the source, everybody. Hey, Lane. A couple arrested after some of their adopted children were found locked in a shed at their West Virginia home are set for trial later this year on charges that a judge had said involved their use as slaves. Donald Ray Lance, Jean K. Whitefeather face trial later this year after they were arraigned on 16 counts, each accusing them of civil rights violations, human trafficking, forced labor, gross child neglect, and falsifying an application seeking a public defender. All but one of the counts are felonies. Wow, all but one. Lance and Whitefeather are white. 4 children whose initials are in the indictment are black. The indictment said Lance and Whitefeather forced, threatened, and interfered with the free exercise and enjoyment and any right and privilege of the 4 children. Kanawha County Assistant Prosecutor Madison Tuck said Wednesday that while she couldn't answer questions about specific details, I would just say that because the indictment includes a civil rights violation, that there's definitely a racial element to the case. Oh, well now, is it? As you heard this man speaking on this news audio, obviously the state has evidence to show that the people deliberately adopted the black children to use them as slaves and forced labor. Where do you think the allegations are coming from? Whatever they found as evidence in the people's home, text messages, phone conversations, eyewitness accounts, and accounts from the children. All right, everybody, let's continue this nonsense. Once again, from the assistant prosecutor, Madison Tuck, I would just say that because the indictment includes a civil rights violation, that there's definitely a racial element to the case, quote unquote. Trial is set for September 9th. South Central Regional Jail is where these two have been held. Circuit Judge Mary Claire Akers expressed shock after a grand jury indicted the couple in May, saying at a June 11th arraignment that I don't think I've ever seen an indictment like this in all of my time, according to WCHS-TV. Akers said the indictment alleged the children's use as basically slaves. Authorities began investigating after they received a call to the home last October in Simpsonville near Charleston from someone expressing concern about the children's welfare. Sheriff's deputies forced their way into a shed next to the home when a teenage boy and girl were locked inside. The children had been deprived of adequate food, hygienic care, and the room had no running water or bathroom facilities, according to the criminal complaint. Inside the main residence, a 9-year-old girl was found alone crying in a loft about 15 feet, 4.6 meters high, with no protection from falling. The adults were present at the home. A 4th child was with Lance when he eventually returned. Deputies were later led to the couple's 6-year-old adoptive black daughter, who had been with acquaintances from the couple's church. And what was she doing with those people? The couple was arrested and the children were placed under the care of Child Protective Services. Akers ruled the bonds for each of the defendants was insufficient and ordered them increase $200,000 to $500,000 cash only. Lance's attorney, Ed Bullman, said at the June 11th hearing that the charges were full of square pegs and very round holes. Yeah, come on, dude, really? Whitefeather's brother, Mark Hughes of Chesapeake, Ohio, testified during a bond hearing in October that the home in Simpsonville was unfurnished because the family was in the process of moving to a larger home in Beckley, according to WCHS-TV. At the hearing, Whitefeather's attorney, Mark Plants, referred to the shed as a teenage clubhouse, said there was a key inside the shed and that there was just a plain and simple misunderstanding about what is going on here. Are you serious? How is it a playhouse and they haven't been fed, they haven't been clothed, they don't got running water? There's no toilet, tub, running water, underfed, sores on their feet, but it's a clubhouse? Okay. So if they got the key to get out, then one would say, okay, then they could have used the key to go get something to eat, feed themselves, take a bath, use the bathroom. Okay, but they didn't. So what is your point? But in a criminal complaint, Deputy H.K. Burdett said he knocked on the shed's door October 2nd and that the teenage girl inside indicated she was unable to open it. After deputies forced their way in, the girl said the defendants had brought food to her and her brother early that morning and that they had been inside for about 12 hours with no contact from people. So the girl did say that the defendants had brought them food, to her and her brother early that morning, but had been in there for 12 hours with no contact from the couple. The girl also said she and her brother were not allowed inside the house and were locked in the shed for long periods of time daily. The children were in dirty clothes and smelled a body odor, and the boy was barefoot and what appeared to be sores on his feet, Burnett said. In a court filing, Knox County Assistant Prosecutor Chris Kriveniak said the couple had sold an 80-acre ranch for $725,000 in Tonasket, Washington. White Feather's brother posted two $200,000 bonds to secure the defendant's initial release 3 days later. In March, the couple sold the Simpsonville home for $295,000, Kriveniak said. Separately, a U.S. magistrate judge ruled in February Child Protective Services failed to adequately investigate what happened with the children, who were left to suffer at the hands of their adoptive parents for months. The judge ordered Child Protective Services to provide information in the case as part of an ongoing class action lawsuit that accuses the state of failing to protect children and fix its overwhelmed foster care system. Total of 5 children total. One in the house, one with one of the parents, one with another church family, and 2 older children were inside of the shed. So the teenage children were locked in the shed. I believe, what was it? Let me go back. Get the age of the other kid that was in the loft. Hold on, everybody. Wow. This is bad. It's really bad. 9-year-old was in the house, a girl, in a loft with no protection from falling. 6-year-old adopted black daughter had been with the church's acquaintances from church. How long was she with those people? And then another child ended up coming back to the property with, I guess, the father. Don't know what that's all about. $500,000 cash only. Let me talk to the brother. Let me talk to you for just a second, sir. Why in the hell would you bond these people out? Try to bond these people out? For what? Why would you try to bond them out? You got that kind of money that you could bond out 2 people who have severely abused children? Why would you want them free? For what? Please explain to me. Why would you try to bond out these people with the allegations against them for abusing children? Help me understand. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. People who aid sadists. You had to have seen the indictment. You had to have seen the evidence. Because they're going to explain all that to you when you go try to bond a person out. They're going to explain the charges. They're going to explain the protocol for bonding them out and your obligation as the person signing the bond. So you want me to believe you didn't know nothing about what they were charged with. You didn't even ask. Hey, what are the charges? Oh, 16 counts. Human trafficking, civil rights, blah, 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 blah. And you still said, okay, I'll sign the bond. The hell is going on here? What's typical? People aiding people. I just talked about this yesterday during the live. People aiding people, knowing they're doing wrong before, during, and after the fact, and they have no remorse in helping aid a fugitive, an abuser, a sadist, a rapist, a murderer. Don't care. You could not get $1 from me to bond your ass out of jail for abusing those damn kids. Not now, not never. And these people have money. This is why they have one of the counts lying on documents to try to get a public defender. They have the money. They have 2 properties. And then you hear the brother saying they were trying to get another property. That's why the one house in, Simpsonville was empty. So now you've got kids in a house that's empty. So how long was that house empty, the one in West Virginia? When were they getting ready to go buy another house? How far was the other place to where they were living? Beckley or wherever that place is? Who are the neighbors that told that these children were being mistreated? Who also made allegations against them in the state of Washington? Is there an open CPS case in Washington, state of Washington? Who told in Washington? Number one. Who told here in West Virginia? How many people had knowledge that the children were being mistreated in the neighborhood? Did they ever have friends over to this house? And yes, did the church people know something was wrong? So now you got to ask yourself, if the kids at the house are dirty, smelly, stinky, what did the other little girl look like, or whoever was with the church people? Well, what did that child look like? And you're still going to have somebody right now defend this white couple and say it's all a mistake, as you hear this lawyer say. Every lawyer you hear for a defense, they always say the same thing. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. You got it wrong. So you're going to go into court and say what? Oh, there was a key in there. But yet the police couldn't even get in there. Into the barn. So I want you to think about that for just a second. The barn was locked from where? The outside or the inside? So you telling me, oh, well, there's a key. Who's to say that it wasn't padlocked from the outside? So it wouldn't have mattered if there was a key on the inside. Stay woke now. Stay woke. Yes, the brother's messed up as well. The brother's messed up as well. Older white couple moving around from state to state. So that's where the human trafficking charges come in. Moving those children around from state to state and using them for forced labor, depriving them of civil liberties. 16 counts. All but one is not a felony. It's a felony, rather. Donald Ray Lance and Jean K. Whitefeather. Feel free to go to my community board. Their pictures are on there. Trial set for September 9th. Queen will be there with bells on, right, to give you the 411 on the case. This is atrocious. I know that there are abusive people out here. I really shouldn't even have to say this. But since I'm a racist, why not? I know that there are abusive people out here. I know that white people abuse white people and black people abuse black people. I'm not a dodo bird. I asked that question on the poll because I saw this case. And as I said during the live stream, for those who are not aware of how a lot of black people think and navigate, I've had conversations with black people. I've heard black people speak on adoption, and some feel that white people should not adopt black children. People are entitled to their opinion. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like it. Because as I said, a lot of people have opinions about a lot of things. You know, let's just keep it real. A lot of people don't even believe that black and white people should even be mixing. So I don't know why everybody's getting their panties all up in a knot because some black people don't feel it's appropriate for white people to adopt black children. Come on now. You have black people who don't want to mix with white folks in relationships or personally. Vice versa. There's white people who don't want to hang with black people and they don't want white and black people dating, making children. So I found it funny that somebody would get upset over the poll. Don't act like you new to this. You know damn well there are white people who don't care for black people and black people who don't care for white people. Just stop the bullshit. So you should damn well know they will feel the same about adoption. Well, what's the difference? It ain't. Yes, they did. And that's the sad part of the story, besides the abuse of the children, is that somebody probably knew, didn't want to say anything for whatever reason, because you find this out all the time. Children Don't know if they ever went to school. See, there's 1,000 questions you can ask with this case. Did the kids ever go to school? Did they ever go to public school? Did they homeschool the children? Who knew that the children were being abused? Have they had access to other children? Were they ever foster parents? Do they have black friends? The church they go to, what do the church people know? Is it all white church, mixed church? Do they fraternize with black people? See, you got 1,000 questions you can ask pertaining to this dirty couple. I mean 1,000 questions. And it's no telling what the answers are going to be. But I can say this couple don't have no business with black children or nobody's child. Now, are you happy? The Queen has said it. They don't need anybody's kid. They don't need children, period. They don't need pets. Because they're disgusting. Thank you for those who follow this network and understand how the Queen navigates on this channel. A lot of people don't know how to navigate. That's why they're always getting, riled up over absolutely nothing. Because they don't follow my content and they don't know how I navigate over here. I could say the same thing. I could say you're racist. I could say you're racist just because I say something you don't like. So then you say, she's racist. Why? Because I don't agree with you. So I'm racist. That's basically what I could say. Hey, I can make the same claim. Well, you're racist. You're racist because a black woman won't agree with what you're saying about whatever. Well, I mean, what's the difference? It's the same thing. You say something I don't like, then you can say, oh, well, you don't like what I said. Oh, you're racist. Get serious. All the times I sit here and talk, most of the people in my chat are white. Most of my subscribers are white. You sound stupid. The panel is open if you want to come up here and discuss these cases out of Tennessee, Department of Human Services, allegations of them abusing the children in the facilities, a case out of Knox County where a father is suing for his child being out of school so much. He's suing the Department of Education, Knox County schools for not aiding his child properly who has developmental disabilities. And also this crazy case out of West Virginia, a white couple who obviously have an open case back in Washington State. They moved to West Virginia, have two properties. They were trying to sell them while being indicted for these charges. The judge has called them on fraud. They didn't, I guess, reveal their financial status. They were asking for a public defender when they have the means to hire an attorney. And also, as I said, a total of 16 counts against these said black children they adopted. Don't know where all the children are, if any of them are legally grown now. This is just a disgusting situation. Horrible it's not even an appropriate word to use. This is atrocious. Because, as I said before, you can only judge this story according to you. You are not the children. Because in the end, it's the children who are suffering and have to deal with how they were treated by this white couple. So what you think really don't matter. Your opinion is null and void. You're not the children. You're not the children who are in the system and dealing with trauma and God knows what else they came from. And then they're sitting here going into the house with these white people thinking these white people are going to take care of them. And now they're probably in the same system that put them in with the white people. So you can't say how anything should go or how the children should feel. You can't tell those kids how to feel. You're not in their shoes. And as I said, this could cause these children to be racist themselves because of how they were treated by this white couple. That's the point. The chaos breeds chaos. Thank you, Sophie. Well, Janet, that's the whole point. It's that you can't learn from anything by assuming. You know, I've seen this time and time again on this network. I can ask a question and somebody's offended by the question. Why? It could be about a white person. It could be about a black person. It's always a complaint. Now I ask this question. Oh, what's the problem? Oh, you're racist. No, I'm not racist. I can give my opinion. And they might decide that maybe some white people don't need to adopt black children. You know, they got laws about so much nowadays. I can see them DHS officers saying, well, we've got this severe case here in West Virginia, Washington. We're going over state lines. Maybe it's not a good idea to let white people adopt black children or Hispanic children or wherever they're from. Maybe they don't need. Maybe they don't really know anything about being black. They ain't gonna try to learn. Should we take the risk of giving them a black kid? And I do think people need to acknowledge that. Because anybody can go sit in front of a desk and say, oh, I love kids. I'll be a great mother, foster dad. Or I'd love kids. I can't have kids. And then do all that whining and crying and get the kids to only take them home to use them, abuse them, have sex with them, all kind of crazy nonsense. Because it happens every day. Yeah. Racist Angela knows that white people abuse white children. Black people abuse black children. Hispanics abuse Hispanic children. I know this already. But you are not in the children's predicament. And that's the point of the story. You are not these kids, and you don't know what is going on in the minds of these children. And it's obvious, right? We don't have enough families, exactly, for the children going through the foster care system. That is the problem. That's why we had the children sleeping on the floor in the DHS office in Nashville. Now we've got allegations of the children being abused in the facilities. I don't know if it's group homes or detention homes. They didn't specify, but it's a problem. Disabled children, regular children. It's an epidemic. Children assaulting children. Because these children are ill mentally, physically. Stuff wrong with these kids. And I don't think their issues are getting addressed. So nobody's paying attention. Nobody cares. It's just a bunch of paper shuffling. And the children are hurting each other. The children are hurting the staff. The adults are hurting the children. It's just a vicious cycle of abuse. And somebody has got to step in the gap for these kids. And I don't care what color they are. Somebody needs to step in the gap for our children. And thank you all in the chat for those who follow this network, who understand where the queen is coming from. Because as we say in the street, what is understood needs no explanation. You don't understand something, just say you don't understand it. But don't call me a racist because I asked a question on my own channel. This is my channel. I can ask anything I want to ask up here. There's a couple missing from Georgia. The last ping is putting the lady's car in Cosby, Tennessee. Oh Lord, it's a very wicked story. They're missing from Georgia. Hinesville, Georgia. The girl is, I believe, deemed suicidal. She saw the ex-boyfriend on a date. And she went ham, followed him around the parking lot in a car, keyed his car up. The mother is hoping for the best for her son. They're both firefighters, but I believe her job is in jeopardy because of her arrest for, stalking a young man and keying up his car. Well, right now they're missing. And her car pinged last up here in Tennessee. Now, Cosby, Tennessee sits, I guess, right near the edge of the Smoky Mountains. So she's about, Cosby's about 45 minutes from where I am, Knoxville. I'm hoping for the best, but God knows it just sounds bad. Really, really bad. She's known to have some mental issues, this young lady. And obviously he got in the car to try to talk to her, which I don't think he should have done. He should not have gotten in that car with her. And now both of them are currently missing. And as I said before, they come out of Georgia, both allegedly firefighters. All this took place, I think, the 20th of June. And they have not been seen or heard from. Oh, God. I just don't know what to say. Guess he was trying to be nice. This is just bad. The next live stream I'm going to bring you some information pertaining to the Idaho 4. Was one of the girls the target of Brian C. Kohlberger. That trial is going to start next year, 25, which is BS. I don't know why they're waiting so long to get this trial on board. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Another update I have is Alec Baldwin's manslaughter charge for rush shooting won't be dismissed, says the judge. I believe they were saying that Maddie was the object of the target for Mr. Brian Kohlberger. I'll bring you that update later. Let's talk about some old Tennessee nonsense. I'm going to put this poll up. Let's see who gets mad at this question, since everybody's getting angry. Janet said, can't offend those of us that grew up in the 70s. So funny. Well, Sophie, I'm sure they do all those home visits. They do your criminal background. They do all of that. But that's the point. It's like anybody. Anybody can go right now and apply for a job, right? And they give you that damn survey. You know that survey I'm talking about, where they ask you 1,001 damn questions. You know not to answer those questions negatively, such as, do you believe it's wrong to steal from your company? Well, you know not to check the box, yes. You see your coworker stealing, do you report it? Yes, A. B, no. You know not to say, no, I ain't going to report my coworker stealing. So those surveys for jobs, military, police, becoming a foster parent, adoptive parent, they're all the same. You know not to say anything negative on those surveys and polls and questionnaires. So think about all the people who became police officers, firefighters, jobs at the state house, at the courthouse, clerks. It's all the same. They all took those same damn questionnaires and they answered those questions according to what is expected. Does not mean they feel that way. You know that just from all the stuff you see here on True Crime. The clerk stealing money, the doctoring documents, throwing documents away, all type of crazy stuff. You think they didn't take a questionnaire? You know they did. So foster parent, adoptive parents, same thing. I'm just going to put on here what is expected of me. That does not mean I feel that way. Thank you, Scott. Okay, let's talk about some Tennessee news. Supreme Court weighs in on homelessness. So I'm going to ask the people in the chat, do you think it should be a crime for a homeless person to be sleeping on the street? Lord have mercy. Hold on. Ha, Janet. Janet says those surveys encourage people to lie. Why you say that?
The U.S. Supreme Court affirms a new Tennessee law that makes it illegal to camp on public property, and that includes sleeping outside under bridges and overpasses. Fox 17 News' Kylie Walker digging into what this means for Music City, because advocates here have been calling on people to make change like this for years, I should say.
Well, some feel this criminalizes homelessness and could make the issues even worse. Others feel the Supreme Court decision could act as a deterrent for those living on the streets. In a 6-3 decision by the High Court, cities can now enforce bans on people sleeping and camping in public places. This overturned a California appeals court ruling that found that such laws are too harsh.
The decision today was shameful.
The ruling bringing in mixed emotions.
Punishing people for doing what they need to survive is fundamentally unjust and will never solve homelessness.
Jesse Rabinowitz with the National Homelessness Law Center says finding folks or putting them in jail will only make it harder for them to find a place to live.
The Supreme Court decision was huge today because that was one of the big reasons why we couldn't get our camp closed in Hermitage. We couldn't get people into housing. We had to let it continue to grow. We had to let people continue to die from overdoses.
Longtime community advocate in Hermitage, Brittany McCann, considers this high court ruling a win.
We've tried the experiment of, is living on public land okay? With no plumbing, no toilets, no hygiene, and it wasn't.
And while Tennessee lawmakers passed the bill in 2022 making it a Class E felony to camp on state-owned property, today we asked the mayor's office what they plan to enforce citywide following the Supreme Court decision. They sent us a statement that says their goal is to ensure housing and services are available.
What I know about our community is we're resilient.
The homeless crisis is such a problem in Nashville that the city has its own division to tackle these issues. April Calvin with the Office of Homeless Services says they'll use this ruling to fight for more housing solutions.
And what I know about our mayor and our local government is that they're solutions-based.
April Calvin.
And we also reach out to the DA's office to ask if they plan on enforcing this. The office says that General Funk does not prosecute homelessness, but every case is different and will be reviewed thoroughly. For now, reporting downtown, Kylie Walker.
All right, and I want to say too, where they filmed this news story is right in the general area matter of fact, where Riley Strain went missing under that bridge. So interesting that would be shown for this broadcast. I'm going to go to my community page and put up the question about the homelessness. Feel free to take the poll. See how you all weigh. Let's see who cries over this question. Jesus Christ. We'll just say if homeless. All right, everybody. You all have you go over here and take this poll. I don't think I reword that. Let me see. Hold on a second. Wait 1 second. I'll say to punish homeless. All right. Weigh in. You're going to get a few options. You're going to get yes, no, not sure, and don't care. That's my new option, don't care. Because some of you don't care about anything. So I decided to now put that as an option on the post. You have 4 options. Should it be a crime to punish homeless, persons sleeping outside on public property? Take the poll. Hello, Trio. Right, luminous, exactly. You don't like the poll? Just keep going. It's no big deal. These people make a big deal out of everything. So how do y'all feel about that? Arresting the homeless for sleeping outside on public property. Take the poll or comment in the chat. Yes or no? Do you feel like it should be a law? This is a new Tennessee law. I brought y'all this information about 2 months ago of all these new laws we have in Tennessee. The LGBTQ law of outing your child in school. If your child comes to school and say, I'm Johnny, but it's a Janita, they have the right to call the parent to let you know that your child is in the school perpetrating to be another sex. So that's a law on the books. That bathroom laws on the books about, putting a sign up to say we have different people use the same restrooms. Some businesses in Nashville don't want that because they didn't want the trouble. Now we have this new law. But as you heard the reporter saying, somebody is saying from the police department, we don't really want to arrest people. But then that's another problem. Now you're going to have a bunch of homeless people in jail. Now you got to feed them, clothe them. Taxpayers, that's more money. The taxes to house a homeless person. But what is the remedy? Because the thing about it is, there are a lot of people who are homeless. They don't want an apartment. They don't want a house. So this is where we have the problem. See, you can bitch and complain about this too. Oh, they're homeless. Oh, I don't want them out there. I don't want to step over them. They're messing up the value of my neighborhood. Blah, blah, blah. Well, the flip side is a lot of people who are homeless don't want help. I see it all the time where I live. You could offer help. You could tell them where to go to apply for help. And they're always got an excuse, some of the people. So that tells me you don't want a place to live. And I say, I can't tell somebody they should go out here and try to get help to find a place to live. That's on him or her. But the flip side is people do have a right to say they don't want to step over you going into Starbucks. They don't want you out there begging and bumming and jumping in front of them when they go catch the train, the bus. That is our right. I'm sorry you're out here homeless. But the flip side is some people like being homeless. I've met people who like being homeless. So that's why you can't judge every situation the same. Take the poll. Take the poll, everybody. Supreme Court has ruled it illegal in Tennessee. You can go to jail. Let's now go to Oklahoma to see what they have to say about homelessness. Lord have mercy. It's about to get ugly.
Customers, our clientele, our businesses.
Every time, bunch of people, homeless people are sitting there under the bridge, everywhere around this store.
The Supreme Court has cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping in public places. These two Tucsonans both tell us they welcome tighter restrictions.
They start to stealing, they start to asking money with the customer over there. We chase them, they just gonna yell at us. They fight with us.
They continuously will go into the businesses and steal. They'll ask for our customers for money, food, water. They'll even sit here and do their drugs.
While we were talking, Cynthia Ramirez butted in.
I lost my house. That's why I'm homeless. But I'm not in the stores right there doing what you're saying.
She wanted to speak for people experiencing homelessness who have stories similar to hers.
I told myself I'm not going to be out here longer than 2 months, and it's been 9 months now. Everybody has a different story to say. But there is some of us that are, we're good people. We're just in circumstances that, things happen sometimes, life.
She says punishing people living on the street is not the answer.
That's going to harm everybody that's out here. What are they going to do now? They're going to be breaking into the motels and things like that because they're going to need somewhere to stay. They're going to be breaking into the homes and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
All the abandoned places. So they're just going to make a bigger problem out of this if they stop everybody from sleeping out here.
Pima County officials agree. They sent a statement saying in part, quote, "We cannot arrest our way out of the problem, and simply being unhoused is not a crime."
Thank you. And for more of a breakdown on this decision, we want to bring in political analyst and clinical professor of law at Loyola Marymount University, Jessica Levinson. Jessica, thank you for being with us today. What does today's ruling mean for LA County?
Well, exactly as Ted Chen says, it means that there's another tool that Los Angeles County or city can use if it wants to. The court said is that cities, counties, states can use these anti-camping ordinances to tell people, even when there's not an available bed, that you have to move along. And if you don't, then we can fine you. And potentially at the end of the road, there could even be jail time. So that's in part why Governor Newsom filed an amicus brief supporting the position that the Supreme Court ultimately adopted, because he wants this to be one of the tools available to lawmakers.
Professor Levinson, we know that LA County will pretty much not follow these rules now, but what about those other cities?
Yes, a lot of people arrested
that do follow these anti-camping laws. What punishments could they face, could the unhoused face in those cities?
So I still don't read this decision to say something like, if you sleep on the street, then you can be subject to 20 years in jail.
Wow.
Or you could be subject
Supreme
to,
Court
this
law.
is a hyperbolic example, but the death penalty. What the court was saying today is based on the ordinance that was in Grants Pass, Oregon, which said first that you have a fine, then you are subject to saying that you are trespassing in an area, and then you can be put in jail. That type of punishment scheme is acceptable. So the Eighth Amendment still says you can't have a punishment that's totally disproportionate to the conduct, but it does allow for punishment of this type of conduct.
And Professor, we know they're concerned that some cities in LA County may use this decision to implement anti-camping laws, while others may not.
Anti-camping. Never heard that word before.
That's the case if this law is not, distributed evenly.
Well, I mean, I think then just as a matter of common sense that people who are unhoused would move into areas where the anti-camping ordinances are not being used. Now, again, this is assuming kind of a world where this is the only issue at play, because people also want to move to places where there is shelter or housing. But all things being equal, if you are going to be punished for sleeping on the street in one area and not in the other, then I think it makes sense as to where you would move.
Professor, in your view, do anti-camping laws ultimately help or hurt the homeless crisis?
This is a really difficult question, and Justice Sonia Sotomayor in her dissent says they absolutely do not. She said, we're punishing people for the biological need of sleeping. We're forcing people to stay awake, not to use bedding, not to use pillows. And she said that is not just immoral, that is unconstitutional. Ultimately, what the majority of the court said is it's up to lawmakers. It's up to those who set the policy to determine whether or not they want to do this, but it's not going to be a constitutional bar.
All right, Professor Jessica Levinson, thank you so much for your time and your input.
Thank you.
All right, so it's a Supreme Court law. So now we got to go back in. Let me look at that question I asked you guys just now. Good God Almighty. I said, should it be a crime to punish homeless person sleeping outside? Okay, so that's the same question. Okay. 6 votes. 33% yes, 67% no, not sure, 0%. Don't care, 0%. Only 6 of you have voted. Let me put up here. Matter of fact, let me make sure I put Supreme, because some people definitely cannot follow instructions when you put up these polls. I'm just going to put new Supreme Court law underneath the video. So this is a new law by the Supreme Court. It wasn't just Tennessee. Okay, so no sleeping outside, everyone. Wow, 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 wow. So what's going to happen? Because I don't know what the remedy is going to be. First a fine, then what? Give you a fine? You're homeless. What does a fine mean when you're homeless? You understand what I'm saying? Let's keep it real. You got a fine, but you're homeless. Do you really care about a fine for sleeping outside or jaywalking? Hey, I don't have anywhere to live. I don't have a car. I don't have a job. What do I care about a fine? So what? I move around place to place. Ding, 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 ding. So then who's going to implement looking for you after you give them the fine? This is not going to work. I get it. I agree. No one needs to be sleeping on public property, stairways, doorways. I get it. You don't even want them in the parks. That takes away enjoyment for people that want to go to the park, walk their dog, take their children. Because naturally, you got to watch your children and pets anyway. But, it's just vagrant people walking by. You just want to be careful, period. Whether you have children, don't have children, you do need to be aware of your surroundings anyway. And yes, we have a lot of craziness with squatters. There are no laws against people to protect their own homes and apartments. It's just jacked up. I can tell you the truth. You have more leniency on getting someone out of your apartment versus owning a house. Because like right now, you rent somewhere. Well, you can easily go tell the people in the rental office, hey, there's this guy, girl in here. They won't leave, won't get out. Oh, I think they can get them out quicker than you having a house and you calling 911 to say, hey, there's a guy in my house. He won't leave. Whether he walked in squatting or he was staying there and you rented him a room or let him stay there. But in apartments, you can easily get people out of apartments quicker. Way quicker than if you were a homeowner. Why that is, I do not know. Not to mention, a lot of the jails are understaffed, overcrowded. So where are they going to put these people arrested for homelessness? That makes it, I don't know. That's why I put the poll up. Take the poll. Take the poll. Because this is going to be a problem. They're already homeless. They don't have anything of their own. So what does it matter about a citation? I don't have anything. So what? You write me 5 citations. So what? You expect me to go into court and show up and I'm homeless? I mean, come on. Let's use common sense. Who's going to show up to court? You know what I'm saying? They're homeless. It's crazy. Oh, Lord have mercy. Luminous, you have something you'd like to add to this conversation? You and Gigi. Let's get some opinions around here. Almost 2 hours into this live stream. Make it count. Give your opinion. What's going to be the end result for this homeless epidemic in America? We need some stricter laws for the squatting as well. And how do you feel about these situations with developmentally delayed children in the court systems, DHS, schoolhouses? We need more of everything, it looks like to me. More school teachers, more counselors, more protocol, more involvement from parents with their children, more resources, therapy sessions, counselors. We got a damn epidemic in this country about everything. There's not really nothing that's going on where it's just not an abundance of a problem. What do you mean, are you blocked? Don't come here starting that. Don't y'all start that. I can't speak on anything about anybody being blocked. I don't know. I had an issue yesterday with Seth. It's got blocked by mistake, so I have no idea. Well, some of you get blocked because y'all be doing some crazy shit in the chat, changing your names and shit, and expect somebody to know who you are. I mean, come on, let's be serious now. One person, they've changed their name while in the chat, and we're just looking like, okay, really? And we're supposed to know who you are? Just people are doing a lot of crazy stuff lately. I'm not a mind reader. And you can't expect these mods to know who you are. The mods are new. Build them tiny homes in their own tiny village. Well, Ginger, I don't know about that. Drugs, economy, criminal element, etc. Well, Trishy, hit the link. Give your opinion. Just give your opinion. Yeah, damn, I don't even know who you are. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who you are. I'm telling you, the people change their names every other week. I'm telling you, I watched somebody do it yesterday, and I was just sitting there like, what the hell's going on here? He was in the chat talking, And the next thing I know, I looked up his picture. He had a different name. And I thought, why are you changing your name in the middle of a live stream? It's crazy. Yes, Gigi, we do need more affordable housing. Knoxville is trying their best, but this is just crazy. You know how long it takes to build a building? 50 units, 60 unit, depending on how many apartments you're trying to make. Man, you're talking about a year or more. We need housing like ASAP right here in Knoxville, Knox County, Anderson, Blount, all these little small counties. Every county probably could use at least 5 or 6 apartment complexes. Whether the counties are small or not, we have an influx of people who have moved here from California, Washington State, Arizona. We're overcrowding now. There's nowhere for anybody to live. Everybody needs a place to live. And what's sad is people have apartments and they can't even do right to try to keep them. Acting a fool, acting a donkey's ass, just, causing problems for other people. But it just shows you how ungrateful people are. You get a place to live and you want to go in there and terrorize everybody else. And it's like, well, what are you doing here? Hey, go live in the street. It's free out there. Go out there and live. See how you feel when you ain't got no running water, no toilet, no bath water, can't make a cup of coffee. You might change your mind, might change your attitude. That's what I'm trying to explain to people. If you have never dealt with homeless people, you don't know how they navigate. You don't know how they navigate. That's why I always tell people, when Queen gives her opinion, she gives it from experience, not assumption. Not assumption. I have lived around all types of people. You'd be surprised the people who are homeless. They don't want the fucking help. Always got a fucking excuse. I don't know how many people I've talked to since March that were homeless, about to be homeless. You could go give them the number to the places to call for the help, this and that. They're giving you excuses while you're talking to them. Well, blah, blah. Okay, then why are you talking about you need a place to live? What do you want, some money? You want me to give you the money? Just say you want me to give you the money. Don't cry, hey, I'm sleeping in my car, I'm going through this. That's just like, okay, recently, while I was in transition this past 2 months, I met a lady at the laundromat who was homeless, sleeping in her car. We exchanged numbers. I told her to call me if she ever needed anything, blah, blah, blah. Well, I get moved. I call her to check on her to see if she got moved because she was supposed to get to her apartment May 1st. She told me she was in a shelter on the east side of Knoxville, okay? So I thought, oh, okay, because she said she didn't have a birth certificate, so they couldn't process her application without her birth certificate. She knew all of that. Pay attention. You're a 60-plus-year-old lady. You know you got to have a state ID, birth certificate, social security card to rent an apartment. Nobody's going to rent you that without those documents. So the time you're spending sleeping in your car, you had time to go to your storage unit and dig that out. What's the problem? Now, weeks go by in May. I call her. Guess what? Phone disconnected. I'm going to let that sit right there. Phone disconnected. So the first thing I thought was, well, why is her phone disconnected? I know she draws a social security check or a disability check. She has a little card. She was keeping her stuff in her car. And I know she needs her phone because she has a granddaughter. And that day I talked to her when she was at the shelter or wherever, she said she had to get off the phone with me because she had to go keep her granddaughter, which I thought was strange. I know damn well you ain't about to keep that little girl in no damn shelter because they wouldn't allow that, I don't think. And then I was kind of pissed off too because I thought it was fucked up that she had a daughter who wouldn't even let her mother stay at her house. But it's okay to let her keep your kid? See, that didn't make any sense, but I didn't say anything. I was just listening. I'm not there to keep no kid and I'm homeless. That's out. Hey, Queen got some strict ass guidelines. And it ain't that I don't falter on my own damn guidelines, but I'm not keeping your kid and I'm homeless. That is O-U-T, out. I'm good enough to keep your kid or babysit, but I can't sleep on your couch or your floor? So where am I keeping your kid at? I thought that was the craziest conversation. I don't know, maybe she was lying to Queen because she just didn't want to really admit she fucked up and she ain't followed through with the apartment complex or something went wrong. I don't really know, but I just thought the whole conversation was weird. She was supposed to be moving in on the 1st. I call her in May, middle of May. She ain't got the apartment because she ain't got her damn birth certificate, which is just ridiculous. You should have had that out before you moved out the last place. Hey, let me keep my social security card, birth certificate, so I can get a new place. Now, Queen calls her before May's over with. Now the phone's disconnected. I thought, man, Queen, stop getting people's phone numbers. Don't check up. Don't check up on no damn body. Shit, you got your own problems. Hey, and guess what? That's coming from a racist black woman. Ding, 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 ding. And the lady's white. I'm so racist. Jesus Christ. Can't make this stuff up. Yeah, I'm so racist, but I'm concerned about some older white lady sleeping in her car. Jesus, well, man, these people, I'm telling you, people are crazy up here. Yeah, I just thought it was weird. Ding, ring, ring, ring. Sorry, this number you call has been disconnected or no longer in service. I thought, what the hell? Or the number's been changed, and I thought, oh my God, I know she needs a phone. Because she told me, she says, I'm close to my daughter. I want to be around for my grandchildren. So I know she wouldn't go without her phone. But you have to admit it's strange that I think that was maybe a 2-week interval after I talked to her, and then I called her to check on her again. And then it says her phone is off or disconnected or number changed. And I thought, well, you know, I won't try to take it personal against myself. But I said, well, maybe she changed it because you called and checked on her, which that was weird. Why would you change your number if somebody was calling to check on you? I'm not trying to ask you for anything. I'm just checking on you to ask you if you're okay. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Maybe she didn't have enough money to. No, it can't be. If the phone's off, it'll just ring usually. You don't go to voicemail. Every carrier is different. Sometimes you can still get messages on your phone, even when your phone is off, or some companies will still let you text, but your service is turned off, you know, until you pay the bill. So I don't really know. Crazy. They can't pass a background check. Who gonna rent to a known felon? Deb, now Deb, come on. Really? No, I had called the number before, Trish. Help Hell Rider. There are a lot of people who have felonies that have that they rent to. It depends on the apartment complex if they want to rent to you. A lot of people have stuff they've done from years ago. Nobody needs to be held accountable from some shit that happened 20, 30 years ago. Come on now. People change. Don't do that. People change. There are a lot of people out here who got criminal records, misdemeanors and shit, and they got places to live. People do all kind of shit out here. That don't mean they deserve to be ostracized for their entire life because they committed a crime. Wow. Hit the link, Gigi. I give up. I just give up. I'm done. I'm done talking. I'm done. I'm done. Wow. Well, you heard it here live. You heard it here live, everybody. Well, Deb, there are a lot of people walking around that's got records. I mean, I don't know what world you live in. A lot of people got criminal records. Yeah, don't burn the cookies. Jesus, I don't want you catching the house on fire. The link is out. The link is in the chat if you want to join this discussion pertaining to the content of this live stream. We talked about a white couple out of West Virginia who have been charged with 16 counts of abuse to their children, their Black adoptive children. Trial will start in September. this year. We've also touched on homelessness in America. There's a new ban from the Supreme Court that you can get a fine and a criminal arrest for trespassing onto private property, public property, as well. Sleeping. Tennessee lawsuits pertaining to disabled children and DCS. That's what's the content for this live stream. Gigi, what's going on?
Hello, beautiful queen. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good, thank you, baby. Well, let's start with the couple out of West Virginia.
My heart breaks. Yeah. They're evil. They're pure evil. They're pure evil, and I hope that they sit in jail a long time, because what they did to those children mentally, Lord have mercy.
Do you think they adopted the children because they were black?
Yes.
Used them. Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And how evil.
Well.
And I know you can't say all of anything, but
yeah, because Queen never said that. It was just a question I asked, but I knew I was going to catch flack because something told me yesterday. Make sure you put it's pertaining to an article. And they just, two people lost their minds, and then you got this stupid ass woman talking about, I knew you're a racist, that's why I unsubscribed. Oh, so you unsubscribed because I was a racist when? Yesterday? 2 days ago? You sound stupid.
Because you took what I said as racist. That's your interpretation.
It's just a question. But just because somebody asks a question, it does not mean that I'm identifying either way pertaining to the question. I ask questions about everything I talk about on this network. I'm not, like I tell people, I'm not your average YouTuber. I just don't sit up and go live for hours and just twiddle my thumbs and let you all talk in the chat. I ask you questions. If I see something in the chat that strikes me strange or peculiar, I'll ask you, what do you mean? Why would I not do that?
So I guess I'm a racist too, because I don't think white people need to be taking on these black kids if they aren't prepared.
And tell us why. I'm glad you hit the link. I'm glad you're saying this. Now, whether I agree with you or not, that's my business. You tell me why you think white people, as a white woman, shouldn't adopt black children.
I could not give a black child their culture and their care.
Okay.
The way that I think no more than a black person could give me my culture and my care.
So you don't think a black person should adopt a white child?
No, I don't think. Let me tell you, if it came down to it and this child, no matter what color they was, and they needed a home and they had been abused and somebody was willing to teach them and love them, yeah. But I don't think white people know how to take care of black children.
Interesting. Okay.
Just because you talk ghetto does not mean you're a black girl.
Oh, look, damn. GG.
Well, it doesn't make you a black girl. What do you know about taking care of that little girl's hair?
Now,
what do you know about taking care of
somebody? Now, look. Now we're gonna say that's a racist comment when you said that talking ghetto.
I guess I am racist then, because I don't think you can teach them about their family and their ancestors and their culture, their food, unless you study this. Or you have some black family and friends that can help you and say, look, Gigi, we're going to help you raise this little black girl because she needs a home.
Okay.
But I don't think a lot of white people go into it with that attitude.
I don't think they do either.
And I think these people went into it with an evil attitude.
Oh, they did. Yeah, they did. That because guess what? They already got a case in Washington State, and they've crossed state lines, and you've carried those kids from all the way from Washington all the way to West Virginia. That's a long way to be running from the law.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I think that they're probably deep inside, there's some of the evil of racists that we could probably meet on this earth.
I'm sure. And usually people like that have that attitude, they don't like white people either.
That's right. That's right. Especially white people that mingle with black people.
Oh, well, yeah.
But I think they had a purpose here, and I think
they went to church. Look, them racists went to church.
That's where most of them are at.
I know. Well, see, I've lived around white people most of my adult life. So I have been around white people. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't have a problem particularly with white people. You know what problem I have? I just have a problem with motherfuckers that don't got no sense.
That's me. That's
So
me.
it doesn't matter if you Jewish, you Arabic, and I will say this on the live. And if somebody wants to unsubscribe, cool. There's a lot of things that white people do that I find odd, but I know that there's shit that black people do that is odd. But that's the whole point. We all navigate differently.
Exactly, and evil doesn't discriminate. It don't say, you know what? I'm a white woman. All white women are going to be evil. That's not how that works.
So let's go here. Do you believe, because we're going to go here now, you open Pandora's box. Do you believe black and white people should date and marry?
I do.
I was shocked. I thought you was going to say no.
No, I do. And I only say that because I just think they should. Because when you meet somebody and you, like you were talking about the other day, when you just know you got a click with them, you know what I mean?
Oh, vibe, yeah.
A vibe. And, you know, if I met a black man, I don't care. I wouldn't be looking at his skin color. And I fell in love, I'd be like, I don't care. I just don't care.
Okay, so now I'm getting ready to mess with you, Gigi. Think about what you just said. Okay. You would date a black man, marry a black man. Well, what would you do with his black children? It's time to comb their hair.
Oh, let me tell you what, Grandma and him and his brothers and sisters, I'd be like, y'all, I done messed up. I got this black baby. I love to death. I can't take care of her. How do I get rid of this ashy skin? Help me.
Oh, my God. Oh, now she's talking about ashy skin. Now, you do sound racist now, Gigi. Damn.
Well, my girlfriend, she gets the ashy skin, and she puts oils on. I'm like, just use some lotion. And she's like, yeah.
But guess what? You white folks ashy, too.
Yeah, and I use lotion, but my girlfriend's black, and she uses oil because if she uses lotion, it don't last long.
I can't fool with this white woman here.
It's different. It's just different. Our skin's texture's different. But listen,
but you get what I'm saying. But you get what I'm saying.
House every week, and I'd be like, now show me how to cook fresh turnips and stuff that my baby's going to
But look at here. But Gigi, I'm a black woman, and I ain't cooking no turnip greens. I don't do none of that alleged ethnic cooking, okay? Queen don't do turnip greens, cornbread, pinto beans, black-eyed peas. You ain't getting ready to have none of that on top of my stove, heating up my house and about to blow me up out of here. I just don't do that type of cooking.
I'm a black girl, and I love that. I love that cooking.
And guess what? I'm the type, I don't like cooking. It's just a nervous thing I get. I hate standing watching shit boil. You understand?
I love it. I fried some squash this morning, fresh out of the garden.
Fried white girl fried.
I love fried chicken. I love turnip greens. I love collard greens and turnip greens mix. I love the turnip.
Well,
but I had to have somebody teach me all this.
Listen, we got two racists up here on the panel together. A racist white woman and a racist black woman.
White people don't know how to freaking cook, okay?
Oh, Jesus, I can't. But I'm saying, when I was growing up, my grandmother was very cheap. Some people use the word frugal, but I say cheap. She cooked the same thing over and over. She had me cook every day. So I think that when I became grown, I don't know, it was just something about standing over a stove. I just couldn't bring myself to do it anymore because I did it so much for a few years. The same thing, same biscuit, same chicken every day. I was just like, fuck this bird. So now, when I got older, I could not fry chicken worth a lick. Can you believe that? I could not.
Oh my gosh.
I cannot fry chicken. I cannot fry chicken. No.
My daughters are always calling me and saying, Mama, how do I fry this chicken? Because they know I can fry some chicken legs. Now, I'm going to tell you.
I can't fry no chicken. That chicken will get up out that stove, that pot, and say, the hell with this.
I just love home cooking. I just
don't have the patience. That's what my problem is.
And a lot of white people don't know how to cook like that. And I think it's a black culture to have some of those foods. And to say, hey, this is what your great-great-great-great-grandfather was eating, He loved it, turnip greens and fried fatback. I mean,
Oh, my God. She said fried fatback.
I like the culture. I like the culture.
Okay.
But I don't think all white people can give black children their culture.
Okay.
Teach them about black history, not what they learned in school, what they were indoctrinated with.
Okay. But you do know there are black people who do not eat those type of foods. So that's what I'm trying to explain.
I do. And there's black people out here
that not eat fatback and turnip greens. They
I
eat
get that.
Stereotypical, what we would say, white folks' food: green leafy vegetables and baked chicken. You understand what I'm saying?
There's a lot of people these days that don't cook. Period. Don't know how to cook.
Well, there you have it, right there.
And they ain't raising their kids at the table. They're raising them at McDonald's drive-thru.
Kat said that's what KFC is for. Well, and that's what we're saying is that no matter how you raise, it's up to you how you decide to navigate as a person, no matter what your race is. And so you got people who are black don't cook. You got people who are white don't cook. We have a lot of Southern white people here. You know, I live in the South. The white people cook a lot. They'll, you know, whatever it is they're cooking, they'll say, "Well, I gotta make dinner." And then you got some white people who, yes, they eat out a lot. You got black people who eat out a lot. Mexicans who eat out a lot. It's all the same. It's what you want to do.
Yeah. I have my sister that's a Muslim I told you about. She don't like to cook.
Hey,
she eats out every day.
Here come my Canadian husband. I should know he brought his ass up here. I come home every day and cook usually. Okay.
I like to cook. On Sunday,
and you right next door to me.
I think we're about 7 hours away. I'm in the center of North Carolina.
Oh, you way up. Okay, yeah, you way up there. Oh, you wait a minute. You were supposed to be up there with the rich North Carolinians.
No, we're poor.
Where they at?
I'm down here in Randleman, and we are redneck Randleman.
Oh shit! I thought. Oh, you ain't up there near where Charlotte.
No, that's the rich people. Yeah, they up there.
You ain't with the rich white folk.
I'm over here in Randleman.
Over there, they ain't eating no fatback.
They ain't eating no fatback. They eating at the cabaret.
They ain't eating no damn fatback.
They going on cruises, flying on airplanes, eating at the cabaret.
And going missing down there in the Bahamas.
Exactly.
Exactly what they doing. Okay.
I just hang out here on the little Randleman Lake and fish and eat and live off the land.
Okay, so let's get serious. So, you don't think that white people should adopt the black children?
I don't.
Okay.
I think because of people like this, and like I said, I'm not going to say all, but this could happen again and again and again. I could see a pattern because there's a lot of evil out here in this world.
Okay. I think it's terrible because no matter the race of the children, anybody with sense should know it ain't about the race. It's the fact that they've done it God knows how long, and they've traveled, you understand what I'm saying, from state to state to state, running away from that problem, and then they bring their little nasty asses all the way down to West Virginia. And I almost think they chose West Virginia for this reason, because they know, drum roll, there are not a lot of black people in West Virginia.
Exactly.
I've done research on West Virginia before for something else I was talking about years ago. And I met this black guy. He used to work in my apartment complex years ago. He had said he was from West Virginia. And so I went and, did a little research. There's only one little area, Charleston, I think, that has maybe a black population. The West of Virginia is all white people. I think they chose West Virginia deliberately.
You could be right about that. I didn't even think about it, but
they chose that. They knew it was an all-white state. Most states in America are all white, but that's a really small state, West Virginia. They knew there wasn't no black people down there. They knew exactly what they were doing.
They knew, yeah. It's horrible, and it makes me wonder how many more people have done it that we don't know about that are getting by with it.
Hey, guess what? You see what I read you. They had to break in that audio. They had to break into the shed. The police had to break into the shed. So I said maybe the shed was locked from the outside. It wouldn't have mattered about having a key on the inside if the damn doors are locked outside.
Yeah, they couldn't get out.
Oh, man.
That's torture.
No food, no water, no toilet.
And that big old house sitting there.
They said they smelled, the children smelled. Man.
Years of mental abuse.
Yeah.
I mean, how do they even get help for these kids? Or do they just get put in, like you said, back into the system?
They're back into foster care. And you know what's going to be sad is what I just said. Those two were teenagers that were found in the shed. So they're probably grown now. This happened a year or so ago when they busted into the shed. So we're talking about probably at least a 17, 18-year-old now. That means they get pushed out to the world with no guidance, nobody to care for them, and they coming out of a situation of being held hostage in a shed by these white people. Now you want them to walk out here in the world and navigate on their own. Now you think about that for just a second.
That's horrible.
It is horrible. And that's what people don't know about foster care. You're sending these children out into the world at 18 or 21, depending on the situation of where they're staying. And now they're being pushed out into a world that they know nothing about. All they know is what they've been taught and living in all these fucking foster homes and stuff, which is absolutely nothing. And then they go out here and you want them to navigate and act accordingly and be responsible. How are you going to be responsible when you haven't been taught any damn thing?
Anything. Except probably to hate white people.
Well, they probably, and that's what I was trying to explain at the beginning of the live. You can't judge the kids if they decide they don't like white people after what just happened to them. Somebody has got to give them therapy to show them that all white people are not bad.
Because children don't know anything don't work. All the apples in the bag ain't bad. All
what you
this
offended,
ain't
Tracy? Tracy, what you offended for?
Oh Lord, Tracy's offended.
What, Tracy White? Tracy, what you talking about? And Tracy, I saw the picture of your children. You got some nice looking kids. This Tracy said she got biracial children.
I love biracial children. I think they're beautiful.
But but this is just so disgusting because for every reason possible to just go get these kids and use them.
Yeah.
And hold them hostage in a shed. You already know it's hot as hell. West Virginia's been hot.
Yeah.
Well, that was a year ago, but it would have been hot September last year. How long they were in the damn shed, not having no food, no bathroom, no water. Can you imagine what it smelled like in there with no bathroom?
Oh my God, I can't imagine. I can't. Ugh. Bless their heart.
Lord, have mercy, Jesus. They need their asses beat.
They do every day.
They need their asses beat. I'm going to cover the story. I had said I wasn't going to talk about any more children's stories, but I'm going to cover this story when they go to trial September. So I will be making content. Okay, the DCS business here in Tennessee, beating the children, hog tying them, the disabled children, alleged rape of one of the children. One of the children said they got beat up by 30 kids or 30 times. Pepper spray. One black girl or one of the children was sprayed with pepper spray. I don't know if she's black or not, but she got sprayed naked with pepper spray. Remember that? And then one couldn't wipe the pepper spray off. They turned the water off or some shit. This is crazy.
And this is in Tennessee, the same place that investigated Chris and Katie.
Oh God, don't start. Well, they don't tell me where it is. It just says Tennessee. Facilities. So I don't know if it's group homes or if it's like detention. You know, detention centers where send the kids when they act bad.
Right.
So I don't know which one it is.
Well, man, they need to shut them places down. That'd be a start. But
they're disabled children that are brought forward the complaints.
So they house disabled children.
Well, you get all kind of kids in detention centers and group homes. So,
okay, gotcha. Well, you know what? Children with disabilities shouldn't be going to group homes.
Well, where are they supposed to go?
I don't know, but we need somewhere else for them to go. That ain't even where they need to be.
Okay. So you know we have Christian homes, right? I brought you allegations about a case not too long ago up in East Tennessee about a group home and some nasty business. Okay, so what you got to think about this is the state owns group homes. The state owns those detention facilities, okay? So you sending the children to act bad and wayward runaways to the detention center. Okay, then the group home is about similar to. They place those kids there because they ain't got nobody to adopt them or put them in a foster home.
So then they get abused.
Well, they could get abused.
Somebody's abusing children up there. And why aren't these people being held responsible for their actions? Everybody's on camera these days. What the hell?
Well.
Somebody covering the cameras in these places? Or wait a minute, maybe they can't film them because they're juveniles.
Well, you got to have cameras because how are you going to know if they attack a staff member? You're going to have that on camera.
Oh, exactly. What is going on? That is just crazy. That's ludicrous.
Well, it's going on. Now, the guy here in Knox County, suing because his child had been out of school so much, getting suspended, going over here, going over there, all these alternative schools. This boy's been going to all these different alternative schools since the 6th grade, and he's a teenager now, and he's missed a lot of school, getting bused, not getting the appropriate, therapy sessions and different things. How do you feel about that?
So his son is living in the group home.
No, he was suspended and he keeps getting sent to different alternative schools since the 6th grade, and he's missing a lot of school. This is another case. This is Knox County now.
Well, what do you do with these children that just now? Am I in the teacher's defense? They can't teach class with these children that come in and decide they're going to tell you.
And that's why I made that point during the beginning of the live stream. When you don't know what's wrong with the child, that's a problem right there. Now I've got 29 other students to contend with, 28 students. I can't stop what I'm doing to fool with one kid, because that's not the teacher's job.
Well, they think these teachers ought to raise these children. The parents don't care. My sister will sit and call all week, call a child's parent, and they will never return that call.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said at the beginning of the live, this starts at home, because you cannot expect a teacher to rear 27 kids and be their mother, their father, their priest, their rabbi, the nurse. You understand what I'm saying?
You can't.
You can't. You can't devote one class session to one wayward kid. Stop, Johnny. Stop, Johnny. Put that down. Sit down. Put the phone. Come on.
My sister does it all day long here in Guilford County.
It's no way.
All day long.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Me. She's been in fights. They pushed her down the stairs.
See, that's what I'm saying. Oh, God, please stop. But that's what I'm saying. It's that if the children have disabilities, reading, ADHD, autistic, whatever's going on with them, bipolar, that needs to be addressed. So as I said before, all this starts at home. If nobody is rearing the child and contending with the child at the house, you can't expect the teacher to devote all her time to one kid, 2 kids out of a class of at least 30 children.
So the solution to them was to just send them to another one.
Right, and that's exactly what happened. Kept getting in trouble in school, kept getting in trouble. Okay, now we send them to alternative school. Now we go probably back to a regular school, started trouble, send him back to another alternative school. So all they've been doing is sending him to alternative schools for years, which to me is strange, because most school districts will put your ass out completely.
Right.
They're not going to keep going round and round with you every school year. So I found that weird when I read all those different getting put out. Yeah. Reprimand. I found that strange that he was even allowed to even go to schools, period.
That's strange.
Wow.
Because they know his name by now.
Oh, I know they know that. Oh, well, Daddy didn't sue, so I know they know his name.
But I mean, when he come to go back to school, little Tommy wants to come back to school. Nope. Don't want him back.
Yeah.
Not my school district.
The school district needs to come up with a solution about the children when they start acting out, getting the children assessed, getting them diagnosed to see if they have any type of mental disabilities,
and
attitude.
That's a shame, because that should be up to the parents. Okay, we can't go to school and behave, so I can go to work every day. So I'm going to find a place where you can go to school and learn.
Okay, but if your child got a learning disability, listen, if your child has a learning disability, Gigi, you are going to have to find help to assess what's wrong with your child. The child can't do it.
You are. It's the parents' responsibility, though. It's not the schools to say, let's figure out what to do with Johnny. Let's get him to talk to this person, that person. Their mother should be doing that. Daddy should be doing that.
That's why I say all this starts at home. But then they're still going to feel like, well, if the school has some type of criteria that they were supposed to set up for the child, then they're also responsible. You understand what I'm saying? Because they're the liaison with the parents.
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's a two-way street. So that's where the DOE's been sued, that they didn't follow protocol as they had recommended for the child.
Well, then he's got a lawsuit, probably, and he might win it.
Well, he got a lawsuit. All right. New law from the Supreme Court. You cannot sleep outside on public property. Should that have been a law? And should they be get a fine and or arrested? Excuse me.
I used to say yes. I used to say just lock them all up, but that is not the solution.
Okay.
I think it's going to create more of a problem. Think about Mary sleeping in her car. Now she gets locked up. She gets locked up on a Friday, so she ain't coming out till Monday. So that's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. She's got to pay for tow storage on her car. So now Mary don't only not have a place to live, but she ain't got a car because she can't pay that. So I think and then they got to go to court. Like you said, they got to go to court. You can't afford them court fees, and how you gonna get to court? And I mean, I think it's creating more trouble for these homeless people.
So let's go here. The child, see, Mama all off. I need some more coffee. The grown up, see, this is, I don't know where to take this. Okay, so we're going to first give you a fine, right? For sleeping out on the court step or wherever you are. Okay, so how's this going to work? I give you the fine, give you the citation, okay? Are you going to go pay the fine? Probably not.
No, they're not going to pay that fine.
Now I've racked up another fine. Now the police is looking for me. Will the police look for you? See where it goes? It's stair-step. This is not going to work. Okay, like out there in LA, prime example. All of that land from Los Angeles to LA County is vast. We're talking about millions of people, and that's not including the people who are homeless and undocumented citizens. So you're probably talking about, oh my God, so many people, the population of LA, Los Angeles, and LA County. Skid Row downtown. Oh my God, have you seen the pictures, the videos?
Yeah.
Okay, all of that's lined up block for block for block of homeless people. Now imagine walking by, you're going to have to hire an officer just to do that alone, hand out citations for homelessness, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to spend my whole 8-hour shift handing out citations.
Why this guy's down here robbing a bank and shooting people?
Okay, so now
I can't help him.
I come back on the street tomorrow, you're still there, and I give you another citation. So now, do I arrest them after the second citation, or do I give them another citation? Okay, now depending on how many citations I give, where do I go from there? Do I now arrest the person? Okay, now I arrest the person. I'm going to still do that all fucking day. 18 hours a day of doing that. Hunting them down or arresting them because they're back there on the street. So
what's that going to do to our jails? Our already overcrowded jails. What's that going to do to our overcrowded jails?
Oh, that's my point.
Where are you going to put them?
So where do we go? Because now I'm so confused at what I'm saying. What is the remedy? Because I don't see what the remedy is going to be.
There has to be some kind of housing for these people. There's got to be.
So let's talk about that. We know, and I speak from personal experience living here in this town, people do not want housing facilities with homeless people, drug addicts, whatever their problems are, mental living in their neighborhood. As I've told people, I live in a really nice area, but it's still an area that's mixed with, certain incomes. It's mixed. And it's a fucking problem. You can see it's a problem because the people don't want to act right. They don't want to comply with the rules. They don't, they're lottery. They're doing all type of crazy shit. And this is why neighborhoods don't want, rehabs in their neighborhoods. They don't want facilities where people just got out from penitentiary. Okay? They don't want places that house the homeless. So this is the problem we have. You could go get the land. You can go say, I'm going to put this on the structure on the land. But the people in the neighborhood don't want them. They don't even, listen, there's an area, West Knoxville. I live in West, okay? West going out in the county where a lot of people have a little bit of pocket change, okay? They didn't even want a development, and the lowest income would be $50,000.
See, and this is outrageous. And I know this because I've been looking.
$50,000 a year become low income.
I've been looking for a place to live, and the average person, if I didn't have my husband's help, I couldn't make it out there. I'd be living I'd be renting a room.
That is so fucking oppressive to say to a human being, you cannot build this apartment complex because we make more money
than you
do, and you're considered low income. at $50,000 a year. Are you shitting me?
That's where we're at right now.
$50,000 is almost $29 an hour. I computed it. When did $29 an hour become considered low income?
It's not, because people aren't making that around here.
I know they're not. I know. You live next door to me, so I know what people are making. We just started getting paid good at $15 an hour, even though minimum wage is still $7 and a fucking quarter.
Exactly.
Because we can't make it on 10 an hour. You know who pays 10 an hour? Goodwill.
Yep. McDonald's. McDonald's might pay more now.
Exactly. So now what used to be a cute little $1 burger, it's $3, $4 burger.
Because somebody's got to pay for that.
Exactly. So right now, all of us are paying high dollar for basic bullshit in the store. That's just the way it is. The rent is higher now. The gas, the water, light bill is higher now. You're basically paying just to turn the motherfucker on and it be in your damn name.
Exactly. It's terrible. I don't know what.
So I don't have no shame to go in the fucking dollar aisle at the Dollar General. I have no problem going to the Dollar Tree because the stuff is not worth anything. So just like if you buy it at the Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Pottery Barn, it's all the same. It's all bullshit. And nobody gets that. It all comes from China. So you're sitting here breaking your neck to go run to the mall to go spend all this money in Pottery Barn and H&M and Abercrombie and Fitch. It's still cheap.
Yep.
Some kid sold that little skirt that you think is so cute that you want to pay $50 for from, some high dollar ass store out of the mall. The mall is a prime example of bullshit. I noticed that when I went in the mall the other day and I was walking through and I went in the store and I went into, Chico's. Chico has high-end fashion for women. I went in there because I was looking for some costume jewelry. I am not going to give you $34.95 for some beaded bracelet that probably break before I even get it home. Too little for my little wrist, for my wrist. But you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm going to give you $36, $37 for some beads.
Yeah, I'm going to the Dollar General.
But you understand what I'm saying?
I do, and I do
mind treating myself to something. But what I have to tell myself, is it worth the money I'm going to spend for it?
Which is why I loved your the thing about the decluttering and everything and not buying
videos. Anything. Yes,
I have decided I'm not buying anything for this new home except my husband does need a new toilet brush. He ain't taking that thing.
I wouldn't. This is what I tell people all the time. When you get ready to move, to cut down your moving time, you go through everything you own right now, and if it don't look like something you want to put in that new house, trailer, whatever, don't take it. Don't take it. Sit it at the curb. Somebody will pick it up. Call Goodwill, Carm.
Yep.
Call Pookie, Ray, your cousin. Let them come pick it up. I wouldn't take nothing that I know I didn't want. If I say to myself, well, I want a new bedroom suite, I want new furniture, you don't take nothing with you.
Nothing.
You take just the shit you really do need.
Well, I'm excited about it because I've been here 17 years and I have accumulated so much bullshit that I don't need.
Well, I'm telling you what to do with it. Set a table up outside that house, put up a sign, the people will come and they'll buy that stuff. You got to put it at $1. $1, 50 cents, $2, whatever it's worth. If you got some nice purses, okay, you sell them more. You understand what I'm saying? Yep. But the stuff that is hachi-kachi stuff you don't really need, it's worn, put 50 cents, $1 on that stuff. You'll be surprised how quick that stuff will go.
Look, and when I go in the house, because it's really hot here right now, and I get me a fresh glass of iced tea, if they steal it, I'm glad because I ain't got to deal with it. I'm done with all this shit. I'm done with the dust collecting shit. I don't need it.
I'm just saying, Gigi, if you want to make some extra money.
Yeah, I'm going to, but I can't have a yard sale here because this is my only problem. I live on a dead-end street.
Okay.
And there's no traffic down here, only family, and none of these people want my shit.
Okay, well, whatever. Well, I'm just going to tell you what you do.
They gave me.
Well, what you do is you pay somebody, a kid or somebody that needs a few dollars, Go get you some old boxes from a grocery store, liquor store somewhere. Go home, box that stuff up, take it out to the car truck, load it up, and take it and sit it wherever. The thrift store, shelter, whatever. Somebody will use that stuff. If they want that, throw it away.
I have a plan.
Okay.
I took it to the new house, some of it. And my husband took my tables today and some pallets. And I'm going to set up a table in the front yard. It's got perfect traffic. It's got perfect parking.
Okay, well, that's a good idea. Okay, so you got a plan to at least take it to get it sold there.
I have been boxing it up, and I'll put yard sale, kitchen, bedroom, yard sale. And so I'm going to put it all on them tables. And when I sell that, that's what I'm going to buy my window treatments with.
I see. Okay. How about this? Just what come up on my notifications. Girl 8 dies after being left in hot car. North Carolina mother charged with involuntary manslaughter and child abuse. So now, why is she charged? But the case I brought you last week, Indianapolis, they didn't charge that couple for leaving those 2 little babies in the car.
Oh my God.
And it's 125 degrees in the damn car.
Oh my God.
You see what I'm saying about those cases about the hot cars?
So now why is one charged and one isn't?
I don't know.
It's neglect. It's abuse.
Yeah.
It's murder. I mean, they're going to die. You couldn't survive in there.
Well, it's bullshit. Well, it's just like the girl in Knoxville. She left that little boy in the car a couple years ago, and she was able to go work her job down at the damn dermatology place. And I believe that's the same dermatologist that I used to see down in Farragut. And I told myself, when I saw where she worked, I said, wait a minute, this bitch works down here where I used to go see the dermatologist. She was able to keep her job. And I know the dermatologist and his wife, they both, it's a wife and a husband and wife business. I said, well, they must be some really nice people. They let her keep her damn job until she went to court and every damn thing.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
But they wouldn't let her bring her kid into work.
Yeah, the kid goes to school. It was like he go to daycare.
Oh my God.
She had 2 children. She had a daughter and went to elementary school, and she had the little boy went to daycare. She said she forgot that he was back there.
Oh, she forgot.
Yeah.
Because you forget your children, you forget.
Yeah, you take the 2 kids to school every morning, and she forgot.
And you forgot.
She didn't forget because they got her text messages where she's threatening to hurt the kid, telling the baby daddy she's mad because they weren't together. So she was threatening to do something to the little boy even before the little boy was left in the damn car.
Oh, and then she picked the
daughter up. She picked the daughter up from school, and the baby's in the back seat the whole time after she went there and got in there from her job. So you ain't tell me you jumped in your car. You still don't.
No, the baby's in the car.
It's bullshit.
And they let her keep her job because. Bullshit.
So let's get back to this. How's this going to work with the homeless people? Go ahead. Can you see the chat from where you are?
No, but I'll tell you what. They already like to sleep outside. So why don't we do like a huge campground?
GG.
I'm serious. And people could donate like tents and sleeping bags. And of course, somebody's going to have to go up in there and clean all that because they ain't going to clean. They just want to sleep. They don't want to clean.
And see, that's another thing. When you allow the people to sleep in the public places, the parks, the businesses, that's extra work for city workers to have to clean that shit up. Nobody should be littering in the parks. Come on now. You got to have some respect. The park is for us to go and enjoy, ride bicycles, walk the dogs, let the children play. City workers have enough to do already. They don't need to be now cleaning up sheets and pillows and makeshift houses. Come on. Everything. And I'll tell you something else I'm sick of. I'm sick of seeing homeless people with animals.
It's a no. It shouldn't be allowed. That should be an arrestable offense.
Now let me put that on the community page as a question. Let's see who gets mad about that.
They don't need an animal if they ain't got a place to live.
So let's go here. How about finding you if you have an animal?
There you go. Let's say that.
Homeless persons. Okay, with an animal. Oh, they really gonna start cussing.
Oh
my God, you're so horrible.
You're
You're
so
racist.
against
You're
dogs.
racist and not an animal lover. Well, let's be truthful. What have they told you when the weather gets extreme? You should bring your dog or animal inside at 90 degrees or higher, right? So if you're homeless, what are you doing? You're out with a dog all day.
Oh my God, Buckley couldn't do it today. We were moving today, and I'm telling you what, that dog like to have died outside.
That's what the hell I'm saying. That's what the hell I'm saying. So I want to see who gets an attitude at this question on the poll. Because the law says you're supposed to bring your animal in at 90-degree temperature. Same thing in the winter when it gets below freezing. You're supposed to bring your damn animals inside.
So where are they keeping them inside at?
That's my point. Your dog is outside because you're homeless. The dog is out there with you.
Yep.
All right.
It's animal abuse.
Yes. No. Not sure. And don't care. Take the poll, Gigi.
I gotta go to the poll.
You got your computer or laptop with you, or you got both out?
Yeah, I got it all going on.
Okay. Well, can you see the chat from where you are?
Yeah, not right now because I'm on the community page.
Oh, you jumped over. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I got 100 votes so far on the homeless persons sleeping outside on public property. 24% says yes. 62% says no. Not sure. 14% don't care. 0%. I got 2 comments. Plus, I put mine up there. Somebody, Koj says no, especially when you can't provide adequate shelters for them to sleep. Most people are a paycheck away from being homeless. Okay. So, Coco J says no. Well, take the poll, everybody. Should the police find homeless people with animals? It is now a United States law. You cannot sleep on public property. You will get a fine and or arrested. Take the polls. And do not complain under the poll. Because I don't want to hear it. You don't want to answer the poll, don't take it. But I'm not going to listen to any complaints. It's just a question. It's not that serious. Kat says, I'm sorry, Zach, you're not an animal. He's offended now. What?
What?
You can't tell me each state can't find housing resources for the homeless and pets. Okay, thank you, Bama. Well, let me explain that to you. First of all, it is your responsibility to take care of you first. So you know your situation to either get pregnant and or have a dog or a cat. It's the same thing. You can't take care of yourself. You can't take care of a child. You can't take care of a dog. You can't take care of a cat. Come on now. It's hot outside. You do not need an animal if you're homeless. We will disagree on that.
You don't need an animal if you can't take care of them, period.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not apologizing for that.
No, me neither. People get mad because their animals are sick and they let them suffer. And don't get an animal if you can't afford to take it to the damn
But did I not just bring you a story last weekend about the fucking people with the fucking 3 animals in the car and the pit bull died chained to the floor of the car?
Yes.
Because they were probably homeless. They checked into a hotel and left the animals in the car. I don't even know what the cat was doing. She had a cat. She had a dog, German Shepherd. He had the pit bull, black guy.
The cat in the window.
The pit bull was trying to put his nose out of the crack of the window. He is now dead. The German Shepherd and the cat are now at the animal shelter, I guess. Don't know if they put them down. I don't know what happened. The black guy and the white woman were arrested and fined. Okay? She got misdemeanors. He has a felony now because the dog died. Killing of an animal is his charge. What Tracy saying? Because they know if they have a dog, people will donate. I usually buy the dog food. Big Tracy.
Oh my.
Tracy, I'm gonna whoop your ass.
No, Tracy. Is that why they have children too? They think people gonna donate?
Stop it. Girl, you gonna make me pee on myself. Tracy, I'm sending you a message, Tracy. Hold on. Oh, Jesus, I can't. Well, Tracy may have a point. Tracy may have a point.
Well, that's more reason to go take that ammo from them and tell them when they
they'll feel sorry for me. They'll feel sorry for me. And I've got this animal. They'll give me money. Very interesting. Wow. I might have to put that on
control to go pick that dog up and say, when you get a place to live, come and show proof of residence and a job, and we'll give you this dog.
Oh my God, you're crazy.
It's just like a kid. If you ain't got a house and a job, you can't take care of them. They gotta eat. They gotta be cool and warm.
All right, Tracy, open your message. Hold on. Oh my God, I got dead. Well, you know what? Nothing shocks me, right?
Nope.
The stuff that people do. Because that wouldn't shock me none that a person would deliberately go get an animal so they can get people to give them money.
Me either.
And then you're sitting here, you're not feeding the dog, the cat. You're going to buy liquor, beer, or drugs with. I'm not saying that people do that, but I'm just saying. I just would not have a dog and I'm homeless. I'm sorry. I
wouldn't either.
That's me.
I wouldn't be that selfish. I would give my pet up. Although I think Buckley would live with me homeless.
But would you want your dog with you homeless though, Gigi?
No, I wouldn't. I would not. I would give him to somebody that had a home and could take care of him.
Okay.
To me, that's selfish. And doing it to get money is deceiving and evil.
Lisa says, I think homeless find strays. Well, they probably do.
Yeah. But they don't need to be adopting them. They need to leave them in the Walmart parking lot.
You said adopting them. God, you're crazy.
Leave them in the Walmart parking lot. At least they stand a chance.
I'm just one of those people that feels like, hey, I'm struggling myself, so I'm not getting ready to go get a dog or a cat.
That I got to be responsible for.
But listen, whether I'm homeless or not, if I lived alone, which I do, I'm not going to get a cat or dog.
It's a dedication.
If I knew I'm struggling,
exactly.
Why would I go get a cat or dog to take care of? That's an obligation.
It is a big obligation.
And I hear people do this all the time. They're always asking for help. Oh, I need dog food. Oh, I need cat food.
Yeah.
Why do you have the animal and you know you can't take care of yourself? So you got a place to live, a trailer, apartment, whatever. But you're barely living. So you're going to go get a cat or a dog. That doesn't make any damn sense to me.
They need vaccines. They need flea meds. They're a big responsibility.
That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense. What she said, I seen a homeless lady with a dog in my area. I had crystals and I had some left over. We took them over to her. She ate some and fed the dog, but she fed the dog first. See? That's what I'm saying. Because the dog was probably hungry.
He was starving. He was probably getting ready to eat her.
Yeah, well, hey, there are people do all kind of crazy stuff that are homeless. They've done investigations showing people stand out with their signs, and then they follow them getting in a damn nice ass car. I remember they followed a couple several years back. They were standing down west near the Cedar Bluff exit near the highway, and the investigative team followed the guy and girl, and they got into the person got into a two-door Monte Carlo and parked it in front of a damn house. You hear what I said?
Yep.
So they were not homeless.
They're
homeless people that use their children. New York City, different places, use their kids to sit outside during school hours, panhandling for money. And I've seen that happen. They followed the child. She went into an apartment building. Little white girl. Your child's supposed to be in school and you're using your kid to panhandle. And I think they had a sign up saying the mother was sick or something, had cancer.
Oh, God.
And I don't know if I believe that. That's crazy as hell. We'll have to do a story on that.
Yeah.
Oh God. I reached out to this lady. I hope she would respond. Her son is missing. I don't know. Tax-free holiday in July, Tennessee. Oh, that's good. They about to get me a laptop.
How about the Colts children missing?
The who?
The guy in Indiana. The Colts. Have you heard of that one?
No, hey.
So the child went to the grandmother's house and had a black eye. And when they left there, the grandmother called the police, and so I guess social service got involved. And when the mother reached the destination she was going to, after she left grandma's, the boy wasn't with her. And he was reported missing, but the parents are refusing to cooperate now.
Okay. Trio, can you talk? Trio girl. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Trio girl, can you talk for a second? Well, Gigi, where is that?
It's in Indiana.
Oh, Indiana, dear God. The two cases about the fucking kids and the pets come from Indianapolis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's why I put them both in the live stream last weekend.
He's a former ex-Colts player, Bryson Murrah. I'm probably not saying his last name right.
So what's the deal?
Seems they are involved with some kind of religious cult or something.
Mm-hmm.
And the police, supposedly they had the child at some point or something. So the police demanded that they bring him to the police station, and now they're refusing to cooperate.
Interesting. Oh. Mary Frances, she's commented. I should know somebody's going to start talking about them damn animals. Some homeless people love and take better care of their animals more than people that are not homeless. Okay, Mary Frances. I know people get an attitude, Lord. Oh, look at this person. Sorry, but it's not the world's problem to provide people with a place to live. There's programs for the ones that qualify, and 99.9% of homeless can walk and drink or do drugs. So they can work. Sorry, no free housing. We all would like free housing. Hell, nobody would work if you can get everything free. Send them all to an island and let them all do what they do. Woo, wow. But they can't get off the island. That's my 2 cents. Jesus. Coco, she replied earlier. No, especially when you can't provide adequate shelters for them to sleep. Most people are a paycheck away. Oh, my Lord, Lord. Oh, Jesus. Here come Tracy. I'm going to let Tracy fool with y'all. I can't fool with y'all right now. I gotta take a bathroom break.
Hello.
Tracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? Yes, a little bit. I don't know. You be having the weirdest background noises when you call me.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tracy, you and Gigi chop it up because I got to take a quick break. Why do we start? You want to start with the let's go here. Tracy, should white people be allowed to adopt black children?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well,
I think
don't give your opinion while I step away for just a second, please.
Well, I think they should be checked out for sure. Okay. Make sure they don't have any racist anything to tie them with any racism.
But you know now, let's be truthful. You know these people were probably vetted that adopted those black kids, and you see what happened, right?
Yeah, that's
okay.
Makes me so mad. But as far as teaching them culture and all that kind of stuff. I mean, my kids, I mean, they do have a great dad though, but my kids, they know both sides, because my great grandmother was Cherokee Indian, and so they know about that too. I don't think anything's wrong with it as long as the white person is a good person. I mean, not that you know, I mean, shit, people can hide it, that's for sure. But I think any race should be able to adopt. There's so many children out there that just need a loving home. And race has never been a thing for me. Not in my lifetime. Growing up in Florida's extremely diverse. So everybody out there is mixed up. Like your neighbor could be from anywhere.
Everybody's mixed up.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I do understand it, and I shouldn't be biased like I am, but it just makes me so mad when I see stuff like this. Oh, you just never know the evil that exists in this world.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. It's disgusting.
But it's not to say it couldn't happen with a white couple, a black couple either.
Yeah.
They could get white children and do the same, you know?
Yeah, there's bad in every race. That's for sure.
There is. And it shouldn't be, it should be all about the children. So maybe it just comes down to it should be better screening. Like years worth of screening to where you can't lie.
Right. Even check the background. Check the background of the family too.
Absolutely, everybody gets checked. Aunt Flo, everybody.
Yeah.
How you gonna stop somebody from lying on the survey?
I mean, surely somebody knew about these people, right?
Before?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I forgot. Remember, they talk to your friends and family and coworkers when you try to adopt children.
They didn't just turn like this.
How about that?
Yeah.
Don't you think those supervisors and whoever's in charge ask people, the friends and neighbors, hey, do they have black friends? Do they be around black people? Are they known to be racist? What did the friends say?
Are they good to children in general?
Yeah. Yeah, it's disgusting.
Because I keep...
Did somebody lie?
Probably.
Oh, I think somebody lied. Or they used contacts that didn't know the real them.
Uh-huh.
They were careful about picking those.
So they didn't know their friends were racist?
Maybe they made friends with people that didn't know they were really racist. I mean, you don't know somebody's real true colors, do you?
Yeah, some hide it well.
Some people are good at deceiving people.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, shit. One of my family members has been gay for like a long time and hid it very well for me because I can usually pick up on it. And I was shocked. I was just shocked.
That's why the case is so horrible, because they deliberately adopted those black kids for that reason.
Yeah, that makes me so damn mad.
They knew exactly what they were doing.
They did know what they were doing. They didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just evil.
Didn't just happen.
They're gonna have fun with them in prison. I promise you that.
I hope so.
Now they're probably, it's probably more white people in the jail, but hey, all it takes is the wrong one. Do something to them.
Well, I hope they find out everything they did, because they don't usually like children abusers.
Yeah, they sure don't.
So, what is the church saying? What are the church people saying?
What are they?
Oh, they went to church?
Well, one of the children was with the church people. 5 kids total. One was coming in with the father, I think, one of the parents. Police were at the shed, breaking the door down. One was in a loft. The 9-year-old girl was in the loft. They said there was no security up there. She could have fallen down. And then, let's see, 2 in the shed, 1 in the house, up on the loft. That's 3. And then 1 was with one of the parents. And then the other one was with the church members.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So the house was also empty.
Yeah, because they bought a new house and was moving. They forgot the children.
So they move a lot.
They move a lot, and they forgot their children. You know, that's the last thing you need.
I'm gonna tell you what happened. What happened in Virginia, West Virginia, is what happened over in Washington. Washington, somebody called, they up and moved. Somebody called in West Virginia, and they were moving again.
They moved again.
And they didn't track them down?
They were getting ready to move again. To where, baby? To West Virginia?
Because they went to West Virginia, where they knew.
Yeah,
they knew they were going to be safe there. Wasn't nobody going to say nothing.
West Virginia is nothing but a white state. It's a small white state. They knew that.
Yeah. And they marry their sisters, brothers, cousins, daddies, uncles. So they don't care what you do.
Oh, Lord. See, look at Gigi.
They don't care what you do.
Well, they would call me I'm racist. Damn. Damn, Gigi. That what you saying about white folks?
I'm telling you, in West Virginia, you better look out, because that's where Katie Proudfoot's mother's from.
I can't.
No, the dad, not the mama, the stepdaddy. The stepdaddy that married, he killed the daughter's boyfriend and then married the daughter after he had sex with her after he killed the boyfriend.
And who was this?
Katie Proudfoot's stepfather.
Okay, I'm dead. Girl, please. What? Oh, man.
Katie Proudfoot's stepfather killed him and his daughter planned to kill her boyfriend.
Oh, save me, somebody.
They killed him. They buried him out back. They had sex, and then they went and got married.
Whoa.
Yep.
How the hell did I miss that?
Oh, it's ugly.
I knew the grandma was a predator.
Right, and he's a predator, which I think, and I could be wrong, but I think they did something to Katie and her siblings. And that's why they went to jail, and that's why they got 99 years probation or whatever they got.
Oh, my God.
Because it's Katie's stepsister that killed her boyfriend, and the other stepsister helped. And both girls are in prison, and Katie's in prison.
Holy shit.
And then mommy took off and went back to Virginia Beach with her mommy.
Damn. No wonder she's not talking.
Yep. Katie's mom moved back, and I think she lives like right next door or up the street, somewhere in the same area.
Biscuits and Gravy does not like your comment. Biscuits, you want to come up and say something?
Well, I wasn't reading chat. Is Biscuits mad?
Is what?
Is Biscuits mad?
I didn't say they were mad. They just said they disagree with your comment.
Oh, they disagreed. That's okay.
With your statement.
I mean, I've been known to be wrong.
Well, the thing is, you have to clarify. Not all white folks sleep with their cousins and their...
No, not all of them. 98% of them in West Virginia do.
Damn.
It's like that in West Virginia. People just do whatever
that's just like if we don't do that, we just say, well, all black men got a lot of children.
Well, they do. Most of them.
Oh my God, Gigi! Now you've been saying some racist stuff up here now. Damn.
I know, but listen, black men are good daddies too. Now I didn't say they weren't good daddies. I just said they got lots of children.
Well, I know some black men that don't got no children.
I do.
Well, I do know a few. You're right. I shouldn't have said that. Because one of my best friends, Fritz, he's my age and he ain't got no children.
Damn.
Which is a good thing.
Ooh, Lord. They said Queen's racist. Shut the front gate.
Well, he don't got none that he knows about.
You know what, Gigi?
I'm more racist against white people than any race.
And why is that? Why are you racist against your own people?
I have more problems with white people than anybody else.
Why?
They're some of the most evilest, aren't they?
Yeah, some of you white folks are evil.
They're pure evil.
Damn it. Sleeping with your cousins and shit. What the fuck?
Killing their husbands.
Adopting black children and using them as slaves. That's fucked up.
Evil bitches.
Yeah, evil bitches. Yeah. Just like the Chinese, the white, the red. We all evil.
There is evil in everyone.
Exactly.
Every race has got some evil.
Well, let's talk. Let me ask Tracy. Tracy says she has more problems out of white people. She's white. Explain what you mean. I'll let y'all have the floor.
Just more drama. I guess more drama. Any neighborhood that I've ever lived in, it's always been the white neighborhoods, or predominantly white neighborhoods that I've gotten fights or.
Then white girls can be drama, girl.
Somebody was running. I know I fought all through high school.
That's why I stay to myself.
Like I love everybody, people, period.
But some of the most chillest, and you'll always hear that black girls are the ones with the drama. But some of the chillest people I've met at work, at most of my jobs, and even socializing at the bar and stuff. When I was a bartender, I'd hang out. Some of the most chillest chicks are the black chicks.
Oh yeah, I was. At 17, I lived by myself. I was the only white person in my neighborhood, and I had no drama. They looked out for me more than anything.
West Virginia, that's what I was talking about. Excuse me, Tracy. That's what I was talking about, West Virginia, that West Virginia is a small state, and it's predominantly white, like most of the states in the United States. So I think this white couple moved there deliberately because they knew they could hide in West Virginia and do what they want with them black children.
Yep, I think so too.
I think they did it deliberately.
That was all part of the plan.
Yeah, it's part of the plan.
Well, if somebody called on them...
Yeah, but they did. Yeah, they did.
The state they were living prior, then the Department of Children and Families or whoever should have...
Well, people watch. It's just like you minding your business. You might be out, gardening or walking through your yard, and you
just always a nosy Nelly
coming in the house, going in the shed, and you start thinking to yourself, "Okay, I think those children are going in that shed. They're living in that shed.
They're not coming out that shed."
Mm-hmm.
There's always a nosy Nelly now in every neighborhood, in every state.
So, Tracy, you had problems as a white woman. In white neighborhoods, why do you feel like you were a target, or what was your issues that you found problems with your own race?
Just because like she said, white girls are all about drama. They're always talking shit. They're always two-faced. Yeah. They're always
trying to gaslight. Always trying to gaslight.
Damn Valley girls. Oh my gosh, Becky, look at her butt.
Especially them.
Well, what I have is the messy Karen.
Exactly.
The Mexican, and we do see this a lot with white people. Always getting involved in stuff. Always want to be the hero. Always want to be the Captain Save-A-Hole. Why? If somebody's doing something wrong, that's different. Okay, we call 911. But just intervening, just jumping in, going up to somebody's car. Hey, turn that stereo down. What do you give a fuck?
Right.
You're at the Walmart parking lot. Let the Walmart security come out and say something about the damn music.
Right.
Hell, the white boys and white girls, they come through with their stereos blasting too. Do you got to say something because they're black? What's the issue?
Yeah.
I just feel like there's a time and a place for everything. There's a time when you just need to just stay in your lane. You don't have to say something about everything. I'm going to give you a for instance. One day I was at Cheddar's, okay, in the parking lot.
Cheddar's.
And I was a white lady passed us, me and my aunt, because we were going out to dinner. The white lady passed us in the parking lot, and we were joking about something. Can't remember what it was. So our voices had elevated, okay? The white woman's voice was louder than everybody's in the fucking parking lot. Here comes a white man. Everything okay over here?
Oh my God.
I was like, yeah, everything's okay. Why are you coming over there in our private conversation? Why? Because you thought two black women were arguing with a white woman. That's what he thought. You understand? Mm-hmm. This is how shit gets out of control.
Stay in your lane.
Now, what if one of us had popped off? See where I'm going?
Yeah.
What if one of us had said, hey, motherfucker, why don't you mind your fucking business? Then he could have got mad and pulled a gun. See what I'm saying? That's why you mind your business.
Yep.
Nobody was arguing. Nobody was fighting. It was just three people, two black women and a white woman, laughing at a joke in a public parking lot. You come over into something that did not concern you and misconstrued people sharing a joke. This is why you have to mind your business. Now, all he had to do was ear hustle. He would have realized we were just holding a conversation.
Right.
That's what I have a problem.
I don't like people that don't stay in their lane. It's so damn easy and it's free.
Yeah, you're with your friends and your family, and you're over here hours over worrying about what two black women and a white woman are talking about, which was absolutely nothing.
Right.
And you had to interject yourself to ask, is everything okay?
That's people that I just want to say, like, fuck you at 2. And then it gets escalated, like you said. Next thing we know, we're pulling out guns.
That's my point. That meddling is what gets shit started. Because all it takes is for somebody in the group to feel like they're being, profiled, and then they pop off. Like, why the fuck you over here worrying about what we're talking about? We're not talking to you. We're not bothering you. We're minding our business.
And the older I get, the more it's like defensive driving. I've learned to just stay in my fucking lane and mind my own business. Because at the end of the day, if it don't affect me, it don't affect me.
And that's what you have to do. Because if you don't, you will have yourself in a very dire situation because you feel the need to roll down the window
and run that out.
Put a finger out, and next thing you know, somebody's followed you, and now somebody's shooting at your car all because you threw them a bird.
My Muslim sister, I keep telling her all the time she's full of road rage. I said, Phyllis, you're going to get your ass shot. She's over there with that little stubby finger she chews that nail on, and she's pointing it. Oh, shit, you're going to get a shot. I'm ducking, and I'm like, oh, my God.
That happened in Knoxville a few years back.
Just let them go. Just let them go. Get away from them.
Off, and the car followed the other car off the highway and followed them directly to their damn driveway.
Ow, and shot them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that.
I saw someone get out of the car and just knock the shit out of some of this.
Well, that happened. That's not even been 2 years ago. Over there near downtown Broadway, somebody felt like somebody cut them off, and they started shooting at the damn car. The people are just crazy.
Yes, and what I do is I just get away from them. I'm like, okay, you want to do 20, I'll do 10. And
especially in major cities like New York, Chicago, you can't honk your horn at people.
No, don't honk.
You honk that horn, that might be the last time you honk your horn.
Just keep on going. And then when you get a chance, pass them and just get out of Dodge. Say, somebody else deal with them.
Is that your husband out here back there in the background?
Yeah, telling me to damn silence.
Hey, buddy. Hey, honey.
She said, hey, honey. Silence.
Well, I declare. Well, tell your wife she best get off the live stream then. Damn.
I'm on the vault. It's Queen.
Tell your husband.
He got quiet then. He didn't want to be on the vault.
I need to talk to your husband. I be needing a man's opinion. I'll never get no men to ever come up here and talk.
Let me tell you, he's got a bunch of opinions.
Did you tell me your husband's a biker?
He is.
Well, maybe I'll do. Maybe you need to get on IG and contact me. Maybe I'll do a segment on bikers.
He does not like the internet. He don't like all the chats. He don't like my crime groups. He don't like nothing.
Man, because he's a man.
Oh yeah, he'll go out there and mow the yard. He'll wash the cars. He'll change the oil. He'll even come in here and wash dishes. But he don't got no time for no internet.
Well, he ain't missing nothing.
He knows.
No, he ain't missing nothing. He's really not.
He knows he's not.
I remember the first time I got on a motorcycle. It was a date. I had a date with this guy. He picked me up a few years back on a motorcycle. I was petrified. I was just like, oh, and you know what's weird? Because I grew up, my uncles had motorcycles growing up. But that's the whole thing about me. The water, scared of water. Grew up around dogs. Grandparents had dogs. Doberman's hounds, scared of dogs.
Not me.
Motorcycles, scared of motorcycles. It's the weirdest damn thing with me. All the things that I grew up around, I have a fear of.
That is so crazy. I love the water. I grew up around it. I love dogs. I grew up around a Doberman, a Shepherd. I love bikes. I love getting on them and riding with shorts and flip flops. Well, not so much like I did when I was younger.
I know can't wear no flip flops on no
But
motorcycle.
I'm gonna tell you, my husband, when I met him, he had a '79 Shovelhead, and he pulled into my daddy's to pick me up. And my daddy looked at me and he said, "When are you gonna quit looking for men under rocks?" Here's this biker with tattoos all over his arms, long braided hair, on a loud Harley Davidson. And my husband turned out to be the best son my daddy ever had.
Okay.
Oh.
He taught my husband about God and about praying, and he taught him about family and loyalty, and they are thick as thieves.
Your husband seems to be real helpful.
He is. He's a good man. Sometimes I could kill him, but then I just can't make it alone, so I won't.
Hey, you get a man that can wash the damn dishes and clean, you're doing real good.
I think so, too. I think I've got his ass trained real good. He's from Pennsylvania, and I taught him how to make gravy. Yep, I taught him how to make gravy and sweet potatoes and biscuits.
Oh,
and he drinks
you were trying to fatten him up to make sure he wouldn't go no damn where.
2 ways to a man's heart, honey.
I've heard. And now he's used to gravy.
He makes it for me. He makes my gravy.
Tracy, what did you just say?
I don't want another man.
Oh,
ever.
Well,
Yeah.
shit, Queen ain't dead.
If I ever lose Greg, I doubt I'll ever remarry Tracy.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't even know that I could get in the dating thing.
Would you go on a date site, Gigi?
No. I thought my twin did it. I won't do it. I'd go to the bar first.
Yeah, I would never do the dating.
I would go to the bar and see if somebody wants to go eat some crab legs and oysters and shoot some pool. I'm going to do the things I like to do because I'm going to find somebody that likes to do what I like to do.
So, Tracy, why would you go on a date site?
I'd just rather meet him the old-fashioned way.
Because they lie on them dating sites. You think you're getting one thing, you ain't getting that, honey.
Okay, but guess what? What have I said to you all about that? The same guy that's on the date site is the same guy you think you're going to meet him the regular way. You think he don't go to the grocery store and wink at a woman?
Exactly.
You think he don't make a pass at a woman at the grocery store?
That's right.
Okay, so that same guy that's on the date site, he makes passes at the gas station, at church. Stay woke.
I don't trust him.
What's the difference?
My twin has met several guys on dating sites. I went up there, I've met them, and I tell you what they portray to be on social media is not the people they are. They're talking to other women. They're doing other. You don't lie and you don't stand people up.
Okay, but I'm going to say it again. That same guy would meet you at the gas station, church, and do you the same way.
Well, then he got to go. But if I got to get gas anyway, I ain't lost nothing if I got a guy that wants to take me to eat oysters.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
if I meet him in person, I can see.
But what I'm saying to you all is that you keep judging people according to the date site. You all act like they're sitting on the date site and they don't go do nothing else.
Yeah, they're talking to other women on them dating sites. No.
They're also talking to women in the street.
Well, they can go talk to women in the street. I have a rule in my house.
They're meeting you at the street, the bar, the Starbucks, wherever. They just so happen to be on the date site too.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
What I mean is like a flaw. Like if I don't like
the
way he smells or
his breath.
So, but the day site don't got nothing to do with the way somebody smell. Come on now, Tracy.
I know, but what I mean is those are things that'll turn me off right off rip. So
okay. So this is when I meet the man.
Yeah.
See, we already skipped the social media shit and went straight to smelling their armpit.
I'm just saying. Or if he walks funny.
Hey, only on the vault. Only on the vault. Only on the vault. You can talk about children being abused.
Tracy ain't rating them if they walk funny. Hey, be careful.
I did stop dating a guy because I didn't like his toe. One of his toes.
Watch out, them guys in Kentucky limp. I've noticed guys in Kentucky got a limp, Tracy. Stay out of Kentucky.
Limp? I like the limp.
Oh, you like the limp?
Gotta be a certain kind of limp. But,
well, you'll find it in Kentucky, sweetheart.
No, I'm just weird. Like, like if you're out with somebody and they're like singing to a song and they're not singing the right words, but they're mouthing.
Oh my God.
That's the worst.
Well, that's point. I do it. Yeah, I'm like everybody else. Mama,
Greg, Queen wants to talk to you.
I won't do it. I won't do it in church though, because church is worse. I was like, I don't know the words to the song. I'm just going.
I just make them up if I don't know.
Oh, Jesus. So funny.
And Greg says after 25 years that I just sing the same verse when I'm cooking that I know. If I know one verse, I just keep singing it over.
I can't find a lot of people do that. They sing the chorus.
Yeah, just the part I know. So I try to change it up every now and then. I taught Buckley how to sing "You Are My Sunshine," so my dog knows that song.
Oh. I'm dead.
He does, and he can sing "Happy Birthday" if it is anybody's birthday. Because I get Buckley to sing to you.
That's the name of the dog. Somebody's echoing.
It might be me. I went to the kitchen.
Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna mute Tracy and do her first. Okay, now say something.
Was it me? Am I?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's you.
Oh.
That's you.
I'm gonna leave and come back.
Oh God, Tracy.
Yeah, I just don't have the energy to meet someone and get to know someone and learn them and teach them.
What did you say? Teach them?
Yeah,
Girl, you a hot mess. You don't want to teach them nothing, Tracy.
If I wanted gonna be with anybody, I would get back with my kid's dad.
Really? So what?
Yeah.
Well, is it too personal to say what happened?
No, we just stopped getting along.
Okay.
We just bickered. We just could not stop bickering. And
well, what were y'all bickering about?
And now we live separately and we get along great. It's weird. Just literally small, stupid shit.
Well, was he faithful?
Yes, he's a great guy, great dad.
Well, then what y'all bickering over? Who picking up his socks or what? Putting the toilet up there? What?
He liked to complain a lot.
About what?
I don't know, just random shit. Like, okay,
maybe that should be the next live stream. Damn.
Yeah.
Let's
you know when you like clean the whole house and it's like sparkling, and then they come in and they notice the one thing you didn't do, and they gotta say it instead of complimenting you on what you did do.
Oh, he's one of those. Wow.
Yeah, that's when you learn to come. That's when you learn comebacks, Tracy.
He's like a woman.
I had comebacks. We bicker too much, And
oh wow.
I didn't want my kids to be stressed and.
Mm-hmm. So you said you two get along better now that he has his own place, lives alone.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, we get along a lot better now.
Okay.
That's good.
Well, most people would, because they're not around to complain and you're not around to listen at it.
Yeah, so I'm
well, what's sad is if you got back together, it'd probably be the same game.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've always thought I should live alone. I'm not alone, but like even with my kids, I can live with my kids. But
well, would you like to live alone, Tracy?
Yeah, I love living alone.
Of course, you can walk around naked with fried egg.
Yeah.
I tell people that there's nothing wrong with living alone. People don't really understand what it's like to have that freedom to do what you want. If you want to sit on your sofa right now, butt ass naked.
I am.
Watch your TV.
My husband don't care what I do.
Gigi.
He don't pay me no damn attention.
But you know what I'm saying. In your own house and single, you can do whatever you want to do. You can leave the door open while using the bathroom. You can throw the socks in the floor, not put the shoes up. But you can tell another motherfucker he better put his shoes and socks up. See what I'm saying? That's the joy of living alone. It's the freedom to roam. There's nobody complaining. If it's 2 degrees outside and you want to crack that fucking window in your house, you can.
Yeah.
And to elaborate on mine and Greg's relationship, we are 25 years and never been married legally.
Shit.
We consider each other husband and wife.
Y'all are by some stage. Y'all is husband and wife.
That's exactly right. He has his own bedroom. He has his own bathroom. I prefer that he clean it. He take care of his laundry. I do mine. I take care of Gigi's laundry.
Wait a minute. Wait. Y'all don't sleep in the same bed?
Nope.
Oh yeah, we need a new episode. We got to end this live.
I get that though.
Listen, we got to bring this live back. we got to start over.
We just meet in the middle. We meet in the middle and we eat and have sex, and then he goes to his and I go to mine.
Oh my God, this is like what's the TV show from the 50s? Father Knows Best or some shit like that. What the hell?
Listen,
Mom and Daddy don't sleep in the same bed. Y'all got twin beds.
This all started because he had restless leg and he wouldn't go to the doctor.
Oh Lord, I can't.
And he kicked me, and he's heavy. He's like a power lifter, and he would kick me, and I would be like, "Stop!" I would be, I'm fragile.
Oh my God, Lumina said he probably snores. Does he snore, Gigi?
We both snore. I snore.
Oh Lord, both of your snoring asses. Hell no.
Yeah, I can't do snoring, and I can't do.
But you know what? That's the worst thing, to be up and you still watching TV or trying to read, and the other person laying over there.
Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. I can't do it. You got to go.
And you just sit here like, if this motherfucker don't stop breathing. That's a cruel thing to say, but damn.
Yeah.
Will you stop breathing, please? That's
everybody in the family's got to be happy.
Oh, I'm dead, Lord. Somebody says the husband snores and she has restless legs too. Well, shit, everybody. Don't dive. Y'all messed up over that too in the bed. Shit.
I swear. And I like a fan, and he don't like a fan. I mean.
Oh yeah, I can't do that ceiling fan because Queen got sinus troubles, and that shit gives me headaches. That fan.
Oh no, I'm gonna have a fan right on me. A rotating fan I have on me every night.
Yeah, because right now I have to do right now, like where I'm at. Air conditioning is in the room, which I hate. I cannot have that cold air blowing directly on me. It makes me sick.
If I sleep while I sleep, I'm an angry woman, and nobody's gonna like me.
Fan I can do on low, depending on how warm the room gets, but just that direct cold air, it don't work for me.
I don't know what it is, but I went through menopause in the late 30s.
Oh wow!
And I cannot sleep with a fan ever since. I can't sleep. I wake up. I go to bed with clothes on, like a gown.
So even in the winter, you have a damn fan on.
Even in the winter, and I go to bed with jammies on, and I wake up and my clothes are gone. Most of the time, I'm like, where are they?
Oh, and you know what? I woke up. Let me tell you something. That's something I ain't never told nobody on the live. I have years ago. I would wake up and my gown is off, and I'd be like, "How the hell is your gown off?" That's a scary thing to wake up and your gown is gone. So I'm thinking to myself, "Oh my God, that means you woke up in the middle of the night and took your gown off." And don't even know you took it off. That's scary, because how do you take a gown off and shimmy it over your head if it's long enough to shimmy it on?
Yeah, that's scary.
Now that is very scary.
It is. It's crazy. And you're like, where's my clothes?
Oh, there's been many times I thought that somebody had then brought their ass up in that damn apartment and eased themselves and then did something with Queen and eased themselves back out of there. Because that's scary to me.
Yeah, that's scary. Especially when you live alone, it is.
If you don't even remember getting up or sitting up right to pull the gown off, depending on how short it is. Because a lot of my gowns are shorter.
Remember it.
So that's very scary.
I never remember it. How do I get?
You're not gonna remember because you're sleeping. That means you're waking up in your sleep, pulling your clothes off.
I wear like these gym like box short like things, like silky shorts, and so I
Now,
have
you need to wear cotton, honey. You need to wear cotton. Don't wear silky materials when you
and
sleep like that. You need to wear pure 100% cotton.
then they disappear. I wear a cotton T-shirt with it, and they disappear. I mean, I wake up.
she needs a nightgown with a turtleneck. She needs a turtleneck nightgown.
What
Shit, you should have to claw your way out of that.
I guess I just get hot, and I'm like, I can't be hot when I sleep.
Tracy,
I just take it off.
Tracy,
Tracy,
she need a turtleneck. She need a turtleneck nightgown.
Yeah.
Damn.
I would sweat. I would die.
See if you can find one of those at Walmart. Excuse me, yes, I'm looking for a turtleneck nightgown. They say, baby, we don't even got them in the winter. Damn.
That's for you women that freeze at night, because it's not me. I'm hot, and
Oh,
I don't like to be hot, but I want to cover it.
yeah, I don't like anything around my neck. I get that from my dad. I don't like anything around my neck.
I
have
can't
to do
say
scoop
anything
neck,
around my neck.
V-neck, but I don't want nothing too close around the neck. And even though I like turtlenecks, but I still find myself tugging at it. You know, if I wear one in the winter, I'm still tugging at it.
I like when they did those cow necks. Those were fun to wear in the 80s.
Oh yeah, matter of fact, I got a sweater that's quarter length, like knitted sweater that's quarter length at the elbows, and then it's got the cow neck. I think
I can do the cow neck.
You do the cow neck, okay. Oh my gosh, how did we get on this subject from the homeless people? Okay, so Tracy,
there's a homeless. They turned a hotel downtown,
and they've done that in LA, and they've done that in LA.
They were trying to do that in Raymond County.
Okay, so let's go there.
It's a tourist
Okay, so Tracy,
downtown area.
So who takes care of it, Tracy?
Just a second. Hold on a minute. Okay, so Tracy, they just passed a law, Supreme Court, that they can fine you and or arrest you for sleeping in a public place as a homeless person. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I guess it depends on the place.
Why? Well, what the place got to do with it? What's the difference? What's the difference between what place versus another place and it's public, private? What's the difference? No bridges, no under the bridges. And that means probably no parks. Definitely not in front of somebody's storefront.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
I don't think they should be fined. I mean, damn.
Okay, but guess what? It's a new law now.
Yeah.
So if it's a law, then that means you can't sleep there. So there's gonna have to be repercussions if it's a law, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if I'm going to a restaurant, I don't really want to have to step over homeless people sleeping there.
Okay, so you don't want them in front of the homeless, in front of the Cheddars, Old Charlie's. Okay, what about in front of Walmart?
I don't know. I can't really say because.
Why can't you?
I don't know because I'm trying to think about it. I mean, I wouldn't want to be having to push my cart out and having to ask someone to move.
I'm just saying, do you think it's okay to sleep in front of Walmart?
Not really.
You don't want to sleep in front of the restaurant where you go eat. Because that's the point. What's the difference between under the bridge versus Walmart, courthouse, in front of Piggly Wiggly? Yeah. What's the difference?
I get it. There's a lot of abandoned buildings, though.
Oh, so now we should let them squat in the abandoned buildings so they can set a fire and set the building on fire. Because you know that happens.
Yeah, I don't want to be.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't want to sound heartless, you know.
Well, it don't matter being heartless. You speak. Listen, if Gigi done talk so much shit up here, you can't seem heartless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. People, they get in situations. There's some people that put this. You know, I said I do understand. You know, homeless people get in situations, and you know, but there are places that'll help. You know, there's homeless shelters that they could go to. There's churches sometimes will help. Matter of fact,
well, what about being homeless in a small town where there ain't no shelters? So you're outside. Many small towns don't have shelters, Tracy. You know that.
Yeah.
So, sleeping in front of the church, sleeping in front of Walmart, sleeping in front of Piggly Wiggly, sleeping in front of the doctor's office. What's the difference?
Yeah. Then I guess they should.
So, would you prefer they slept under the bridge instead of in front of the doctor's office?
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds terrible, but yeah. I mean, there was a I went to Dollar Tree recently, actually, and there was a homeless guy sitting out there, and he was asking for money, of course, but he was sitting right by the door, and he asked me for $3 to $5, not change, not $1. He asked me for a specific $3. Do you have $3 to $5?
Okay, biscuits is a guy, a female or a guy, I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. I was just like, damn, that's a lot of money. First of all. Second of all, you're younger than me. Get a job. There's plenty of jobs. There are plenty of jobs, so I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
I get that.
So let me ask you this. Do you believe a lot of people are homeless because they cause themselves to be homeless and or they don't want any help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I do believe most cause themselves to be homeless.
Okay, I'll put that as a poll too on the community page.
Drugs.
Okay,
drugs
alcoholism.
A lot of people there, yeah.
And a lot of because a lot of people that are homeless are on drugs. I'm sure it's a high number.
I used to work at a hotel downtown. It's like kind of close to downtown Orlando, and there's a lot of homeless down there, and got talking to them. And, so I kind of have a heart for a lot of them. But, because, they told me their situations and all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, I don't want to have to step over homeless people when I go shopping. Or...
I don't know why Gigi's got background noise. Go ahead, finish. Let's play a little bit of this information.
They have a dog. I'll definitely get the dog something.
So what's the solution?
Because I don't like giving them money, so I think they're going to buy drugs.
Well, what's the solution, Tracy?
Build more shelters, I guess. I don't know what. I honestly don't know.
Okay, here, we'll listen to this
I'm Evan Watson in for Pat Doors tonight. Earlier this week, we told you the U.S. Supreme Court decision on a homelessness case out of Oregon was imminent. True to our word, it was released this morning. There are few, if any, immediate impacts here at home, but the long-term implications could reshape homeless policy for years to come. It's our big story tonight. The U.S. Supreme Court has sided with Grants Pass, Oregon, ruling that regulations and penalties around homeless camping do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. The decision will likely have major implications on how cities make and enforce public camping rules. This case is the most significant to come before the Supreme Court in decades on the issue of homelessness. And it comes as cities in the West like Portland, Seattle, and San Francisco have struggled to manage tents and outdoor encampments. Kyla Boshi breaks down what the ruling means.
A landmark decision from the U.S. Supreme Court on the issue of homelessness. In a 6-3 vote, the High Court cleared the way for cities to enforce bans on homeless people sleeping outdoors when there's no shelter space. The case centered around Grants Pass, where Helen Cruz was once homeless.
Just because we don't have a home, we don't have a white picket fence, doesn't mean that we don't deserve the same respect and dignity as everybody else.
The Southern Oregon city tried to block people from sleeping and camping in public spaces, including sidewalks, streets, and city parks. On Friday, the High Court found those rules did not violate constitutional protections against cruel and unusual punishment.
Right now, this whole community, the homeless community, is in fear right now of that they're going to start being arrested and going to jail.
The decision is likely to alter how cities and states throughout the West handle homelessness. Officials across the political spectrum had filed briefs in the case, saying lower court rulings out of the Ninth Circuit and another case in Boise hamstrung their ability to clear encampments and manage a visible and growing crisis. Aaron Heisel is one of the attorneys representing Grants Pass.
I think that giving the local leaders
for their communities, the options of knowing what's best for their community and those experiencing homelessness in their community is going to save lives. They're going to know what they can and can't do with their resources instead of being forced to spend it on shelter space that may not go utilized.
Homeless advocates complain local ordinances, similar to the laws enacted in Grants Pass, essentially criminalize homelessness. Ed Johnson of the Oregon Law Center and lead counsel for the homeless plaintiffs says there's a separate important issue to be addressed.
We don't have enough housing, and lawyers and judges are not going to fix that problem. The police are not going to fix that problem.
Nothing in Friday's ruling requires cities to take stronger action against homeless people, but it could alter how they police homelessness.
Lisa.
Let's bring in Kyle Aboshi now.
Ooh, you all are mean in the chat.
Kyle, is this legal fight over?
No, far from it. According to homeless advocates, they're going to continue to challenge policies to punish the homeless, and the legal fight will continue, they say, on every level. You heard briefly from Ed Johnson. He's with the Oregon Law Center and was lead counsel on the Grants Pass case, representing those homeless plaintiffs. As he explains, the Supreme Court made one important but narrow ruling that cruel and unusual punishment doesn't apply to this case. We have an excessive fines claim in this case. We have a due process claim in this case. And more broadly, the legal fight is going to continue on every level. There are still affirmative federal constitutional rights that can protect people who are living outside. There are state constitutional rights that can protect people who are living outside. There are state statutes like the one in Oregon. And even the majority of the Supreme Court today recognize that people can bring a necessity defense if they are charged with a crime. And to me, that's a no-brainer. We know it's necessary for people to use a blanket so that they can stay warm and dry and not die of hypothermia. So that defense is going to be more important than ever.
So still a long way to go with different angles. Kyle, thank you. Leaders.
Hold on.
See immediate change in Oregon in the wake
I thought
of
it
this
was a commercial. I'm sorry.
It'll likely be a while before we see how it really plays out, and that is because of Oregon's House Bill 3115. Lawmakers passed that bill 3 years ago with the goal of codifying the Ninth Circuit's Martin v. Boise ruling, the one the Supreme Court just overturned. Cities and towns were ordered
Well,
to
Godric,
draw
you hit the
laws
link when you
around
dropped your kids
homelessness
off.
that the state calls objectively reasonable when it comes to time, place, and manner restrictions for people who are homeless.
Vacant buildings. Why y'all think that should be in vacant buildings? Jesus Christ. Lisa, vacant buildings, really? What do you think about that, Tracy?
I mean, there's a lot of vacant buildings here.
What, do you think that's a good idea, though, with homeless people in vacant buildings?
I mean, if they turn it into a shelter, if it's just going to sit there.
Does not affect that at all. The local ordinances that were put in place because of it also stand, like Portland's watered-down camping ban, which will begin to be enforced Monday. That's why we won't see big changes here in the short term. But when Pat Torres sat down with Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler earlier this week, the mayor said cities need clarity from the state on what objectively reasonable means when it comes to homeless policy.
Okay, and what right here to this reasonable time, place, manner? What is that?
How are you today?
Yeah.
Fine. Where are you calling me from? Let me pause this right quick.
Okay.
Huh?
Hi, Queen. How are you today?
Fine, Lisa. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Kentucky. I live in south central Kentucky.
Okay. Dang, Lisa. Vacant buildings?
Huh?
You think the homeless should live in vacant buildings?
Well, I think they could. I think they could turn those vacant buildings into shelters.
Yeah, but not just a vacant building. Just go in there and live.
Oh, no. I was thinking more along the lines of making those buildings into shelters.
Okay, but guess what? Somebody has to buy that. Somebody has to want to do that with their money.
Yeah, I mean, that would be definitely a taxpayer thing. You know, that would...
I'd rather do that than pay for these damn inmates.
Yeah, me too. Definitely.
So, Lisa, what is your remedy for the homeless situation? Because now we're at the point that it's now law that you can get a fine and then arrested for sleeping on public property.
The only thing I can think of is we just need to have more shelters. We have to.
But that costs money. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
So that's what's the problem with everything. Everything requires MONEY, staffing, people to work.
Yeah.
It's just, it's easy to say, well, just go get a shelter. Just go make a shelter. You think about what you're saying in a place like LA that's spread out. And that place probably has homeless people from every few centimeters. Because LA is huge.
Oh, yeah.
And that's including the county.
Yes.
So you now imagine what you're saying. Oh, build a shelter. You mean more than one. Because you got to count, people got to be able to get to the shelter to go get help.
Yeah, well, I would say you'd have to qualify, like you'd have to abide by rules, like most shelters do. You'd have to go out, look for a job. You can't just lay around all day. You have to maybe.
But most of those bigger shelters, damn well those people are not out looking for a job, Tracy.
Maybe even pay to stay there.
Yeah. Well, that's like the Y. The Y does that. The Y, WCA, YMCA. I don't know if they still have those in some jurisdictions.
I mean,
we've learned about the sober living places where they build, because they got a building like that here in Knoxville. I think you got to comply with certain things in order to live in the building. But you already know that most of the people, when they get in there, if they've been homeless a long time, their mind is still of the street. So they get in that warm building, cozy place with heat and air. They don't know how to behave.
Right.
They're taking that same jacked up mentality of fighting, fussing, cussing, acting out, because most of them probably have mental issues, substance abuse issues, which also messes with your mindset. So you're now in an enclosed space with other people who may be trying to live right, but now you're hindering them because you're still of the street. And that's what a lot of people don't understand about street people getting places to live. They can't comply. Most of them can't, or won't, rather. Let me say that. Won't comply.
Like a released longtime prisoner.
Yeah, it's just it's the same thing. You go to jail. You've done it so much, it's all you know. It's not saying that you couldn't know better. You should know better, but you don't do better. That's the thing. What I always tell you about freedom. Your true freedom is when you're out here. That's the real test. Not inside, because inside talk is cheap, right? I'll tell you anything inside. Out here is your true test.
Yep. That's
true. I mean, if they get put in jail, they have a bed and they have a roof over their head. They have a meal.
So you know how costly that will be in a place such as like LA County, LA jail. Think about that now. Think about the bigger places, because those people already got people in and out of the jail system. Period. Right now, you're talking about just throwing homeless people in there because they're homeless. It's that cruel. The state, the government is saying no. This is not a cruel punishment to throw you in jail because you don't have anywhere to sleep. Some people may say, yes, that is cruel. That's not a punishment. Why should I get punished because I'm homeless?
Yeah.
Then they're really going to have an overcrowded problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now you're tying up the courts. See, one thing begets another. It's a taxpayer got to pay for you to be there. Now you're crowding it up. So that's going to be a problem inside the jail. People sleeping on the floor, people sleeping on top of each other. That's going to cause aggression. Now you see where I'm going?
Yes.
Now you got to worry about the staffing in the jail because you have more inmates. You got to have so many guards and things per inmates. Now that's a problem. Now you got to hire more people. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, that requires money. See, that's the thing about everything. Everything requires funding.
Yes.
And the thing about homeless places, buildings, structures, shelters, rehab places for people coming out of jail, halfway houses. Nobody wants those places in their neighborhood.
Exactly.
That's one of your problems. You could possibly get the funding, but I don't want that house next door to me. Exactly. I don't want the halfway house next to me. I don't want the homeless shelter next to me. See where I'm going now?
Not in my backyard.
Not in my backyard. Exactly. So I'm going to ask you directly, Lisa. The homeless shelter is now somebody bidding to buy a shelter to put next door to your house or in your neighborhood. How do you feel about that?
Wow.
The queen always goes to the belly of the beast.
Well, it probably wouldn't happen in my neighborhood.
Why wouldn't? Why wouldn't it happen in your neighborhood, Lisa?
Well, it's just a residential subdivision type thing.
Well, so what? So what? So what? I can put a shelter into a house.
Yeah.
4 or 5 bedrooms. We put 2 beds per room or 4 bunk beds.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If they could control it, if they could, make sure that everybody follows the rules, and if they could control it, then that would be great.
Listen there. If they make them follow the rules, where did that ever happen? But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I do.
And would your neighbors have a problem with the shelter in a house in your neighborhood?
I would say there probably are some that would.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, because the first time somebody's car broke into, somebody's wandering on your lawn, someone's opening up that mailbox, taking mail out, somebody's shrieking and peeping and exposing themselves, we have a problem now, don't we?
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
That's not including having children running around the neighborhood, the cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Tracy?
Yeah, that's a big one, yeah.
What do you think about that? Putting shelters, houses with shelters in neighborhoods or buildings in neighborhoods?
I live about 15 minutes from downtown Macon, so I'm already close to it. But in neighborhoods, like in houses, like you were saying,
because halfway houses are doing that in houses anyway. So that's something for people that don't know that there are regular houses in neighborhoods with inmates in the houses who've been released from prison on parole. Okay, let me make that clear. Some of you probably did not know that.
I put more security around my home.
Like what?
Sure. Like more cameras, bigger dogs.
Like a pit bull.
Oh my God, are y'all serious? What is a pit bull getting ready to do with the people in the house?
I was just kidding. I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't have one.
Okay.
I was just kidding.
And I do have a pit bull.
But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is that most people do not want a shelter building, apartment building, however you want to name it, in their neighborhood. I don't care if it's people in the house, it's a halfway house, or it could be a house for developmentally disabled adults. People are funny about the neighborhood they live in. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
You think about it. If a white man don't want a black person in the neighborhood, think about what you're saying about somebody disabled, halfway house, homeless shelter, and it's their own kind.
They could be doing it now.
Let's be truthful. A lot of white people are very racist against lower income white folks. Come on now.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I've heard it out of their mouths. Don't want you over here.
White trash.
Yeah, I want that trash over here. No, I want you staying over here. Why is that? Why don't we want poor people in our neighborhoods? We already know that all poor people are not the same.
No, they're not. I don't know most of my neighbors anyway, so.
Yeah.
But you understand what I'm saying? Everybody is not the same.
Yeah, I get it. I know.
You can't judge a person over here that makes $10 an hour versus somebody else that makes 10 versus somebody else that's homeless. Each person could be identical with a job. $15 a job, you can still be gutter trash. $29 an hour, trash. $100 an hour, trash. Stay woke. You see this every day in high income areas, people who party a lot, people who have functions all the time, barbecues, bar mitzvahs all day. It's noise, music, and they make a lot of money. Thank you, don't die. Appreciate that, honey. They make a lot of money, and they've got people running in and out of doors, hollering, screaming in nice neighborhoods, honey. And they are problems. Huh?
The Wells and the Proudfoots, they're alike.
Shit.
Well, I'm just saying they're alike. You know, they're very much alike.
Well, okay, and they both live in different type of demographics in Tennessee.
Two different incomes.
Two different incomes, exactly. One house is 700-something thousand. The other one, it ain't worth 20 cents.
Yeah,
but they would look down on them. But they're
of course
just
they
like,
would.
You know, just
exactly.
I was thinking, like, for example, buildings like old buildings that used to house, a business.
Yeah.
Why couldn't they, like, for example, my town has something like that. It used to house a factory.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The old buildings that the city ain't doing nothing with, and they're just sitting there taking up space. But the problem is going to still be the obvious. No matter where the structure is, it's what's going to be in the structure. That's the problem. Because let's be truthful. We live in a newer society where we want people to act like they've got sense. So it does not matter if you're in subsidized housing, you make 10 an hour, 50, 200 an hour. I want you to act right. So therefore, we want you to obey the rules, obey the law, whether you are homeless, you make 10 an hour, you make 30 an hour. We want you to act right. So that ain't going to fly, even in the old buildings, because somebody should know that somebody's still going to have something nice on that street. See where I'm going? Mm-hmm. Even the older neighborhoods now are being revitalized in most United States cities and towns, and they're up and coming, and the people are putting businesses in there. And they may know that around the corner somebody is poor, broke, on drugs, but they're looking at it like, this is my opportunity to shine, to make money for thyself. I'm trying to get something back to the community while also putting money in my pocket. And I don't want no problems. I don't want no problems from you, period, whether you're low income or not. But we live in a world where people are trying to progress. And let's just be truthful. That's not a part of the progression, trying to house the homeless in your neighborhood. I don't care where the neighborhood is.
Right.
You put it downtown in a small town or a major city, New York, LA, somebody's still gonna have a damn complaint. Because somebody's got to walk by that sidewalk to get to work, to get to McDonald's. See where I'm going?
Yeah, that's
catch the bus, catch the train. Now I'm stepping over you. You're panhandling and urinating in front of me, pulling your wee out. You're cussing, you're fussing, you're beating a dog. Whatever the hell you're doing is crazy. It's gonna still be a problem. Yeah, it's still gonna be a problem.
I'm telling you about the hotel, this downtown Macon. They still have like the Piedmont, like the restaurants. They have expensive restaurants down there.
But somebody is not, the city ain't gonna go for nobody putting no shelter in none of them type of buildings, because right now we're in a revitalization stage in most American cities, and they want those places to be for businesses, coffee shops, a place to maybe sell bicycles or sell books. See what I'm saying? We don't want nothing that's going to draw riffraff, let me say.
Well, they do have that. No, I'm saying the hotel is right in the middle of these nice businesses. Like
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, because a lot of places are mixed like that.
And me and my son actually were going out to eat, and we went to the Piedmont the other night, and they're just all hanging out. And
that's what I'm saying. What starts off as what it appears to be a good idea becomes a nuisance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It starts off as a good idea, but the one thing people fail to realize about a good idea is the obvious. There's still going to be somebody that's going to be in that neighborhood that's going to say, this ain't working for me. I pay money.
There's a lot of houses too.
That's my point.
Yeah.
This ain't working for me. Now I got to go move because you got a shelter in the middle of a place where people are trafficking, walking with their children, eating ice cream.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say that all homeless people are bad. We get to use common sense. Of course it's not. But the point is, do I want to walk around, have a business, and be panhandle all damn day? No, I don't.
Right.
You're running up to me. You got $1. You got 20 cents. Hey, ma'am. Hey, ma'am. I can't even think because that's all I'm hearing walking down the sidewalk. Hey, ma'am. Hey, ma'am. Hey, sir. That's the point. So now imagine that in a public place versus your damn neighborhood. See, what I talk to you about, the street versus where you sleep. See, what go on in the street may not go on at your house, in your home, right? That's the purpose of the street, being separate from your house. So what happens when we get off from work and we go traveling, we go places? We can't wait to get back home, right? Yeah. Do I want to step over this at my house?
Hell no.
Of course not. No. Do I want to live in an apartment building that's got this type of riffraff? Of course not. But that's the point. You live where you can afford. This is what I'm trying to say. The mentality is everywhere. The mentality is everywhere. I can say that for right in the area where I'm at. It's a lot of riffraff going on. And what did I just tell you all the other day? I'm 3 blocks away from $1 million mansions.
Mm-hmm.
So you should know those people are coming out their house wondering, where the hell are these people coming from?
Yeah. What is the solution, though? I mean, how do you feel about it?
An island?
No. Wouldn't that be cruel? Put a human being on an island to fend for himself and thyself because what? He's poor?
I'll live on an island.
Say what?
I think it would be. I would live on an island.
You would live on an island, Tracy?
Yes, I would.
Without nothing. Food. Without nothing.
Well, I mean, I would want to bring some stuff. Like, let them bring some stuff. Like, put some.
Okay,
like,
and guess what? You're still on an island. Whatever you bring, Tracy, how long that's going to last?
I know. Well, I mean, like, deliver stuff to them. I don't know.
That ain't what you said, though, remember?
Food. Well, I didn't mean, like, dump them on an
island. No. No stipulations.
They could survive.
We board poor homeless people up on a boat and ship them off, walk them to the island, and board it back up and take the boat back.
There's fish, there's fruit, there's...
Okay, so now I got to learn to fish.
Not hard. I mean, now I'm sounding heartless, but I'm just saying, like, if it gets so bad that...
Thank you, Luminous. But you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to judge a situation. But just like somebody on my channel said and on the videos have said, it takes one paycheck and you will be that same person you're judging.
That's right.
Because the average American does not even have a savings account worthy to live off of for 6 whole months. And that's a problem. Okay? Yeah. Godric, hit the link. You are being mean down there now. Come on, Godric, now. Damn. The point is, nobody thinks about a worst case scenario. You're thinking about right now how good your life is, how cushy your life is. You don't think about the day when something terribly goes wrong and you are now that same person you're judging that should be on the island.
Well, island's better than
a lot of people don't think about that. You're thinking, well, I got it together. I got money in the bank. I got savings. Okay, well, eventually if you lose your job or get sick, that money is eventually going to dwindle. Godric, you say you're not being cruel. Well, hit the link, Godric. Hey, Gigi, exactly. Easy to say if you never experienced it. Exactly. The average American is one paycheck from being outside. You don't have adequate health care. You don't have any savings. Your ass gets sick. You are just like those people out there. You now cannot pay your rent, your mortgage. Now what you going to do? Go beg from your friends, your family? How long do you think that's going to last? It's not.
Yeah.
Everybody don't got a mama and daddy with a cushy life that they can go ask for money and, oh, daddy, can I move in the garage in the spare house in the back? Everybody ain't got it like that. Everybody can't go move in with their parents because shit don't go right. So now what do? And yes, that's a slap in your face. Oh, I'm now the people I don't care for, who I never thought I'd be like. That's why a lot of people end up unaliving themselves, because they saw a vision for themselves. And now I am that person I never thought I would be. You think about when the country fell back in 2008, all those people that lived in those nice homes had nice cars, okay? When the economy fell, you remember that?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Then you fast forward years later, it was then COVID. I got a cushy life. I got a good life. Now I'm struggling. That's a terrible place to be when you're realizing you could be on the street with no help.
That's a frightening feeling.
Yes, exactly. Because you cannot make somebody hire you. So that's bullshit if you walk around with that type of attitude. Doesn't matter that you have a degree. Doesn't matter if you have a master's degree. You cannot make somebody hire you. And even if you would go out here and get the lowest paying job at McDonald's or Target, the point is you have become accustomed to living in that $300,000, $400,000 house and pushing that big boy Infiniti or BMW. Now you have a problem because you're not making enough to pay all of those things. Oops, now you have children to take care of. Now you see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I want to keep this nice house. I don't want to let this good house go. I want to keep this good house. I want to keep this nice lawn. I want to keep my nice car.
I've been there, and I'm
What I'm trying to, I try to make you think, because it's easy to get in a place where you become complacent in your own thought process that it could never be you.
Oh, I don't ever think that.
But Lisa, there are people who do think like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll never be me.
Yeah. I was homeless when I was in my 20s, my early 20s. We went to Las Vegas. I went with my boyfriend, and he was going to be a musician. And we were homeless for about a month, and we lived in a industrial, like an office building. And that's where we lived. And boy, I sure learned a lot just in that month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I was fortunate to have my parents I could go back home to.
Okay, and that's my point. So I want you now to think back to your 20-something-year-old self and think back that there was no mommy and daddy. What would you have done?
Oh, there's no telling what I would have had to do.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I barely had enough money to get back home.
Okay, that's my point. There was no mother and father. What would you have done? So I'm going to ask you, what do you think you would have done without your mother and father? What was the boyfriend doing?
He was barely making anything. They weren't doing very well at all. And we were going to those cheap buffets, those 50-cent breakfasts.
Yeah.
And putting money in our bags.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or not money, I'm sorry, putting food in our bags.
Yeah, because people do.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody steals the bread. Not to say everybody, but you know what I mean. They got good rolls. Let's keep it real.
Yeah. Just put a plastic bag in your purse and fill it up.
Hey, folks done it. Somebody stop you at the door. Where you going with them crab legs? I'm hungry.
But boy, I sure learned a good lesson. I mean,
everybody's not like that. Gotrick, come on, Gotrick, don't do that.
Uh-oh. I can't see chat right now.
Gotrick says work. You got to work to have things. I have my butt off to pay my house 10 years early. You got to work. Homeless people don't want to work. They can't even follow rules to stay in a shelter. Okay.
Oh, I mean, you can't assume that about
everybody, all homeless people.
Yeah,
because everybody homeless is not in the same situation.
Right. I mean, like you say, all of us are one paycheck away from being there.
Well, my thing is, everybody. I've dealt with it recently. My thing is, if I live somewhere where the people decide they don't want to renew a lease or they want to sell the property, how is that my problem?
Mm-hmm.
So that means I got to go out here and now pay to stay in a hotel until I find another place. I've dealt with that. Yeah. So this is why I keep saying you cannot be judging people all the same.
Exactly.
You just can't do that.
I mean, there's so many different. There's vets that are out there that are injured or disabled. They can't work.
And look at how they have been treated the past 30, 40 years coming home from war to nothing. Because the war and being in the military didn't teach them shit but how to hold a gun. Well, you need more skills than that.
Yeah.
You got to eventually come out that damn military and you got to be able to hold down yourself. God forbid you've made children. What are you going to do? You don't have no skills.
Mm-hmm.
So they come home jacked up mentally and no way to work. Don't got no skills to work.
Mm-hmm.
I think
but yet we want to revere them because they fought for our country. But then you see a lot of them come home too Some of them, they're just as jacked up, wayward. Some of them, they're sadists. They're pedophiles. They're rapists. All kind of stuff. They get into trouble. They break the law. The point is, you don't know people.
Our veterans, a lot of them are regardless, in my opinion.
And if you don't have any skills, you know it's going to be hard to try to find a job. That's just common sense. And then a lot of people that go in the military don't have no family, no friends. So they're coming out basically homeless. That's why a lot of people go to the military is so they can have a place to sleep. So really it's no different than breaking the law, going to jail to have a cot to sleep in the jail.
Mm-hmm.
I bet a lot of people didn't know that some people went in the military because they didn't have a family support. But they still got to come home on leave at some point. Where do you go?
Mm-hmm.
Like out of the foster system, some of those kids, they just get
That's what I'm
spit out
saying.
into the world, yeah.
So everybody's situation isn't the same. And you got to be taught things in high school, grammar school. That's the only way you're going to get prepared when you come out of high school. Somebody has to school you how to budget a checkbook.
That's right.
You don't want to get out here and learn on your own. This ain't the place you want to learn and find out.
Right. I don't even think the schools teach those basic skills anymore, do they?
No. We learned it in civics, I think, 9th grade. Showed us how to do budget a checkbook. We also learned about what's that other thing? I think having a kid, having a baby. You have to pick a partner to have a kid with. Yeah, that's real interesting.
I don't think they do anymore either.
Exactly, biscuits. Everyone don't fit in the same mold. And that's the reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. People don't seem to understand that there are people out here who do not have the mental capacity to work a high-paying position and job. Okay? Exactly. They just don't have it. They will not be a CEO of a corporation. They will not be an engineer or a doctor or a lawyer. The high-paying positions. They are just regular people who possibly can barely read and write. So they're going to have a problem because they aren't going to be able to do anything that's going to be able to sustain them properly without some form of help from the government, whether it be subsidized housing, food stamps, or help from their family. You can't get mad at people for what they cannot do.
Exactly.
I'm going to tell people this and may not like it. If the government didn't step in with the welfare system from way long time ago, because naturally it's been improvised, of course. If we didn't have a public housing and or subsidized housing, you would have worse problems than you have right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because that would be all these people out here on the streets doing God knows what to survive and eat.
Yeah.
Pushing babies around in strollers, robbing people. See, I don't think a lot of you understand that. All these developments with the elderly and handicapped living in it, that's subsidized housing. Where do you think they would be right now if those places didn't exist?
Lord, they'd be sleeping in their car or in the street.
They'll be on the street.
Yeah. I mean, you can only have your car for so long, you know.
It's just like the public housing in New York. For those who don't really know what they're talking about. The average person that lives in New York public housing, they have a full-time job. They are not on any type of financial welfare, okay? See, a lot of people don't know that. This is why you don't judge people when you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Those people live in those high-rise buildings. They go to work every fucking day. And yes, they pay a portion, which is 30%, to the public housing of New York, just like any other place in the United States. It's 30%. The point is, they actually have a job. But the point is, if you cannot pay market rent, you cannot pay it. So it doesn't matter that you have a job. So, Godric, I'm going to say this to you. Having a job doesn't mean anything. You can have a job, but can your job support you? Most people have jobs. They cannot afford to live on the one job. So if you live somewhere rural where you know you're going to have a car to get to and fro, okay? So now you got to keep maintenance up on a car to get 30, 40 minutes from the job back to your house. So see, those are the things that nobody thinks about when they're judging and saying, oh, just go get a job. There are people who live in rural America. They don't even live near a town that has things viable to a peaceful living.
That's true.
So this is why you can't judge people and say what people should be doing. Because you're judging things according to how you did it. Well, that don't apply to everyone. And America is built up of rural places. So when you watch these shows where the people are out farming, guess what? They don't live near a town.
Mm-hmm.
The nearest Walmart might be 1 hour. Okay? So now that person's got to make a way to get to a job 30 minutes to an hour and be able to make sure they're safely making it back. That's dangerous. You know that.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the real world we live in.
Yeah.
Ain't no bus lines going out there in middle of America near a cornfield.
We don't have that.
Huh? Yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do.
The city bus ain't getting ready to drive 1 hour and a half to go pick up somebody that lives on a fucking farm.
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to work, you want to go to school. Well, you're going to have to save your money and find a way to get your ass to the nearest town and a bus line, train station. This is why it's hard for people to succeed. Just for that alone, where they live. People live in the middle of nowhere. Godric? I'm not even going to reply to that about somebody getting another job. You're speaking for yourself. Everybody's not in that situation to get 2 jobs. As I just said, people who live in rural America, they may not be able to work 2 damn jobs, depending on you talking about traffic time and driving up and down the highway. They would probably have to move out from where they live and live somewhere near jobs that they can get to and fro to even work the 2 jobs, or let alone the 1 job, you know.
Mm.
I live by nobody. The nearest Walmart is an hour away from me. Well, Godric, you have just been afforded to have a better life than most. The point I'm making is everybody don't have that type of fortitude and mindset. They just don't. You're judging life according to what you did. Well, everybody is not you. You have to think about people who have less coping skills and navigating skills. So you think about people who don't have the navigating skills to think for themselves, such as somebody that might be mentally disabled. They don't have those type of skills to say, oh, I should go get me 2 jobs because I live in rural America. You don't even know if they can drive a car or not, if they're even capable to drive a car, because you're thinking for yourself. You're not thinking for somebody else, because that's the whole point. It's not your problem, is it? It's not for you to care. I'm just saying, be very careful thinking you're in a place of comfort. That's the point I'm trying to make. That the same people you're judging, you could end up just like them. That's my point. Just like I met a lady recently at the grocery store. We were talking about life. And she was saying, oh, yeah, I lost the house. Because I made a comment. I said, damn, I don't understand these people that get these houses and they lose them. You know, people that get, you know, wheeled houses and stuff, and they don't keep them up. I basically was referring to saying people like street people, like, you know, drugs, things like that. But I didn't make myself clear. So she said, oh, I was given a house and I lost it because I couldn't keep the maintenance up on the house. And then the city gave it back to me. Well, she was one of the lucky ones. Now, Doctor, you would probably judge that person. Well, you need to go get your 2 jobs.
Oh, Lord.
You know what I'm saying? Go get your 2 jobs so you can afford the maintenance on your house.
I mean, not everybody is physically able to do that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. And let's be truthful. If you needed a new roof, a second job is not getting ready to just let $10,000 fall out of the sky to put a roof on your house.
It'll take you a long time to get enough money.
Godric, stop it now. But that's the point I'm trying to make. That even if you went and got another job right now, you're still not going to $10,000 or more dollars for a roof. It's not just getting ready. You ain't getting to just work 2 weeks and $10,000 is going to magically be in your bank account. That's the point I'm trying to make. You would have to have a very high paying position to try to save up money if you needed a roof right now for your house. And that's the point, that even if you are in a small house, 1,000 square feet, 1,500 or whatever, 800 square feet, a house is a house. It costs to live in a house.
It does.
So it doesn't matter the square footage. If that roof goes out, your plumbing, she said that's what happened. It was a plumbing issue, which became very expensive. She didn't have the money. That house would seem like it's 6,000 square foot when you get the due bill and need to fix that damn house. And if you're not making enough money, you can't afford $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 due bill or a $6,000 plumbing bill on an old house. Where are you going to get that kind of money? You got to have a restroom. You got to have plumbing. You got to be able to have water to cook, flush the toilet, take a shower. You don't want sewer backing up in your front yard, backyard. You got to find a way to get that repaired.
Your neighbors wouldn't like you too much then.
They sure wouldn't. Yes, Gigi. It costs to take care of it. Exactly. That's why a lot of people have had problems owning homes. It didn't matter the size of the home. It's the maintenance of the house. It can get very expensive, even in the smallest of a house, depending on electrical, wiring, plumbing, roofing. Those things are very expensive. They are not cheap. So it will not matter about you having a no damn job. You could make $30,000, $40,000 and you living in a small house. What are you going to do with a $10,000 due bill? Now, let's say you have children. You have mouths to feed. You don't get any type of public assistance. You see where I'm going now?
Mm-hmm. You make any kind of money, you're not going to have assistance. You know, they go by your income.
Yes, they do. So imagine just a regular person with a house full of kids. Maybe she's not married or divorced, and she's doing everything on her own. And let's say your roof goes out on that little house you have. Now what? Well, Godric, you can't save anything if you don't make anything. I see you have an answer for everything. Tracy, you're quiet. Tracy? Tracy done fell asleep. No, but I'm just saying it's easy to say. Oh, you got to have savings. Let me tell you something. I've been around people who had made decent money working for the government here near me, making $50,000 or so, and they was at the checking cash every fucking month. Do you hear what I'm saying to you?
Wow.
No, I just muted myself because
they have a spending problem. Queen has seen all types of things. Government job, lived alone, house, driving a newer car at the time, a newer SUV, and every time Queen was in her car, we were in the Ross store shopping. She'd buy the stuff, throw it in the house, throw it in the back seat, take it back to the store. Then the value's depleted, and she'll buy something else, exchange, whatever. This is happening every few fucking days, going into the checking cash loan place and all that. That's why I keep trying to tell people, you don't know people, you don't know their vices.
Yeah.
It was sickening to watch. This woman just couldn't stay out of the shopping stores. Every week we were in somebody's store buying a quilt, a comforter, something. And her house was packed up to where you couldn't even see her kitchen table because it was packed up with bags from Ross shopping stores. You understand what I'm saying to you? And she worked for the government. There's no reason for her to be living like that, but that was her choice. She liked to spend money. She liked to buy stuff. So imagine the people who don't make that kind of money. They don't make $50,000. They don't have those type of shopping problems, but they just can't make it.
Yeah.
Because they don't make enough money. So yeah, we know they need to go get a second job, or they need to go to school and get some type of training. But as I said, when people live in rural places, it's harder for them because they're not near anything.
And the income, you don't make as much money here in the rural areas.
Of course you don't. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. You're eventually going to have to move from those places.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen people drive. I mean, one time I was getting eyewear done at the optical center at the mall, and the girl who was working there, she was driving all the way from, I want to say Jellicoe or somewhere right before you get to Kentucky. And I was thinking, what? You're driving from where? She's coming from Campbell County, some crazy place. And I'm just imagining coming around that damn mountain in the cold and the ice for a job.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Because you have to also prepare for maintenance on your car, AAA.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? And the job would have to know on a worst case scenario during the winter, she ain't gonna be able to come up that mountain to come into. She wasn't gonna be able to come to Knoxville. No way.
Yeah.
Because it's a steep incline coming out of places like Campbell County, Jellicoe, coming up the mountain, coming into Knoxville.
Mm-hmm.
Or anywhere else. And yes, those people that live in those rural counties, they tell you, well, I've got to move because I can't make it here. We don't have anything here. Those places, they close hospitals, all of that. So jobs that would, could be good for the town, they're no more.
A lot of people have to travel far for their jobs. My husband used to have to drive an hour one way for his job.
Yeah.
Because there just wasn't nothing here.
Right. Tricia says, it's hard to be parents to our society. It's as if we are taking responsibility for all these things happening to everyone. Well, and that's the world we live in. Godric has been very boisterous in the chat. But I just pray for you, Godric, you don't ever find yourself in a very bad situation. And hopefully you got your whole entire life mapped out to where you won't end up one of these stories that the Queen has been talking about during this live stream. Because I think there are a lot of people who think like you and think there won't be a worst case scenario. They've got it all mapped out. And I'm sure many people have thought that way.
It's like you say, they get too comfortable and complacent.
Of course. So you can be just like the person who you're judging, saying that they don't like the work, they don't want to do anything. Oh, I got it planned. I'm sure a lot of people have said it to themselves. Oh, I had everything planned out efficiently. My money, my savings, all of that. Just like all the terrible nonsense that came with Katrina. Those people worked, they had good paying jobs, and look what happened to some of those people. They lost the whole house because they didn't have flood insurance.
Yeah. They probably couldn't get it there. In that area. I'm sure they couldn't even get it.
Why you say that?
Because they lived in an area that was, prone to flooding.
Yeah, but you should give me that, right? Because I do live in an area that floods. Why not?
Yeah. Well, it's like living in California. I don't think we weren't able to get earthquake insurance.
See, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. You know what can happen in those areas. So, anywhere flat is prone to tornadoes and flooding.
Yeah.
Florida, Mississippi, all those places are tropical once you go near the water. You should offer me, hey, you need flooding, you need.
Yeah. I don't think it's offered in those areas. I could be wrong, but I don't think you can get flood insurance there. I could be wrong.
Responsibility to take care of anybody but my kids. And most homeless want handouts and everything free. Wow.
You can get flooding insurance.
You can?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I lived in a flooding area in Florida for a while.
Do y'all think that everybody homeless wants things free?
I want things free.
So what?
I said I want things free.
I was getting ready to say, hell yeah, I do too. I ain't ashamed to say it. I think there are a lot of people that want things free. Let's keep it real.
Absolutely.
As much as we waste in America, are you serious?
Oh my
We
gosh.
waste a lot in America.
Yes, we do. Food.
Because really, there's no reason for anybody to be doing without anything when you look at what's wasted at the end of the day from a restaurant and stores, what's thrown away in the dumpster. We are very wasteful.
We are. That's pitiful.
So I, in no way, if someone said to me, well, I want to offer you a couple of bagels or some croissants, I would say, no, thank you. If I wanted them and I thought I could use them, yeah, I would take them. I'm not ashamed of saying that. But if I didn't want them, I wouldn't take them.
Yeah, they wouldn't even sell. There was chicken at Publix one time, and you know how they cook chicken and sell it, like rotisserie and fried chicken?
Yeah.
I think it been out for like 5 minutes. And they wanted us to wait for them to cook more. I'm like, I'll take this. It's only been out 5 minutes over the time.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we have to throw it out. We're not allowed.
Right. And that's the point I'm trying to make. And that's what they do with fast food, for those that did not know that.
Yeah.
The things, the burgers, if they're pre-made or sandwich pre-made, it can only sit up there a short while, maybe 20 minutes. It is discarded.
That's sad.
So that's the reason why now we have the pantries getting more fresh food and things like soups from, what's that store? Trader Joe's, things like that, because it's no point in throwing it out when you can give it to somebody who could use it. Give it to a shelter, give it to an agency that could give free food and food pantries. There's just no need in throwing out the food when there's all these people walking around here starving. There's people who work every day. They don't get any public assistance as far as, food stamps or whatever. Why not set up some type of way where the people could get the food? That's just stupid to be throwing away food in the garbage. That's dumb.
It is stupid.
You got people out here right now who work every day. They wouldn't mind if somebody brought them a pack of meat or a couple of bowls of soup.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. You mean tell me you'd be that honorary to say, oh, no, I work every day. No, thank you. Come on.
I used to bring food to the lady down the street in Florida that she took care of her grandkids and she didn't get no help. Like she was taking.
Well, I'm not saying give something free, homeless, sweetheart. What I'm saying is there are a lot of people who work, and I'm just saying people in general don't mind getting something free. That's a treat to the average American, I would think.
Oh yeah.
Get anything free. I don't give a damn if it's food, if it's a purse, if it's a pair of shoes.
People that work aren't able to get assistance. So
well, that's exactly what I'm saying, because of income guidelines for things. So that's what I'm saying. There are people who work every day, and they would love for somebody to walk by them and say, hey, here's a free coat.
Yeah.
Here's a gift certificate for $50 to Old Navy. Here's $50 to go get you something out of Walmart. Come on. Come on now.
Yeah, I was saying this old lady, I used to bring her food because she took care of her grandkids and she didn't get any help at all.
Well, and people don't realize that with older people, they suffer the most.
They do.
Because they can't get out and work anymore. They can't get out and go work a second job. So they're living in subsidized housing, and they're getting the government is getting 30% of that income, that Social Security check, disability check, and it is not enough to live off of. So they need the food pantries. They need organizations that want to give free toothpaste and toothbrushes, because at the end of the month, once they pay their little rent or God forbid whatever else, they don't have no money for food.
They don't. And a lot of them, they cannot get food stamps because they probably make.
Well, they give you a certain amount of food stamps for disability and Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to make some ridiculous amount to be able to qualify, amount that you can't even live on.
Let me tell you something. I live and watch people, because that's what I do. I'm a watcher. I see people every day going out when I go out shopping, because, I try to, be a little frugal with stuff. I've only bought more stuff here recently because, I had got rid of some older stuff like silverware, stuff like that, and gave to a neighbor. So I bought newer stuff in the new place I moved into. But the point I'm making is that I'm not out every day buying, new stuff. No, I've decided as of yesterday, outside, I'm not buying else nothing except for something I need, like maybe, another dress or something like that. But it would be like stuff you need to put stuff in, something important, not no luxury items.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm out shopping, I see what the people are putting in their buggies. I see these people, everybody ain't filling up their buggies with a whole bunch of groceries.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm looking at everything from the shoes they have on, the purse they're carrying, and you can tell the people who are struggling.
Oh, yeah.
Because everybody does different things with their money. I'm one of them kind of people that it won't matter what kind of income I have. I'm never going to suffer. I've made that vow to myself. Do you understand what I'm saying? But there are other people who don't have that kind of mindset. There are other people who have that kind of mindset. See, there's certain people. You have your wealthy, middle class, upper middle, working class, whatever, and everybody don't have the same mindset. I'm the type of person, I'm not going to do without. I don't care what I make. That's just my mindset. The only way I cannot get what I need is if I can no longer walk. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's my point. But when you get in a certain situation to where if you become immobile, you don't have no help. There's no children. There's no grandchildren. There's nobody coming to check on you. You are going to do without.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have anybody that can come take you to the grocery store, pick up groceries for you, you can't make it to walk to the bus stop or whatever's going on, or you're no longer able to drive, then now you have become dependent on somebody else. And I can't look up in life and say, that won't never be me. It may be me. But I hope I don't end up like that. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But my mindset at the moment in getting around, I will do whatever I have to do to survive.
That's right.
But I'm never going to sit here and think I cannot be that person who becomes destitute.
Yeah.
Because I've been close to that. So I know that feeling already.
That's right.
And I don't wish it on anyone to be destitute or near destitute or in between trying to find a place. And everybody I've met the past several months, they all were looking for a place to live and they worked and had jobs. That's my point. So you got to ask yourself, why are you meeting all these people that needing a place to live? Because people are buying up property, they're selling properties, and these people who have properties realize I can make more money if I just sell this damn thing. So that, what do we do to people who are renting from these people? You understand what I'm saying? And now they want to sell the place to make more money, or they want to go up on the rent. And see, nobody's thinking about that out here. Because maybe your life is cushy and your life is good. Well, that's your life. That's not my life. And I understand some people don't really give a fuck about other people's lives. There are a lot of people who live like that. I don't think like that. There's certain things, I'm not getting ready to just condone, just utter foolishness and shit. But I don't ever think I can't be in a bad situation because I've been there. So I know how to get by. I know how to do without. There are people out here who don't know how to do that.
Oh.
And they're going to be in a world of trouble.
That's true.
That they don't know how to say, well, I can't buy that today. I don't need that $1,000 iPhone.
Yep.
See, I don't live like that. I'm not competing with anybody. I'm not trying to live like anybody. I don't care about $1,000 iPhone. I just don't. I don't have to have the latest shoe, the latest purse. I don't care about none of that. That's why I'm content, to some degree with the basic things. Because I've had nice things. Ever since I was in my 20s, I've had really nice things. That stuff doesn't mean anything to me because, one, I know where it comes from.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's mass produced, so it doesn't have any value. So I don't get excited going in the store or the mall. Just like I walked through the mall the other day to do that interview. I walked by all these countless of stores with nice stuff in it that it was like they weren't even there.
Yeah.
You know, I was pissed off giving somebody $20 for some damn Japanese food in a food court. That's ridiculous.
That's a lot.
1948 just for some rice, noodles, and some vegetables. It wasn't even a whole lot of vegetables. That's ridiculous. Plus a drink.
Oh my
I didn't even get a fucking egg roll. I could have went to the buffet for $19 and change.
That's right.
See, and let me tell you something. Queen don't never spend no money like that to eat out ever.
Yeah, I don't either.
I just was in there, did the interview. I decided, well, it's getting late. Go ahead and get you something while you're in here.
Yeah.
But other than that, my mind was telling me, hey, go home, eat something when you get home.
Yeah.
I just don't waste money like that.
Yeah.
Because to me, you didn't give me anything but really just a styrofoam full of rice.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you gave me more rice than the chicken. What was it? I got shrimp and beef. You gave me more rice than shrimp and beef. Little bitty shreds of cabbage. It was nothing. I mean, come on. Oh, and thank you for the free refill. You know, but what I'm saying is, you have to know your limit. You have to know what you can afford and what you're willing to sacrifice. And like I said, a lot of people really, they're in debt because they don't know their limit. They don't know, I really can't afford this. So they're racking up their credit, their credit card bills and things like that. I'm not getting ready to go in debt for nothing that comes from China. Never.
Yeah.
That's just who I am. I don't believe a Keurig should cost $100. Why? I saw that in Walmart a few weeks ago. I said, I'm thinking about buying me another Keurig.
Mm.
$100 for a fucking coffee maker.
I wouldn't buy it either.
I mean, think about what I'm doing. $100 for the coffee maker. Then you're going to ask me, do I want to put a warranty on it? Then I'm getting ready to spend damn near $16 for some fucking coffee pots. And I'm getting the Kroger brand hazelnut. Got them yesterday. What were they? Or the day before yesterday. Now they're $15 a box for $48.
Oh my gosh.
So that's what I'm saying. So then my mind is saying, Queen, this is stupid. You need to go back to just getting regular coffee in the can.
Yeah.
And just use hazelnut creamer. But guess what? The creamer is not cheap.
Uh-huh.
$4 for a standard size of coffee creamer.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Just go back to the old days and have milk and sugar in your coffee,
But look, it's the world we live in. I'm going to tell you something. I'm more content, and this is the truth. I'm more content with just having this little Wi-Fi, and I use my little streaming apps to watch my little movies and watch my little things on YouTube and other little streaming apps. And I've got a closet full of clothes. Let me tell you something. Queen can't stick nothing in her closet. I mean, it is packed full of clothes, decent clothes. I've got a tub I'm looking at now with stuff that needs to be put into a dress or whatever. The point I'm making is I'm not needing anything.
Yeah.
And I tell myself that to stay grounded. That's why I'm always sharing those videos on my channel to show people that you can have nice things. You can have a really good life, but you don't have to go in debt to get those things and have those things.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't really need 60 angels on a coffee table. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't need 60 plants, 20 rugs in the house.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need 7 comforters, and it's just you. That's my point.
Yeah.
That's why I always share those videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. I like that when you brought up about not buying anything. I did really good until I had to buy my granddaughter something for her their birthday. Yeah, I had to buy her a birthday present, so I did have to break that.
I'm laughing at cornbread. You're so stupid. Talk about at a buffet you can pocket a couple of egg rolls and a few chicken teriyaki on the stick. You don't hush. And guess what? What did I just say? Get to the front counter and they say, "Excuse me, ma'am, I like to check your purse." When you've stolen our food. They charge you too for extra food on your plate if you don't eat it.
Oh, I know. They get mad if you don't finish your food.
You're wasting their food.
Yeah.
That's why the plates are smaller. Haven't you noticed?
Yeah.
And I tell people that you don't have to overeat. That's the point of it being a buffet. You get the little plate, which is the standard size you are supposed to be eating on naturally. All you need is a little bit on that plate. And then you eat a little and then you go back. Or you put a little on one plate, maybe do a little salad on another plate. And then if you still feel like you're still full, then okay, you go back and get you something else. There's no need in stockpiling the damn plate. That's why it's a buffet. And it do look crazy to sit there and have a plate on your table. Come on. That's full of food you haven't eaten when all you had to do was pace yourself.
Yeah.
There's no need in stockpiling. The food's not going anywhere. The food's not going anywhere. I remember one time I went to this buffet. This guy, oh my gosh, he looked like he was an Asian guy. He had, oh my goodness, he had an entire plate filled up with like some type of, what was it, crab legs or something? And I was like, dude, are you going to leave some for the pilgrims? Damn. You're just going to pound your plate full of crab legs?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, come on. I'm telling you, the crab, he needed a shopping bag. That's how big the plate was just packed up. And I thought to myself, I understand, crab legs, lobsters, they don't have a lot of meat in them. I get that. So you're feeling like, let me get as many as I can, but damn. It was just weird looking at it piled up on the plate. I thought, how are you going to get back to the table without dropping them? It's just strange.
And everybody else has to wait until they bring more out.
Exactly. But I guess he felt like, hey, I done gave them almost $20 for this damn buffet. 20 plus, I'm going to eat all the damn crab legs and what you call it? Lobsters or whatever. I'm going to eat all I want to eat.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. But that was just a sight. I wish I could have taken a picture of that because you all would have died like, what in the hell? It was just weird. I said, was he going to eat anything else? Because I'm telling you, the plate was stacked high.
I bet they were watching his every move too.
Oh, I'm sure they were. I'm sure they were like, oh my goodness, he going to eat all crab leg. Look, no vegetables, no baked potato or nothing. I was just like, wow. And that was just hilarious to me. Well, I'm going to get off here. I've been up here almost 5 hours.
Yeah.
We talk about everything on this network.
I love it. I've been having a good time.
Have you, Lisa? Well, hey, I'm going to ask you, what's my next subject? Because I got to talk about Kohlberger and this crazy case too. It's got a little racism in it too, of this black lady getting that voicemail where the white ladies were trying to decide if she was black or white, and they didn't hang up the phone. And they were saying, you think she's black? And then the lady says, oh no, that's nothing but white trash. And it's a white lady saying it to a black woman, but she don't know the lady's black that she left the voicemail for.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this happened outside of Chicago. Uh-huh.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's why it's that old saying, make sure when you hang up the phone, you hang up before you start talking. Because I know when I be tripping, I be talking shit till as I think I hung up the phone. And I thought, woo, girl, you better make sure that hung up button, you hit it right. Because I be talking junk, honey, sometimes when I get mad about something and I'm sitting here thinking, damn, I got to leave a damn voicemail again. Why don't they got somebody answer the phone? I'm sure some people sit up there and be like, ooh, did you hear what she said? I be talking shit. Well, listen, what's the purpose of a business and nobody answers the phone? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we live in that type of world now. Everything is leave a message. Yeah. That just gets old. Just keep calling, and you don't have nobody. 3 people working in the office and there's nobody to answer a damn phone. Come on. So I was talking junk yesterday after they had left me a message, and I was talking shit. I called them back and gave them a piece of my mind, and I thought about that. Something said, "You better look at that phone and make sure you hung up." I don't care if they got mad at what I had to say, because I just gave them my mind. about what they had left the message about, and I was just like, this don't make no sense what you're saying. And so then I think I was still talking to myself when I hung up the phone, and then I said, girl, you better go back and look and make sure you completely hung up that damn lie. Because I thought about that case of the black lady who had got that voicemail from a staffing company, and they were sitting here trying to figure out if she was white or black, and I thought, who cares? She's trying to get a job.
Right.
I mean, it's like you're not hiring her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Your staffing company. Your job is to staff the people. That's it.
Yeah.
So no matter if they were blue or unicorn, who cares?
Yeah. Who cares? Exactly.
I mean, I was just like, oh yeah, I gotta share that with the chat. Because I told y'all the other day I was going to share that story with you. So I was needing to share it. I've been up here so long. I don't know if I have strength to go live again, but in the nighttime, I kind of like to do a little saucy. Little saucy topics. So do you have anything that you would like to discuss? I don't know if you'll be up tonight or later tomorrow. I don't really want to talk about nothing horrible on Sundays, but
yeah. Somebody was talking in chat before I came in the panel with you about people not sleeping with their spouse.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Like who does
Gigi crazy ass. Gigi and somebody else is in the chat that's talking about one of the husbands snored or did something.
Yeah.
I've done that.
So where are we going with this, Lisa?
Well, that was all. That was it. One of the chatters wanted to have that as a subject.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll write it down.
But it'll grow into
It's gonna grow just with this live. 5 hours and we done talked about. Only thing we ain't talked about is Biden and Trump. Damn. Oh my gosh.
That's okay. That's all right.
Well, I think my fans who are used to me, they like that I don't stay on just true crime.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? That. They like that. They're used to me, and they like the fact that we're not going to always go over there and she's going to be talking about somebody missing or somebody deceased or a child's been beat up. She's going to talk about, what to do with that table leg that don't work or the husband that don't want to do nothing. And I tell you one subject I've talked about that they get real pissy on. And I put a poll up on this. People who have adult children living with them. Ooh, Lord.
Oh, ouch.
They get real ugly.
I would let my kids live with me forever.
Say what?
I know they need to have a life. They need to spread their wings and everything, which they have. But I would, if any of my kids ever wanted to live with me, I'd let them live with me forever.
See? What, Tracy?
I love my babies.
Right.
I love my babies.
What about you, Lisa? Lisa, you have children?
I have one daughter.
Okay. So so your daughter is what, 20-something, 30?
He's 35.
Okay, she had 35 years. So right now, your son decides something happens, he can't take care of himself, whatever happens. He says, Mom, can I come home and live with you? What do you say?
Yeah. Sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this. Okay, so let's go here. Let's stick in the pot. He has a girlfriend.
Ooh.
See, that's different.
You know the queen. You know the queen gonna add something extra now. I ain't gonna let you slide on this. Oh, my baby can come back and live with me forever. Oh, he got a girlfriend.
If he's got a girlfriend that comes and visits, but she ain't gonna live there.
Oh, she can't stay there?
No.
But you love your son, Tracy?
Well, I probably would.
Damn, Tracy, now you have to mix now, damn.
Grandbaby for sure.
Lisa, he's got a girlfriend.
What's that?
He's got a girlfriend. You let him come stay with you with the girlfriend?
Ugh. That's tough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Okay.
Nah.
Okay. Gigi says if they contribute, they can.
Yeah.
Wow.
They gotta contribute. They're definitely gotta contribute.
Well, Gigi, I guess they'll be sleeping in your bed since you ain't sleeping with your man. That was a low blow. That was bad. Excuse my manners. They have a fight. One of them will be in Gigi's bed. Shit, damn. Now, I know, shut up. Gigi gonna be mad at me for saying that. Nope, got her own place. What?
Well, it depends if
no
you get
girlfriend.
along.
Oh, you said girlfriend got to get her own place. Oh, you changing your mind. Brooke says, my kids can come live with me anytime. No boyfriends or girlfriends at all. Oh, so we got everybody up here saying them damn grown-ass kids can come live with them, but they can't bring no damn girlfriend or no boyfriend.
Yeah.
Gigi said, if you can handle him, come on. That's Gigi's hell. Lumina says, I'm so used to living alone that I don't want anyone living with me. Okay, what about that? Don't want no grown kids living there. Even if I had room, there's some people that probably would say they don't want their kids living with them.
Yeah.
They don't want a sister, cousin. Huh?
I respect that.
Okay.
You know,
Lisa?
but
Oh no, my daughter would always be welcome to come home if she had to.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I remember I put that poll up several months ago. Ooh, Lord, you could feel the heat off the page.
Ooh, really?
That's why this is why I keep trying to tell you how crazy and psychotic people are. I can't even ask a question on my own fucking community page. That they get so irate.
Really?
And it's like, why are you getting angry over a fucking question? This is how psychotic people are. I can't ask nothing. If somebody famous right now has an affair, Queen can't even say, do you think they should stay or go? It's not our business. It doesn't affect us. Will you calm the fuck down, please?
That's that younger
it's not
generation.
that serious. It's just a question. Jesus.
Yeah.
That's why I told you it's not even a black or white thing. When I asked about white people adopting black children because of this case, I could ask any question. They just lose their minds.
Wow.
Just get so uptight, and you're like, it's a question.
If they don't like it,
like
they can
I asked you to sacrifice your firstborn. Dang.
Wow.
I ain't never seen anything like it. I'm telling you, you go back on my channel, because it's going to be, I don't know when I put that poll up about adults taking care of grown kids. I asked, would you let your adult kids move back in with you? Oh, my God. You would think that somebody said America was getting ready to end, that there was a war coming. The comments were like, oh, yes, I like my child. How dare you? Well, and I'm like, you act like I wrote you a letter personally saying, hey, you shouldn't let your adult kid live with you. It was amazing, the comments, how angry the people got. I just was like, wow. I really started to wonder what the hell is going on out here.
Absolutely.
Okay, Lumina says they will be welcome for a limited time, but they don't need me. Laugh out loud. Okay. Oh my God, Ellie. Ellie says they're looking for shit. Okay, Ellie, I'm not even going to ask what the hell that means. What do you mean they're looking for what? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my commenters. You all are killing me. Well, let me think of something racy. Tracy, you got something in mind? Let's see. Kids moving back. Okay, sleeping without your partner. I'll still put that on the list, adult kids. I might put that on a post if they lose their mind.
If you couldn't perform sexually anymore, would you allow your spouse to?
Well, you know, I just did a video about that last weekend.
You did?
Yeah, I did. It wasn't about that. I said the video's called "Little Guy, Big Guy, Little Guy, Bad Sex. Do You Run?"
Oh,
you missed it.
I sure did.
So adult
they can
kids
always be
moving
taught.
back home. Okay, what's number 3? Decide which one. So you're gonna put your damn husband out? Hello. Question, Tracy. Tracy. Gigi said they're looking for an argument. Huh? Say what, Ellie? Luminous is so stupid. Thought the girlfriend would be in bed with you snoring. God, you all are horrible. Lisa that fell off. Tracy. I don't know what Tracy is. Well, I thank you all for tuning into this long-winded live stream. I cannot believe I've been on the live this long. Oh my gosh. But anyway, the topic was pertaining to children being abused. The Department of Human Services is being sued here in Tennessee, and also a case in Knox County of a father suing the Department of Education because he felt like his disabled son didn't get the adequate care he needed for his disabilities. I also brought you the topic of a West Virginia couple that are Caucasian. They adopted 5 black children and abused them. 2 were in a shed living without food, water, sores on their feet. One of the boys, police encountered body odor, no restroom, no water. They had bathed. Don't know where those children are today, but they will go to trial in September of this year, and I will definitely be covering the trial when they go to court in September. That's all I got for this evening. You're welcome, Ellie. Thank you all, Gigi, Luminous, Lisa, and Doctor. I don't know what you got going on. I tell you, you definitely need to hit the link next time because you got some real strong opinions. We also talked about this new law that's been passed by the Supreme Court. Cities can now ban homeless people from sleeping on public properties. Hey, Vivian, didn't mean to leave you out too. Banning homeless people from sleeping on public properties. How do you all feel about that? Should they get fines and or arrested? Gigi. Girl, Lord have mercy. That's the latest, everybody. Take the polls. If I come up with another poll, I think I'll put another one up about the adult children living with the family just to see how crazy the commenters will get. Ooh, Lord. See, what I always have to remember is when I put up a question on a poll, anybody that's watching YouTube sees that question. So they don't necessarily have to be a fan of my network or watch my content. So, hey, honey, what you doing? I was thinking about you today. I sure was. Seth, are you on Facebook? That's what I wanted to ask you. If you're on Facebook. Because I saw a few Seth Rogers. Oh, you're not? Dang. There was this one I got a suggestion. I thought maybe it was you. It's probably a fake profile. I was wondering. Okay. Well, you're not on IG either? Dang. I was trying to contact you. Instagram. You're not on Instagram. What you say? Gigi, what you say we're behaving, I promise. He's not. Who's not behaving, Gigi? Gigi, I ain't thinking about you. I'm going to have to come over there to North Carolina when you get your house. Seth. Oh, Seth, I wish you set up a IG account so I could message you. So that's the only way my fans message me. Gigi, how do you know he ain't on Facebook? Damn. We've been on here for hours. You missed it, Seth, unless you was in the bushes listening. We done talked about everything under the sun. We done talked about everything. Oh, Lord. I wish my little friend, his mom, Ben, she was supposed to call me today, but the other son had soccer. So that's probably where they were today. You went in the bush. What do you think about what we were talking about? These people over here, they cannot stay on subject for nothing. What am I putting? Oh, now Tracy want to come out. Like damn Thriller. I can't fool with my chat because y'all have me going over here. See them other YouTubers, they don't talk about anything. Tracy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Honey, what have you been doing, honey?
Huh?
You've been quiet this whole time.
Oh, I had to mute because I had to cook for my grandparents.
Oh, okay. You take care of your grandparents.
Yeah. During the day, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any grandparents living.
92 and 96.
Oh my goodness, 92 and 96.
Mm-hmm.
Golly, that's a blessing to be living that long.
Yeah, and they're my grandmother needs help physically, but my pop gets up.
Well, you know, Queen has done all that kind of work. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, it's not easy.
I like the elderly. I like the elderly. They tell good stories. They always tell nice stories about their life and this and that. So I enjoy that.
Yeah,
well,
I do too.
Tracy, you need to look up this story that's coming out of Georgia. This couple is missing from down there in Hinesville.
Oh, really?
I'm hoping the mother will reach out to me. Yeah. Yeah, her son's missing.
Oh, no.
Him and the ex-girlfriend are missing. I'm not going to give my opinion on that case. But I'm hoping she'll reach out. But it's not good because the ex-girlfriend's phone has pinged up here in Tennessee. Can you believe that? Oh my God.
Damn.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Cosby. It's right near the Smoky Mountains.
I love this one.
And now the phone, they don't have any more pings now on her phone. So what's scary is, okay, so you don't have any more pings on his phone. He's in the car with her. They've got her at a gas station getting gas, but you don't see him in the car. You know, you can't see. I think she's got 10 on her windows. She's driving a 2017 Ford, what they call that thing? Is it a Focus? It's like a little hatchback car.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This is scary.
Yeah, I think the Focus is the one.
Oh, Just Surviving. Are you following it? Yeah. Hinesville, Georgia. I've already told you all. There's a young white boy missing out of there. Georgia. Him and the ex-girlfriend. He got in the car with her. Oh, I don't know why he got in the car with that girl. She's allegedly suicidal, I believe. She left a note. Police went to her house, found the note. She left. They won't tell us what's in the note, but I'm assuming it's not good. She, I think, waited for him outside of the gym, approached him, and I think he got in the car with her because, he's probably worried about her well-being, and they are now gone. Ford Focus. Okay, it's Ford Focus. Okay. So her last name is Anderson. Her phone last ping up here in Tennessee. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. I was going to keep my opinions to myself. I'll just wait. I'm just going to wait it out and see what happens.
That one YouTuber girl, remember that story that she killed the boyfriend and his friend she was trying to kill all three of them because he was going to leave her and.
Was she driving in a car?
Yeah.
Oh, she hit the wall, didn't she?
Yep.
Hit the pole or something. Yeah, I saw that on the matter of fact, I saw that about a month ago in the YouTube queue.
Mm-hmm.
Dear God of mercy. Chandler and Reagan, that's their name, Chandler. Yeah, he's got an odd last name. What did I write down? Hold on. So I wrote there. Did I write the mom's name down? Facebook. Oh God. Every day is something, jeez.
It is.
I didn't write the mom's name down. So I got it on Facebook. I don't know what's going to happen. It just really stunned me And I said she came to Tennessee probably because, you know, it's smaller area up here, and, you know, Tennessee sits, you know, North Carolina sits between us. So she probably, you know, went up through South Carolina from Georgia. I don't know what she did. And then she carried her tail probably through North Carolina and then touched on into Tennessee. Why? I don't know. They say she doesn't know anybody up here. So I don't know what's going on. I don't even want to think about it. I really don't want to think about it. It's just not good. Yes, Seth, there are some very crazy people.
I would kill a bitch to mess with my son.
Yeah, she keyed his car up. She vandalized his car a couple of days before because he was on a date with a new lady. Yeah, that's what happened. She obviously found him. So then you got to ask that, because I already did my research on Hinesville. It's a very small town, about 33,000 people in the town. It's near Fort. What's that place? What's this military? Fort something.
Warner Robins?
Fort Avery. No, not Warner Robins, but something about Fort Avery, Fort something.
I'm not sure. My son's at Warner Robins. That's all.
Yeah, it's a quaint little town.
There.
And it's 45 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, from Savannah. Oh Lord Jesus, I don't know. Let me do an update, because I can see. I give up. Jesus have mercy. Yeah, I've been reading the mother's Facebook posts. Matter of fact, let me pull her up. Let me see if the mother's posted anything on the Facebook page. She seems like a nice lady. Jane M. Coolbander, co-owner of Hot Mess Homestead. No, she hasn't posted anything since 2 days ago. She's probably worried to death. She can't think straight right now. Well, would you all like me to read her post?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to read her post, the mother's post. This is uploaded 2 days ago, so Jane hasn't posted anything recently. I want to clarify this situation. Reagan is not a bad person. She is a great firefighter. She is lost, unstable, and losing what she has known for 7 years. They are not good for each other. She is making bad decisions because of this. They are not a couple, but he cares deeply for her. We don't want anything bad to happen to either one of them. We want them home safe and sound. We do not know if she has any firearms on her, but we know she owns one. Oh, Lord. And that it is a possibility she has it on her. They have been a dangerous topic. Wait a minute, what? They have been a dangerous topic for her mental state. Chandler is a great man who works hard and loves deeply. I believe he is doing what he feels is right to keep them both in the world. The question stands that we don't know where they are. Phones are off, and that is out of character for him. His phone dies often, but not for 48 hours. He is responsible planner, this, and is a crazy spur of the moment situation, and he has plans he never arrived to. He has no clothes and left wearing workout attire. He has made zero contact, also very unlike him, and he did not show up for work today. Please don't add fuel to this fire. All we want is them home and safe and back and forth. And speculation is awful. So, as I was reading the comments, I want to say this to whoever this guy is. Stop posting shit on her Facebook page. Don't do that. Don't talk about gossip and what you heard. You don't do that. I tell the chat that. Stop doing that. Man, that shit pisses me off. Stop going to these people's Facebook pages and commenting on their Facebook page what you think. Don't do that. Don't be one of those people. You can think whatever you want, but don't go to the mother's Facebook page. Don't go to Chandler's Facebook page, and don't go to her Facebook page posting what you think they did. Don't do that. That lady is reading that stuff. Don't do that. I hate when people do that. You can't do that. I was reading it earlier, and one of her friends, he posted some stupid stuff on here about, oh, I know you all for 10 years and people are gossiping. So what? Why are you posting that? You want to say something to her? Put it in her inbox. And eventually she's going to get pissed off at that. Because I'm sure 1,000 people have done it already.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
See, he's so many people out there throwing lies out about your family. See, you don't do that. She knows that.
Her head's already screwed up.
She said they have gone through, they're doing news interviews. They have a few leads to look into, but it take a lot of time because of the amount of video that has to be gone through. Oh, Lord. Jane.
I told my boys about crazy bitches because I'm actually more worried about my sons with girls than I am with my girls with boys.
Oh, I understand that because you just don't know the mindset of people. Chandler Kubander is his name. He is 5'11", 210 pounds, hazel eyes, brown hair. He is Caucasian. I think he has a mustache. He's 24 years of age. 5'11", everybody. Oh, Crosby, Tennessee. Did you say Crosby, Tennessee? Not to be willing, both phones are off, but the last known location was Crosby, Tennessee. Thought it was Cosby. Well, whatever. This ain't good. She's a low-profile black 2017 Ford Focus with Georgia license plate GEX655. Repeat, GEX655. I'm going to say this to anybody in the chat or anybody in Tennessee. If you see this car, do not approach the car. Do not approach the car. Please dial 911. Do not approach that car. Okay? Don't approach the car. Don't approach it. Hopefully, if it's parked somewhere, in a rural area, somebody will see it and call the sheriff. Call the sheriff. Don't approach the car. They said they don't want you to approach the car. Damn. What a hot mess. Tracy, you too quiet. What's that, Seth? The Large Hadron Collider. What's that? Seth, what are you talking about?
Oh, my dang phone.
Huh?
No, I said people keep calling, but
Well, go and hang up. I'm gonna get off of here. I just wanted to give everybody that update. I don't know.
What was she gonna kill herself about? Like, what was she suicidal for? Because he left her.
Name. Yeah, she has some issues. That's what was released in the news report. She's not well.
Oh, crazy hoes.
And it just killed me when I heard that car pinged up here. I thought, oh gosh. But that's a nice little ways from Hinesville, Georgia.
Yeah, my son dated this one girl, and I could start seeing the signs that she was starting to get real jealous and like jealous of his coworkers and his high school friends. And
it is Seth. They have using it to make the God particle and dark matter. That's all right, Lisa. Seth, what are you speaking of, honey? I don't understand what you're saying. Let me see. I thought I had Googled it earlier. Let's see. They don't have him on camera. That's the problem.
And that's sad. I don't even know. Like I was saying yesterday, I couldn't imagine one of my kids missing.
Still missing. Oh, damn. What is he talking about, Ginger? I don't know what he's saying. It is a particle accelerator, the world's largest and most powerful. It's made down there in Hinesville, Georgia? Oh, Lord. This is bad, bad business here. You can't tell her. She's got tinted windows in her car. You can't tell. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell what's in her car. What are they talking about in the chat? I'm missing something. What in the world? I'm going to pull this story up. What, Laura?
It's Monday morning. They were last seen in Cosby, Tennessee, about 30 minutes away from Pigeon Forge. WJCL 22 News' AJ Sisson has been on the story since the beginning, and he has new security camera footage that may help authorities in their search.
This is terrifying, and you have no answers.
On your screen is the last known security camera footage of Reagan Anderson on Monday night at an unspecified Circle K in South Carolina.
My understanding is that his phone pinged at the same gas station where she utilized her debit card and can visually be seen pumping gas. What I'm able to see, I cannot tell. He was in the video.
According to Chandler Kubander's parents, he was last seen on Monday morning, leaving Crunch Fitness at the Oglethorpe Mall. They say they saw security camera footage showing Anderson's car parked near Kubander's, and then only saw her car leave.
After that, we don't see him again. His car was still in the parking lot at this time and remained so until they allowed us to go ahead and go get it because we have an extra key for it.
Monday evening is the last time either of their phones made a ping. The FBI Bureau of Knoxville referred me to the Knox County Sheriff's Office on the investigation. I called, but have not gotten a response.
I would encourage anybody that may come into contact with them to call 911. Any information that they can provide and being a good witness would be beneficial. Providing that information to local law enforcement.
And we really hope it keeps going. Just keep sharing the information is what we really want. Find him and bring him home. All it takes is one time seeing him.
His mom looks young.
Both of them are fine. Both of them come home. So, we'll go from there once we go both back here.
As more information is released, we'll update you on air and online at WJCL.com. AJ Sisson, WJCL 22 News.
All right, everybody, they're still missing. The phone last pinged up here in Cosby, Tennessee. Reagan Anderson, last seen pumping gas at an unspecified South Carolina Circle K. You cannot tell if the young man was in the car with her, the ex-boyfriend. She's believed to have some mental issues, and perhaps that is why he got in the car with her to try to keep her from harming herself back in Georgia and that parking lot at the gym. What else they have? The last time a phone pinged Hinesville police or Kubander's family happened around 7:40 p.m. Monday night in Cosby, Tennessee. Their last known location. The family believes they are going to the area of Pigeon Forge or Gatlinburg. which Cosby sits, I believe, at the edge of Gatlinburg. So Queen's done a little, navigating on the distance, about 45 minutes, Gatlinburg to Cosby. I would encourage anybody that may come into contact with them to call 911. Any information they could provide in being a good witness would be beneficial. Oh, Lord mercy.
That's terrifying.
I know. I don't know what's... Because you're talking about Monday, man. It's almost Sunday. He don't got clothes. She don't got clothes. He's wearing workout clothes and just his phone. Both firefighters, her job's in jeopardy, from her getting in trouble, keying up his car, seeing him on the date. So really, she's upset and mad at the world because he's dating this other woman or whatever they had going on.
And he got in the car?
It's just, she's put herself in that situation because, she didn't have to key the car. We all do stupid, foolish things. But she also has mental issues, so that doesn't help. We also now learn that she has a firearm. That doesn't help. So... 1 week, there's no way I can see this grown man not calling his mom or somebody to let him know he's okay. They're going to come back or, whatever's going on. This ain't good.
No, it's not. So she has a gun.
Yes, got a gun.
She probably pointed at him and made him get in, or no, I don't know.
Or she could have just lured him in. Hey, I'm not feeling well. I'm upset. What are you doing here? Blah, blah, blah. He gets in to calm her down. And then, the rest is history. This ain't good, man. I just, oh, Lord, mercy, 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 mercy. Well, if any of you spot that car, 2017 Focus, black, it may have tinted windows. Because just the pictures they're shown don't look like you can see through the car, so maybe she has 10 on that car. Just call 911. Don't approach it. If you see it sitting somewhere by itself, don't approach the car. Just call the police. Oh, Lord of mercy. You think she was in the military? Well, I hadn't heard she was in the military. His mother never said anything about being in the military. Because they're young. The mother looks young. That's why I read that he's 24. The mother looks very young. I don't know how old she was, but she's young herself. She looks young. The mother, she don't even look 40 to have a 24-year-old. Oh, my head is spinning. Oh, Lord, 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 Lord. Oh, you read it somewhere she was in the military? Oh, this is bad.
Is she still active?
I don't know. I didn't read it. I didn't read that when I read about the story. I didn't hear nothing about her being in the military. Let me see. Let me go to WJCL.
Okay,
they're both firefighters.
Okay. Everything good.
Okay, this is strange too. It says, my understanding is his phone pinged at the same gas station where she lost her debit card and can be seen pumping gas. So how'd she lose the debit card? Hinesville Police Department Chief Tracy Howard. From what I'm able to see, I could not tell he was in the vehicle. So when she pumped gas, she also lost the damn debit card. Okay?
Purposely, I'm sure. There you are, Pop.
That was in South Carolina at the Circle K where she pumped gas. And you can see she's got on shorts, long sleeve shirt. She's on the passenger side in the back putting gas in the car. Don't know if he's in the car or not, but his phone pinged there along, I guess, with her body standing outside the car pumping the gas. So she also has lost her debit card at the same gas station.
Well, that can be like tracked. Oh. I wonder if she left it on purpose.
Last known case in Cosby, Tennessee, where the phone pinged at 7:40. A phone pinged. I believe it was her phone.
I'm going without your walker.
Huh?
Oh, I was talking to my pop.
See what Court TV got.
Oh, that was...
Well, this is weird. They went missing Monday, right? But now this article from Court TV says, in interviews with Court TV, Jane Kubander said she's worried for the safety of her son, ex-girlfriend Reagan Anderson. She said her family last heard from Chandler on Tuesday. She fears Anderson is in a bad headspace. So this is weird. I thought they went missing on Monday. So Chandler is her son. He called on Tuesday. Well, what did he say? She fears Anderson is in a bad headspace and does not believe her son willingly ran off with her to rekindle the relationship. I'm terrified. I'm trying not to catastrophize the situation, but it's hard when so many things are going wrong. The tearful mother told Court TV. Jane Kubander said Anderson was struggling to move on after her son ended their 7-year relationship. 2023, the two had been dating since high school. So they've been dating since 16, 17 years old. Oh, it's not good. And living and working together for Liberty County Fire Services in Hinesville, Georgia. See, that was a bad idea. Jane and her son had moved back home with his parents, but still saw Anderson regularly through work.
You what, Pop? I'm sorry.
She's a danger to herself, Jane said. Anderson Reagan is a great person. She's a great firefighter. We just want her to get home and get help. Court TV has tried to contact Anderson and possibly family members of hers through listed phone numbers and has not received any responses. According to a police report, Anderson was arrested Saturday on allegations of property damage for keying and breaking a windshield on Chandler's car. The report says Anderson confronted Chandler inside Olive Garden restaurant in Pooler, Georgia, where he was on a date with another woman. Anderson allegedly started making false claims about Chandler's date, prompting her to leave, and then the confrontation continued in the parking lot. Well, she showed out. Anderson stated she did not know why she damaged Kubander's car, except that she was very hurt by him moving on. She stated that they had been together a long time, and she was hurt, the police report states. Police in Hinesville, Georgia issued be on the lookout alerts for Anderson, Chandler, Kubander, and Anderson's vehicle, a black 2017 Ford Focus in which the two may be traveling. Jane said she believes her son got into Anderson's car under duress at a mall in Savannah, Georgia, Tuesday morning because he cares about her even though they had broken up. Jane said she observed surveillance video that shows a car resembling Anderson circling the mall parking lot where her son was working out at Crunch Gym. Surveillance video also showed her son entering the mall and exiting within minutes of Anderson's car arriving. So her son entering the mall and exiting within minutes. So that means she followed him, called, he came back out to see what she wanted. Shouldn't have done that. Should not have done that. Jane said she became worried when he did not return home Tuesday night for his sister's birthday party and did not show up for work the next morning. No one in the family has heard from him since Tuesday morning, Jane said, and the last activity on his and Anderson's phone was traced to an area of Cosby, Tennessee. We wouldn't have wanted to leave. He wouldn't have wanted to leave, Jane said. We believed that when she pulled up, it was a matter of duress, so he went with her to keep her from harming herself. She is not in her right mind. Court TV is the source of that information. Oh, Lord of mercy. Oh, Jesus. I don't know what to say.
God.
Yeah, this ain't good. This ain't good at all. I wish he had never gotten that car with her.
Yeah, I know.
And can you imagine that girl? She's sitting here on a date. She don't know this guy probably from a can of paint. She comes up talking crazy about her. Hell yeah, she did the right thing. She got her tail up out of that restaurant and got her some air. Because I would have ran up out of there too. I ain't got time for this. She's stalking him. That's what it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
She was stalking him. In order to go to Olive Garden, then to show up to the gym, I don't know if he has a schedule with the gym, but the point is she wouldn't know that he was going out to eat with this girl. So she's been watching and following him, sitting outside his parents' house, watching him. Followed him. Now, boom, we follow him to the gym. He comes out. This is bad, bad, bad.
Crazy business.
Oh, Lordy, Lordy. Well, I'm going to get off of here. Just going to pray. Pray that the car's found. These two are found. I just can't see him staying this long time without contacting his family to say something,
Yeah, that's scary.
He missed his sister's birthday party. He hasn't called his mom or anybody to say, hey, we're up here. We're doing this. This is just... Lord, what's wrong with you?
That's real scary.
Yeah, he knows. He had to know she had a gun. They dated. He knows she got a gun. I wouldn't have gotten in the car with her. No, I'm not getting in the car with you. I wouldn't even came out the gym. How about that? I'd come out the gym to go get in my car, but I wouldn't have gotten out and went and got in her car with her. She could have called and said, I need to talk to you. I would have told her, I'm busy. I'm at the gym.
Bless his heart.
Let me tell you something. Even if she said she was outside, right? Not, to make him out to be a tattletale or a snitch, but I would have called the police and told them, look, I'm having problems. I'm trying to work out. Girl's outside. Please, somebody come get her. Go call her parents. Do something. I'm not going to be doing this every day. Because this is about to become a problem. It's obvious. She was becoming a problem. So say you don't know how long he broke up with her, why he broke up with her. It's neither here nor there. The point is, obviously, she's got some mental problems. She wrote a note. They found it in her house. They said the door was unlocked. She's unhinged. Because why are you leaving your house with your door unlocked? Okay? It's first and foremost. Not in this day and time. You don't leave doors unlocked. So she's, out there. She's gone. I don't care about nothing. That's obvious. So that's why I would not have gone with her in the car. When you saw what she did to your car, she came in that restaurant, showing out, and ran off your date, or your date left on her own. That was your clue. She's unhinged. Now you're looking at your car. It's keyed up. Okay, more evidence. Leave her alone. Leave her alone. But he's probably like a lot of people, want to try to, save people. You can't save everybody.
No, bless his heart.
Yeah, and you see, because what you have to tell yourself is the obvious. How many times are you going to do this? You see what I'm saying? How many times are you going to be disrupted by her? Because see, that's how it starts. Following you around, key in the car, running in the restaurant. So that means he's never going to be able to go anywhere. She's going to follow him around. She's going to follow him around. So he's never going to go anywhere with friends, family, nowhere. She's going to show up. That was not going to work out. That was never going to work. Because now she's invading his privacy, and she's also not thinking rationally, and she's not even thinking about her own livelihood. To get in trouble with key in the car, this and that. She's acting out. I get it. Women do crazy shit, get mad, flat tires, all type of crazy stuff. But you're now going into another place, showing out after you already got an arrest record for key in the car. It's whichever way it went first is too much. Because you're now talking about going to the job. Sorry, somebody's horn blowing. Going to the gym, and now he comes out. He should have never came out of there. He should have told himself this ain't good. She's already showed out at this restaurant, keyed my car, blah, blah, blah. I'm not coming out of this gym. If I come out, I'm going to my own car. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if I was him, I'd have got somebody else to go to the car. Not to try to use nobody, but I would have told somebody, hey, go move my car. Drive it around the corner. Or I've had my mom, dad, somebody come pick up my car. God, somebody's horn is messed up. But that's what I would have done. I would have said, hey, mom, dad, come get my car. She's out here, woo, woo, woo. She wants me to come out. That's what I would have thought. Okay, I don't need her doing nothing else to my car. Because she did something, she keyed it up and broke the windshield or whatever, cracked it. Hell no, moving my car.
Yeah.
That's what I would have done. I would have moved the car. Oh, she's back out here. Let me get that car gone. It said he goes out there to her. That just was no good idea. Because, she's already heightened. Adrenaline's still pumping from the incident at the restaurant with the other girl. I mean,
she lost it.
Yeah, she's lost. Yeah, so that's why I said it didn't make any sense to go out there to her car. Ellie said she didn't show for court. Good God, Ellie, how do you know all of that? Kimberly, please, you're killing me. Kimberly says, I wonder how many red flags there were. It's no telling. You're right, Kim. You're right. People are just too nice. Sad to say. Well, and that's true. Well, I've only read 2 articles now. I hadn't heard anything about a men in the military.
Yeah, because if she's still active, they'd be able to find her easily.
I didn't hear you, Tracy.
I said if she was still active, they should be able to find her easily.
Active? What do you mean?
Active in the military?
Well, think about what you're saying right now. She's on the run, sweetheart. And more than likely, she's done something not so good.
Yeah.
It don't take no 5-6 days not to call somebody on the phone. She already left them a note. They're not telling us what's in the note, but obviously it's not good what she left in the note. So this sounds like this was planned.
Yeah.
Not to be disrespectful to the family, but you all did say she left a note. And that's what leads them to believe she was trying to self-harm herself. And that they're putting them both in danger. So whatever she put in that note, is what they've released to the public. This is not good. So I don't know. I just don't know. This is just a bad situation. Well, Gigi, I don't know if she's in the military or not. I know they both are firefighters. See, I'm going to tell you what I think. And I don't want to rush the gun on nothing. But I think it's a bad idea for people to go work with people. That's what I think. I think it's a bad idea for people to go work at the same jobs with each other.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't a good idea. As soon as I heard they both were firefighters for the same fire department, I said this ain't gonna work.
They live together too?
Huh?
I keep thinking I'm driving, so that's like I keep thinking it's a car blowing at me. But
That's me. Somebody outside with their horn. I don't know what the hell they're doing up there.
They live together and work together?
No, he lived with his parents. They broke up. He moved back home with his parents.
But when did he live with her and work with her?
Yeah, I guess.
Mm-mm.
I don't know what they were doing. I haven't the foggiest idea. I just know they said he lived with his parents. He moved back home with his parents.
It's way too much time. That's so sad. I know that mom is going crazy.
Well, she's gonna be. Yeah, he was trying to, talk to her. Sometimes you just can't talk, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my son dated a crazy bitch in high school. He dropped her and she shattered a mirror in the girls' bathroom. She's nuts.
Well, she wasn't going to let him move on. That's the point. I don't know why this person's horn out here honking. Good grief. Let me get off this live. This noise is annoying. I've been on here too dang long. Well, I'll try to figure out something else to talk about. If I don't come back on this evening, I'll come back tomorrow because I got to do some shorts before the night's over.
All right.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Okay, honey. See you later.
Yep. Talk to you later. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, everybody. I'm almost at 6 hours. Going to be here this long. Yeah, this couple's missing out of Georgia. If you have any information, just call the local police department where you live. If you see the car anywhere here in Tennessee, Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge, or any of these areas, 2017 black Ford Focus, may have 10 on the windows. If you see the car, don't approach it. Just call 911. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $sign DeGangie, 129 Cash App. Stickers and chats are always welcome during the live stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. God bless all of you for tuning in to the network. You've been listening to the Vault XL. Thank you.